Frequency by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. Everything he almost says. The room was too quiet. That was the first thing Idris noticed, in the way you notice the wrong thing when the right thing is too large to look at directly. The curtains were the color of old cream, the bedspread the institutional beige of every hotel room in every city he'd ever passed through for work, and the air smelled of recycled coal and someone else's soap. He had been sitting on the edge of the bed for, he checked his watch, 43 minutes. He had not moved to take off his jacket. He had not turned on the television. He had not called anyone. He was being very composed about this. He could feel the composure the way you feel a tooth you're carefully not touching with your tongue. The precision of it. The maintenance. He sat with his hands loose on his knees, jacket still buttoned, and breathed with the measured steadiness of a man who had decided, some years ago, that feeling things quickly was a liability he could not afford, and had since turned the decision into something that looked almost exactly like character. The room was too quiet. That was the problem. He had been in rooms like this before, had spent the better part of a decade in rooms like this, international hotels pressed from the same mold, the same bedspreads, and the same recycled air, and the same small courtesy chocolate on the pillow that he never ate. And the rooms had always, eventually, filled themselves with the sounds of other people. The ambient texture of a building at full occupancy. The corridor outside. The pipes, the ice machine, the half-heard conversation from the adjacent room that told you, without specifics, that you were not alone. This room was quiet. He had noticed, in the past 43 minutes, that the absence of a specific person produced a different quality of silence than ordinary solitude. He had lived alone for 2 years before this. He knew what his own quiet felt like. This was not that. This was a quiet that knew what it was missing. He did not think about Bastian. He thought about the coffee he should order. The briefing he had to read before morning, which was in his bag, which he had not opened. The call he would have to make to his section head. A short call, efficient because he was always efficient because efficiency was one of the things he was. He thought about the city outside the window, which he had looked at once when he arrived, and which had been, he now recalled, perfectly unremarkable. He could not remember the name of the city. He had been in 6 countries in 14 days, and they had stopped resolving into distinct identities somewhere around day 9. He did not think about Bastian. He was very good at this. At some point, he had moved to the window. He did not remember deciding to. The city below was the color of amber and exhaust, and the street was still in motion at. He checked his watch again, 11:47, and he watched it with the particular detachment of a man who has recently decided that distance is a more manageable state than proximity. He did not call anyone. He did not call Solene, who would have answered and said nothing useful and somehow, through the precise application of silence, communicated exactly what he needed to hear. He did not call his sister, who would have been kind in a way that would have cracked something open. He did not call the number saved in his phone as Dr. Nath, professional, which was a number he had not used in 4 months and which he was, he told himself, not going to use tonight. He was fine. He was very composed. The specific quality of this composure, the weight of it, the maintenance cost, was not something he examined directly. He had been awake for 19 hours. He would sleep, and in the morning he would read the briefing, and he would call his section head, and he would begin the process of rebuilding whatever needed rebuilding. He was good at rebuilding. He had done it before, after his first posting went wrong, after the thing. An Ankara that he didn't discuss, after every occasion on which something had failed to be what it was supposed to be. He was, at his core, a man who could put things back together. He just needed the room to be quiet for a moment, and then he would. The hotel bar was still open. He hadn't known he was going down until he was in the lift, jacket still buttoned, watching the floors count down. He told himself he wanted a whiskey. He told himself this was a reasonable response to an unreasonable day. The bar was nearly empty. A couple in the far corner, nursing the last of their evening. A businessman at the bar itself, jacket slung over the stool beside him, looking at his phone with the absorbed blankness of a man who had stopped reading what was on the screen an hour ago. And, at the far end of the bar, a man Idris had never seen before. He was the kind of person you noticed without being able to say why. Not particularly tall, not particularly anything. There was a quality of indeterminate age about him, somewhere between 35 and ageless, and he was dressed with the particular ease of someone who had never once had to think about what they were wearing because the clothes simply arranged themselves around him correctly. He had a drink he wasn't touching. He was looking at Idris before Idris had finished processing the room. That was unusual. Most people required a moment before they started looking. Idris went to the bar, ordered his whiskey, did not look at the man again. "You can sit down," the man said. "I won't take it personally if you don't, but I find these conversations go better seated." Idris looked at him. "We don't have a conversation." "Not yet." The man had an accent that landed somewhere Idris couldn't place. Not impossible, just sideways, like a language being translated through several others before arriving in English. "You've been standing at a window for the better part of an hour." "I was patient." "You were watching me." "I was watching a man who needed to be watched." He said it without apology, without performance. The way someone states a fact that requires no defense because it is simply true. There's a difference. Idris looked at him for a long moment. He was very good at reading rooms. He was very good at reading people. He had spent a decade developing this skill into something fine and reliable, and he applied it now with the same precision he brought to everything. The set of the man's shoulders, the quality of his attention, the drink he wasn't touching. What he read was nothing he had a category for. "What do you want?" Idris said. The man turned his glass on the bar. "Once then back." "Interesting question," he said. "What I want is rarely the operative thing. What I find amusing, that tends to be more relevant." He looked at Idris with eyes that were a color Idris would have difficulty describing later. Not because they were unusual in any particular direction, but because they seemed to change without moving. "Your heartbreak amuses me." Idris went still in the particular way he went still when something landed that he was not going to show had landed. "I beg your pardon." "I don't think you do. I think you're the kind of man who says that when someone has said something precise." The man smiled. It was a pleasant smile. That was the thing about it. It should not have been pleasant, and it was. "The composure is very good, by the way. Better than most." "You've had it for how long?" "Since you were what, 22, 23? Since you worked out that being readable was expensive?" The whiskey had arrived. Idris didn't touch it. "Who are you?" "That's a better question." The man considered it with the particular enjoyment of someone who has been asked a question they like. "You can call me whatever suits you. I've been called many things across many centuries and many traditions, and none of them are strictly wrong. The relevant title, for your purposes, is adjudicator." He let the words sit for a moment. "I settle things." "What things?" "Debts, imbalances, situations that have gotten artistically interesting." He tilted his head, like a man who prides himself on reading people, rooms, signals, intentions, and was comprehensively absolutely wrong about the most important one. The couple in the corner laughed at something. The sound was very far away. "I don't know what you are," Idris said, low and even, "but I'm not interested in whatever this is." "You are, though. That's the fascinating part." The adjudicator looked at him with something that was almost sympathy, if sympathy had a slightly different relationship with cruelty. "You want to know? You've always wanted to know. That's the wound, isn't it? Not the betrayal, not the loss, not even the career you'll have to rebuild. It's that you missed it. You, who reads everything, missed the signal entirely. And now you'll never know if what you saw was real, if what you felt was accurate, if the person you thought he was is the person he actually is." Idris said nothing. "A gift," the adjudicator said, "for a man who wants to know." He said something on the bar. "Not an object." Idris looked, and there was nothing there, just the bar, just the polished surface. But something changed in the air of the room, or the air inside Idris's skull, some quality of attention shifting, and then he heard it. Not heard. That was a wrong word. Received, maybe. The way you receive pressure against your eardrums before a storm. The couple in the corner. The man thinking about tomorrow's early train, the specific anxiety of it, the calculation of whether they had time for one more drink. The bartender. Nothing much, just the ambient hum of someone performing a familiar task, and underneath it the running total of an argument from 3 days ago. The businessman at the bar. It was too much. It came in all at once, undifferentiated, and Idris gripped the edge of the bar and tried to find the edges of himself inside it. Surface thoughts, the adjudicator said pleasantly. The ones closest to speech. The ones people almost say. It takes a week or two to learn to turn the volume down. He picked up his untouched drink and stood. Think of it as professional development. I didn't ask for this, Idris said. His voice was precise. His knuckles were white on the bar. No, the adjudicator agreed, already moving away. But you wanted to know? There's a distinction. He paused at the edge of Idris's peripheral vision. You'll hear the interesting ones more clearly. The ones you already have a frequency for. The word landed with the specific weight of something that was also a name. It's a gift, Idris. Try not to ruin it with your principles. He was gone. Not left, gone. The stool at the end of the bar was empty, the drink untouched, and the bar noise filtered back and around Idris like water rising. The couple, the bartender, the businessman, every almost thought, every surface-closed word, everything that lived in the membrane between silence and speech. And underneath all of it, far away, muted by distance and walls, and the particular quality of a thought that a man has learned to keep very quiet. Something with a specific texture. A frequency Idris would have known anywhere. He left his whiskey untouched. He went back upstairs. He sat on the edge of the bed in his button jacket, and he did not think about Bastian, and the room was no longer quiet. And this was, he understood with a composure he could not yet feel was breaking, the beginning of the rest of whatever this was going to be. Chapter 2. The country he works for now. 3 years is not a long time to rebuild a career. It is, however, long enough to build a reputation, which is a different thing, and sometimes more useful. Idris arrived at his office on a Tuesday in October with a takeaway coffee and a dossier that he had already read twice on the tube, annotated in the margins with the precise shorthand he had developed in his first posting and refined across every job since. His handwriting was small and exact and slightly too neat for the margins, which meant he regularly ran out of space and continued his notes in the white space at the top or bottom of the page, which drove the archivist quietly to distraction. He was aware of this. He had never changed it. The office existed in the upper floors of a building in central London that had no identifying signage and housed 3 separate departments with overlapping mandates that they were collectively too professional to discuss directly. Idris worked for the smallest of the 3, which meant he had the best view and the most interesting dossiers and the colleagues most likely to know when to stop asking questions. He had come back to London 18 months ago after the rebuilding. He had spent 6 months before that in Brussels, which had been professional penance of the polite and well-compensated variety, and 6 months before that not quite anywhere in particular. Staying functional, staying busy, doing the kind of work that required presence, but not engagement, and telling himself that this was fine, this was temporary, this was what recovery looked like from the inside when you were doing it correctly. He had been, by most external measures, doing it correctly. By the time he returned to London, he had a rebuilt clearance, a restored reputation, a flat in Bermondsey that he liked for its quiet, and its proximity to a leather bar he occasionally attended on Friday nights, when the week had been long enough that the specific comfort of a community that didn't require explanation was exactly what he needed. He had Solene, who had been posted to London 6 months before him and had simply materialized in his professional life again with the matter-of-fact ease of someone who had always expected this particular reunion. He had a therapist he was no longer seeing, whose voice operated now as an internal presence, specific, unhurried, annoyingly precise, and who had said 18 months ago at their last session something he was still in the process of deciding what to do with. He had, in short, the architecture of a fine life. He did not examine the architecture too closely. Architecture, in his experience, was most functional when you weren't watching it hold the weight. This Tuesday, the dossier on his desk was the summit briefing. He had known it was coming. The multilateral summit between the Aldrich and Colvane delegations. A diplomatic configuration he'd been tracking for 8 months, which had been threatening to collapse twice and had each time been resurrected by the particular stubbornness of the Aldrich delegation head, had been moving toward confirmation for 3 weeks. His section had been shortlisted for the support role on the Aldrich side. He was the most experienced person available who had the right clearance, and spoke 3 of the 4 relevant languages with native or near-native fluency. It was, professionally, an obvious assignment. He picked up the briefing file, poured his coffee into the mug that lived on the left side of his desk, a gift from Solene, emblazoned with the logo of the 1978 Hague Convention in a shade of blue that he found privately amusing every time he looked at it, and began reading. He got a page 4 before he saw the name. He set the file down. He picked up his coffee. He looked at the window. His office had, as noted, an excellent view, a slice of gray October sky above rooftops, one bare tree, the upper corner of a building across the street that was being renovated and had been, for the past 6 weeks, wrapped in scaffolding and green mesh. He looked at this. He drank his coffee. He did not look at the file. 17 minutes later, he picked the file back up. Sebastian Lowe, listed 3rd in the Calvain delegation roster under Henrik Bass, delegation head, well-regarded, old-school career diplomat, and above 2 junior attaches whose names Idris read carefully, because he preferred to know everyone in a room before he walked into it. Bastian's title was Senior Cultural and Diplomatic Liaison. His CV, rendered in the briefing's dry official format, was impeccable. His photograph was the kind taken for professional directories, neutral background, appropriate expression, giving nothing away. Idris looked at it for approximately 4 seconds. Then he turned the page and read the rest of the briefing with the same focused attention he gave to every briefing, making notes in the margins in his too small handwriting, occasionally consulting his phone to cross-reference dates and names. He was thorough. He was professional. He did not look at page 4 again. He was in this state, absorbed, efficient, giving nothing away, when Solene J. knocked on his open door at 9:10 and said, "You've seen the roster." It wasn't a question. Solene very rarely wasted register on questions whose answers she already knew. "Good morning," Idris said. "The summit briefing has been on your desk since 7:30. She came in and sat in the chair across from him, the one she always used, which she had claimed through consistent occupation in the way that certain people claim things, without announcement, as though ownership is simply a matter of turning up regularly enough. I walked past at 8 and the file was closed. At 8:40, it was open. At 9, it was closed again, and you were looking at the window. I was thinking. You were deciding whether the scaffolding was interesting enough to justify not reading page 4. He looked at her. Solene was 31 and French-Ghanaian and had a face that did about 1/10 of the work her eyes did. The face was composed, polished, professionally unreadable, and the eyes underneath it were noting every single thing that happened in their vicinity and filing it with an efficiency that had been making people slightly uneasy for as long as Idris had known her. She had known him for 4 years. She had never, in those 4 years, asked him a direct question about anything she suspected he didn't want to discuss. She was doing it now, which meant she had decided something. "He's 3rd on the roster," Idris said. "I know. It's a professional overlap. It's the nature of the circuit. I know that too. I'm the best qualified person for the support role. The assignment is appropriate." He paused. "And it's 7 days." Solene looked at him. She did what she did, which was the specific thing of looking at a person with the quality of attention that meant she had already understood the thing they weren't saying and was simply waiting for them to finish making their case to themselves. 7 days, she said. "Yes. Right." She stood, straightening the already straight cuffs of her jacket. "I've sent you the accommodation details. We're in the same hotel as the Aldrich delegation. The Calvain delegation is across the street." She moved to the door, then paused. "There's a full delegation reception on day 1. Joint venue." Idris said nothing. "I thought you'd want to know," she said and left. He sat with the file. Outside, the tree moved in the October wind. He turned to page 4 and looked at Bastian's photograph for another 4 seconds, then closed the file with the composed finality of a man concluding a matter. He had a morning to get through. He had a morning briefing with his section head, a document review, a call with the Aldrich delegation's advance team about the specific treaty clauses most likely to produce friction, and then, in the afternoon, a working lunch that he would manage with the efficient sociability he had cultivated for exactly these occasions. He had things to do. He was, as previously established, someone who did things. He pulled up his email. He read it. At the bottom of his inbox, flagged from 3 months ago, was a message from Dr. Priyanath that he had been meaning to respond to and had not responded to, because the response required him to have something to say, and he had not, until recently, had anything. The message said, checking in. No pressure. Hope work is treating you well. He had thought about responding to it approximately 40 times. He closed his email. The ability had been quiet that morning. It was quiet most mornings. He had learned, in 3 years, to manage the ambient signal, the surface noise of people nearby, the thoughts closest to speech, the constant low-level frequency of everyone who was almost saying something. He had learned to set his attention in a direction and receive only what he was pointed toward, which was a skill he suspected the adjudicator hadn't actually anticipated him developing, because it suggested a control that the whole arrangement had not seemed designed to offer. He used it now, briefly, carefully. The office around him, his assistant in the outer room, thinking about a meeting later in the week with the specific logistical anxiety of someone who has 3 things to remember and is afraid of losing one. 2 colleagues in the corridor, one of them going over a conversation they'd had with their supervisor, the other thinking about something entirely unrelated to work. Normal. Ordinary. The specific, unremarkable texture of people being people in the near vicinity. He pointed himself at the morning and got on with it. He did not point himself at the accommodation details Solene had sent. He did not check whether the Colvane delegation's hotel was really across the street or somewhat further. He did not look at the summit roster again. He did, at the end of the day, when his office was empty and the October light had gone gray and low, accept the assignment. He sent the confirmation email with the same brisk efficiency he brought to every administrative task. He shut down his computer. He put on his coat, a long charcoal wool that he wore with the particular ease of a man for whom clothing was a language he spoke fluently and had long since stopped translating for anyone else. He picked up his bag. He stood for a moment in the quiet of his office. He had rebuilt once. He had assembled from the wreckage of a year that had taken his clearance and his career momentum and the specific warmth of believing he understood the people he loved, a new version of his professional life that was better in some respects, more considered, more deliberately constructed. The architecture was sound. He was going to walk into a room in 7 days and hear Bastian's thoughts arrive before he found him physically, because that was how it worked, had worked for 3 years. The specific frequency of Bastian's mind against his close enough now that Idris sometimes received it from across a building, sometimes across a distance he couldn't precisely calculate. He was going to have to manage that. He was going to have to do his job and be professional and be the version of himself that the assignment required, and not let 3 years of involuntary intimacy with another man's inner life make him anything other than what he was. The best qualified person for a 7-day role, doing his work and leaving clean. He was good at this. He went home. He made dinner. He did not, that evening, call anyone. The ability went quiet around midnight, which it sometimes did. The building settling, the neighbors in, whatever frequencies had been active in his vicinity, dimming towards sleep. He sat with his tea in the small, lamplit quiet of his front room and let the silence be just silence. Almost. Chapter 3. The version he tells himself. The party was in one of those venues that occupy the ground floor of a building that looks like a bank from the outside and costs a remarkable amount of money to hire, which is justified by ceiling height that gives the impression of consequence and a catering setup that gives the impression of generosity. Bastian had been to enough of these events to read the room before he was through the door. The cluster near the bar that was actually a working conversation in evening dress. The smaller cluster by the windows that was performing enjoyment while conducting a different working conversation, and the people in between who had come because they were supposed to and were professionally skilled at making this look like something they wanted. He moved through all of it with the ease that had been, for most of his adult life, his most reliable professional asset. It was genuine ease, mostly. That was the thing people misread about him. They saw the social fluency and looked for the performance, found it, and concluded that the whole thing was a learned behavior, when the truth was more complicated. He liked people. He was interested in them with the specific avidity of someone who had grown up reading rooms for safety and had, at some point in his 20s, discovered that this same skill was pleasurable when the stakes weren't survival. He moved through parties because he wanted to, because the specific texture of a room full of people all managing their own presentations was something he found genuinely engaging, the way a linguist might find a new dialect engaging. Not academic interest, just the pleasure of a mind that had been built for something and was, finally, using it. This did not prevent the slight hollowness at the center of it tonight. He circulated. He spoke to people he knew and introduced himself to people he didn't and managed several conversations simultaneously in the way of someone who has learned to maintain a register of who's in front of him while tracking the rest of the room. He was good at this. He had been good at it for years, and it had never prevented him from being aware of what was missing, but he had also gotten very good at not letting the awareness change his face. "You haven't touched your drink in 20 minutes, Tomas said, materializing at his elbow. "I've been talking. You've been performing talking." Tomas Ferreira was 29 and Portuguese-Brazilian, and had worked alongside Bastian for 2 years with the patient, slightly exasperated affection of someone who has made peace with not being told things directly and has decided to express his concern through other channels. Tonight, he was holding a drink in each hand. One, Bastian inferred, meant for Bastian as a nudge toward actually hydrating. "Here." Bastian took the drink. "I'm fine." You say that with the same tone you use when you're describing a treaty clause that's about to collapse. Tomas surveyed the room with the amiable ease of a man who was genuinely enjoying himself and was also, simultaneously, watching Bastian with peripheral accuracy. "Henrik's over there. He's been looking for you. I'll go find him in a moment. He has the summit assignment. He got the confirmation this afternoon." Bastian kept his face arranged. "I know. He sent it to me as well." "Right." Tomas ate a canapé with the unashamed enthusiasm of someone who had no complex feelings about canapés. "Seems like it'll be an interesting week." "All of them are. This one specifically, I meant." Bastian looked at him. Tomas looked back with the expression of a man who has said exactly as much as he intended to say and is comfortable waiting to see what happens next. This was one of the things about Tomas. He looked young, and he was young, and people therefore regularly underestimated how much he was paying attention. Bastian had made this mistake himself in the first 3 months. He had not made it since. 7 days, Bastian said. Standard assignment. Of course, Tomas agreed and took another canopy. Bastian found Henrik near the end of the evening, when the room was beginning to thin and the catering staff were doing the patient hovering that meant the venue wanted everyone to leave in the next 30 minutes. Henrik Bass at 58 was the kind of man who improved with age the way certain wines did, not softened but deepened, the sharp edges worn to something more intentional. He had been Bastian's delegation superior for 3 years, and his mentor for longer than that, and he had the quality of attention that Bastian associated with people who had spent decades in rooms where what was said and what was meant were entirely different things, and had long since learned to listen to both simultaneously. Sebastian, Henrik said, which was the name he used when he was in official mode, and then shifted to Bastian in the same breath, which meant he was also not in official mode. Both things at once. Always. A productive evening. The usual. I saw you speaking with the Verhoeven people. Anything useful? A position paper that's about 3 drafts away from being ready to share, and a suggestion that the climate annex should be discussed separately from the core framework. Bastian relayed this in the shorthand of 2 people who had the same professional language. Worth knowing. Henrik nodded. He had the kind of stillness that was the opposite of Bastian's. Where Bastian's stillness in public was perform control, Henrik's was simply the absence of movement, a man who had processed all the surplus motion decades ago and simply no longer required it. You've seen the summit assignment. Yes. I wanted to speak with you about the Aldrich delegation's support team. Henrik turned his glass, specifically about one of the names on the roster. Idris Thorne, Bastian said. Evenly. You know him. We've worked in the same circuits. Overlapping conferences, some shared briefings. We're acquainted. He had delivered this version so many times, in so many configurations, that it came out clean and complete, like something polished smooth by handling. He's excellent at what he does. There shouldn't be any professional friction. Henrik looked at him with the particular patience of a man who has heard the official version and is waiting to find out if anything else is forthcoming. Nothing was. 7 days, Bastian said. I'll manage it. I have no doubt, Henrik said, which was true and was also, Bastian registered, not the same as agreeing that managing it was sufficient. There are some elements of the Aldrich position on the Northern Territorial Clause that I'd like you to focus on. I'll send a briefing tonight. A pause. Not long, just long enough to have texture. Get some sleep first. Bastian said he would, and meant it, and did not. The drive home was 20 minutes in a car he used when the public transport option was both possible and inconvenient, which was to say when he needed the particular privacy of moving through a city without being adjacent to other people. He sat in the back seat and watched the city go past and did not precisely think about Idris. He thought, instead, about the apology. He had been thinking about the apology for 3 years. He had rehearsed it in more configurations than he could now accurately count. In the shower, on early morning runs, on train journeys between cities, in the 10 seconds between lying down and falling asleep that were the most honest 10 seconds of any given day. He had versions that were structured and versions that weren't. Versions that led with the intelligence decision and versions that led with the relationship and versions that started somewhere else entirely because every time he tried to find the right place to begin, the rightness of it dissolved on contact. Tonight's version started with, I didn't think you would be at the summit, which was a lie, obviously. He had known Idris would be there before Henrik confirmed it. He had known because Idris was the best person for that role, and the best person always got these assignments, and because the universe had, in Bastian's experience, a particular interest in placing these two men in the same rooms. So tonight's version started with, I knew you would be there, which was true, but was also not the point, and the problem with every version of the apology was that he could never locate the point. The thing he was apologizing for had a technical element. The intelligence he had handed to a third-party broker, the operation he'd been trying to protect, the decision that had shredded Idris's clearance for 6 months and cost him a career stage he'd spent years working toward. But the technical element had never been the actual wound, or at least not the only wound. And if he apologized for the technical element without addressing the actual wound, then he'd have done the thing where you say sorry for the thing you did without saying sorry for the thing you were. He had been frightened. That was the actual wound. He had been frightened. And instead of saying, I am frightened, please help me think through this, he had made a unilateral decision in the middle of the night and had told himself it was protection, had told himself Idris would be better off far from the exposure, and had been so thoroughly convinced of this that he had not questioned it until he was standing in the wreckage, and it was far too late to explain himself in any register that would have made sense. He had not trusted Idris with his fear. He had trusted him with everything else, with his working mind, with his history, with the specific private self that he did not show in professional contexts or most personal ones. He had trusted him with the shape of him, just not with that. Tonight's version of the apology dissolved, as it always did, at approximately this juncture. Into what's the point? Into he doesn't want to hear it. Into you don't get to do this to someone and then show up 3 years later with a prepared statement and call it closure. Into, and what if he listens and it makes no difference and you've made him carry this conversation on top of everything else? Protecting him, again, by deciding in advance that he couldn't handle it. Bastian looked out the window at the streetlit city. He packed for the summit the next morning with the efficiency of a man who had been packing for conferences for a decade and had long since reduced the process to its component parts. He moved through his flat with the organized quiet of someone who lived alone and had arranged the space to require minimal maintenance. Everything in its place, everything considered, a kind of negative space in the air that he had mostly stopped noticing except on the occasions when he noticed it all at once and found it suddenly. Specifically loud. His briefcase already held a dossier. He had read it twice, annotated the relevant clauses, flagged 3 points that would need the working subgroup's attention in the first 2 days if they were going to hold the signing timeline. He was good at the work. He had always been good at the work. The work was something he could hold the shape of. He put a folded note inside the briefcase pocket, blank, in case he needed it for something. He did not know, at this stage, what he might need it for. He did it because it seemed like the kind of preparedness that you couldn't call a plan, but that was something. He zipped the bag. 7 days, he thought. He had survived worse. The thought arrived just before he left, quiet and specific, and belonging to that 10-second window of honesty before sleep that had caught up to him, somehow, in the morning. Idris Thorne. Of course. And then, underneath it, less formed, not quite a thought yet. I am not going to survive 7 days of this. He picked up his bag. He went to the summit. Chapter 4. Same room, different countries. The reception hall had been designed by someone who understood the specific grammar of international diplomacy. High ceilings to confer importance, lighting warm enough to suggest generosity without obscuring the calculation underneath, tables arranged so that no single delegation was closest to the door. It was a language Idris spoke fluently, and he read it on entry with the same automatic fluency he brought to every formal space. Exit points, sight lines, the likely traffic patterns as the room filled, the way the Aldrich delegation had already clustered near the second set of windows with the unthinking territorial instinct of people who had done this many times. He was standing near the first set of windows. He had arrived with Solene and 2 of the Aldrich junior attaches, a young man named Fidelis who had been 3 years in the service and still got visibly excited at receptions, and a woman named Mare who had been 4 years in and had achieved the resigned competence that the 5th year usually produced. They had done the necessary early circulating, the delegation head introductions, the bilateral courtesies, the particular small talk that is both meaningless and essential because it establishes you are capable of small talk, which in diplomatic contexts is evidence of a kind of social discipline that everyone present understands but no one names. He was performing this well. He was also waiting. It arrived before the footsteps, before any visual identification, before he'd located the Colvane delegation cluster in the room. It arrived the way it always had, since that first night in the hotel bar when the adjudicator had installed it and left. As pressure. The specific texture of a mind Idris had been receiving for 3 years, distinctive in the way that certain voices are distinctive even when you can't hear the words, recognizable by some quality of attention that didn't translate into language but was unmistakably itself. He's here. He's actually... And then it cut off. Not cleanly. It thinned, like a signal losing strength when something intervenes, the way radio static resolves into shape and then goes flat. Idris felt the moment Bastian recollected himself, the thought becoming deliberate, the frequency changing quality from ambient to managed. Bastian composing himself in real time, from 40 feet away, across a reception room full of people who were collectively radiating the low-grade surface noise of professional sociability. Idris kept his eyes on the window. He counted to 7. Then he turned back to the room, as though looking for Fidelis, who had drifted toward the canapes with the enthusiasm of a person for whom receptions had not yet lost their novelty, and in the process of turning, he located the Colvane cluster near the bar. Henrik Bass, tall, gray, the contained stillness of a man who has been in these rooms for 30 years and finds them interesting without finding them exciting. 2 junior attaches, Tomas Ferreira, whom Idris had identified from the briefing photographs, and who was currently listening to something with an expression of polite engagement that was fractionally more alive than the professional default. And Bastian. Idris's inventory process took approximately 3 seconds. He did it the way he did everything, without apparent effort, which was not the same as without effort. Bastian was in formal conference wear, dark jacket, white shirt, a tie that was marginally less conservative than the delegation standard, which was the kind of detail Idris noticed because he always noticed these things, because every sartorial choice was a statement, and the statement Bastian was making was I am in compliance while retaining the option of personality. He was speaking to Henrik. His posture was the particular upright ease of a man who had been trained into professional bearing and had inhabited it long enough that it was simply his. He had not looked across the room. Idris turned back to the window. From the Colvane cluster, 40 feet away, a thought arrived. Not the one Bastian was having in the conversation. That surface was professional, deliberate, the specific quality of his working attention. Underneath it, quieter in the register that was closest to the thing he was choosing not to say. He looks exactly like himself. A pause. A recalibration. God. And then the frequency closed again, Bastian pulling it back the way you pull a door shut before someone could see inside the room. Idris registered all of it without showing any of it, which was a skill he had spent 3 years developing specifically for this, and which he was, tonight, finding significantly more expensive than he'd anticipated. Solene appeared beside him with 2 glasses of water and the expression of someone who had determined, from available evidence, that they were needed. "The Calvain delegation is by the bar," she said. "I know. Bass is going to make the rounds at some point. Standard courtesy." "Yes." She handed him one of the glasses of water. "You look fine," she said, which was both observation and instruction. Fidelis is trying to explain the Northern Territorial Clause to one of the Calvain junior attaches. "Is the attaché interested?" "They appear to be managing." She looked across the room. Sebastian Lowe is a better-looking man in person than his dossier photograph suggested. Idris looked at her. "I'm just observing," she said without inflection. "Please don't." "Noted." She took a sip of her water. "He's going to make his way over here at some point. Henrik Bass will bring him." "I know. Do you want a moment to—" "No." Solene looked at him briefly with the specific quality of attention that said she had registered everything and was filing it. Then she turned back to the room and said, perfectly neutrally, "There's also a very acceptable arrangement of cheese at the far table, if you want a reason to be elsewhere when that happens." He did not want a reason to be elsewhere. He was when Bass made his way across the room 20 minutes later with the standard social architecture of 2 delegation heads in their first formal interaction. Comfortable, strategic, the kind of warmth that is professional to its foundations, but no less warm for that. Where he needed to be, which was present and composed and giving nothing away. Henrik Bass was, as advertised, excellent at this. The introduction was graceful, the bilateral pleasantries well-calibrated, and Idris answered them with matching grace because he was also excellent at this, because this was the professional idiom they both spoke, and there was something almost relaxing in the shared fluency. 2 people using the language correctly, neither reaching, neither deflecting. Bastian was on Henrik's left. Idris shook Henrik's hand, met the 2 junior attaches, and then there was a natural pause in the circuit, the kind created by the drift of conversation, and Bastian was the next person, and Idris turned. "Thorne," Bastian said. "Lowe." The register was right. Professional. Correct. The handshake was firm and brief and entirely appropriate. The eye contact held exactly as long as the situation required, and not a moment longer. They were 2 colleagues with overlapping professional histories conducting a formal introduction. Nothing in the exchange itself would have given any observer anything to note. Underneath it, his hand. "I forgot. No, I didn't. I never forgot anything about this." The frequency shutting down like a tap turned off. Bastian's face absolutely settled, absolutely composed. Idris's hands were very still. They spoke, briefly, about the Northern Territorial Clause, a topic safe enough to be entirely professional, important enough to be substantive, and conveniently shared territory between their delegations' remits. Idris tracked Bastian's working mind with the particular attention of someone who had been receiving it for 3 years without Bastian's knowledge. The precision of his phrasing, the way he framed a contested position as a question rather than statement, the tell that Idris had identified in the first year of their relationship and had been watching ever since. The question as vulnerability. The question as "I don't know how to say this directly, but I need to understand where you stand." Bastian said, "The Aldrich position on the western boundary marker has a lot of interpretive flexibility built in. I'd expect that's deliberate," which meant, "I'm uncertain, I'm feeling for the edge." Idris said, "The drafting allows for flexibility. Whether the delegation plans to use it is another question." Which meant, "You're right, I see it, and I'm not going to answer you yet." They were, he reflected, speaking a language that no one else in the room had the translation for. The conversation concluded with the natural ease of 2 professionals who know when to let a first exchange find its own end. Henrik steered the delegation group onward. Idris watched them go, the peripheral professional watching, the kind that looks like nothing. Bastian did not look back. His thoughts, as he walked away, were very carefully blank. Idris turned back to the window and let the city outside be something to look at. Solene appeared beside him again, with the wordless efficiency of someone who has decided that the cheese table can wait. She said nothing. He was grateful for this. The reception continued for another hour and 40 minutes. He did his job with the quiet competence that everyone expected of him, and he managed 6 more bilateral conversations, and he ate something he didn't taste, and he listened to Fidelis explain the Northern Territorial Clause to 2 different people and improve the explanation each time, and he was, by all external measures, completely fine. At some point, the Calvain delegation departed in the polite, coordinated way of groups that have a delegation head who considers public exits part of the professional presentation. Idris tracked it in his peripheral vision, which was not the same as watching. Bastian left with the group. His thoughts, as they moved toward the exit, with a careful blankness of a man who had decided he was managing and was managing very hard. And then, as the distance increased and the signal thinned, I'm not going to survive 7 days of this. Landing in Idris's skull, 3 floors above him. Later, in his room, standing at the window, with the quiet accuracy of something that has been traveling a long way and has finally arrived where it was always going. He stood at the window for a while. Then he made tea and read the briefing again, and went to bed at midnight with the composed efficiency of a man who has a working session at 8 in the morning and has every intention of being exactly what the situation requires. He was very good at this. He was getting tired of being very good at this. Chapter 5. What he already knows. Day 2 arrived the way days arrive in diplomatic settings, without ceremony, but with an agenda. Idris was in the working session room by 7:50, which was 10 minutes before required because he had been awake since 5 and had used the intervening time to read the contested clause documentation twice and drink 2 cups of tea and make a number of observations in a margin of his working copy that he would convert into a position brief before lunch. The room was standard conference configuration. Long table, projected agenda on the wall at the far end, the anonymous competence of a professionally managed event space. The water pitchers were already filled. The notepads were already placed. Someone had arranged a small bowl of mints at the center of the table with the particular optimism of catering staff everywhere. He sat 3 seats from the end that would be farthest from the door. This was a habit, not paranoia, just preference. He liked to see the room fill. He liked to watch people choose their seats. The Aldrich delegates arrived in the order he'd come to predict. Marat first, who always arrived early and immediately organized her materials with the efficiency of someone who found comfort in preparation. Then Fidelis, still with the energetic interest of someone who had not yet had enough summits to find them routine. Then the technical advisors whose names he was still indexing. Solene arrived at 8:02 with a coffee sheet sourced from somewhere better than the conference catering, looked at the agenda on the wall, made 1 annotation in the margin of her notes, and sat. The Calvain delegation entered at 8:05. Henrik first, then the junior attaches, then Tomas, who had Idris noticed a small paper bag from a bakery somewhere that he distributed to his immediate neighbors at the table with the unassuming generosity of a man who considers this a reasonable thing to bring to a working session. Then Bastian. Idris was looking at his notes when Bastian entered. He looked at them for 2 seconds after, enough time for the frequency to settle, for the signal to differentiate itself from the ambient room noise, for him to identify the quality of attention that was Bastian specifically. Professional this morning. Focused. The particular surface of a working mind that has turned itself toward a problem and is running calculations. He looked up. The room was full. He arranged his face into the appropriate register. Present, engaged, none of the rest of it, and the session began. The contested clause was Article 12, subsection C, the territorial demarcation language around the western boundary marker that both delegations had been, for the past 8 months, describing as a drafting ambiguity while meaning, in their respective back channels, 2 entirely different things. Idris had the Aldrich interpretation committed to memory and had spent the previous evening mapping the likely Calvain position, which was more flexible in some areas than the official language suggested and significantly less flexible in others. He said very little in the first 40 minutes. This was deliberate. He preferred to map the room before he moved in it, and the session's early exchanges were useful data on positions, register, and which of the Colvane delegates was most likely to reach for compromise when the framing changed. He noted, Henrik was listening more than speaking, which meant he was gathering information and had not yet deployed his real position. Tomas was taking notes with the organized efficiency of someone who had a specific function in this room and was executing it without flourish. And Bastian was... Idris's attention snagged. Bastian was at his left and 3 seats down, which put him in Idris's sight line without being directly in it. He was being exactly what the session required. Precise, useful, the kind of delegate who elevates the quality of discussion by listening as carefully as he speaks. His working mind had the particular quality Idris had registered every time he'd seen Bastian in professional contexts. A kind of architectural interest, the sense of someone who approached a contested problem the way a structural engineer approaches a load-bearing calculation, looking for where the weight actually falls rather than where it appears to. And underneath it, in the register that the ability delivered whether Idris was ready or not. He hasn't looked at me once. Not directed anywhere. Not at Idris specifically. Just Bastian, noting a fact about himself, turning the thought over with the specific quality of attention he gave to things he was not sure how to categorize. He's working, right? We're both working. That's what this is. A pause. Then, he changed his watch. Idris looked at his notes. There was the specific, involuntary intimacy of it. Not a strategic thought, not anything Bastian had chosen to have. Just the small mechanical noticing of a person whose attention had, for one unguarded moment, moved in a direction he hadn't planned for. The watch was in fact a different one, a narrow-faced thing he'd bought 6 months ago to replace one that had broken, practical rather than significant, and Bastian was sitting 3 seats away thinking about Idris's watch and trying, with visible internal effort, not to be doing that. The session continued. Idris contributed when he had something worth contributing, which was not infrequently. The northern boundary documentation had 3 points of actual ambiguity that he'd identified, and he raised them with the specific calm of someone who is not trying to score a point, but to locate the real difficulty, which was a quality he'd been told more than once produced a particular effect in working sessions. It produced an effect now. Henrik looked at him with the measured attention of a man recalibrating an assessment. Tomas made a note, and Bastian, across the table, went very slightly still in the particular way of someone who has heard something that requires thought and is temporarily pausing everything else. Idris did not let himself look at him directly. The break arrived at 10:15. The room shifted into the more relaxed configuration of delegates who have been professional for 2 hours and are now being professionally social about the coffee situation. Idris poured himself water, exchanged 2 brief sentences with Marate about the boundary documentation, and was in the process of returning to his notes when Bastian appeared at the table 3 feet to his left. Not approaching, just at the table. Near enough that Idris's peripheral vision registered the specific lean of him as he collected his own coffee. The ambiguity in the northern marker language, Bastian said, without looking at Idris, his attention on the coffee. The Aldrich drafting team has read it as deliberately inclusive, but the Colvane team's initial read was that it was an oversight. It wasn't an oversight, Idris said. No. Bastian turned the coffee in his hand, once. The phrasing in the second paragraph, the relative clause. That's load-bearing. It is. A pause. Across the room, someone laughed. The break's ambient noise filled the space between them. It'll come up in the subgroup, Bastian said. Yes, Idris agreed. Bastian nodded once. He moved back to his section of the table. The exchange had lasted approximately 40 seconds and had been, from any observable angle, a brief professional discussion about treaty language. 2 delegates identifying a shared technical point. Nothing to note. Idris stood at the table and looked at his water glass and did not do what he was doing, which was listening to Bastian 3 feet away, having a thought that arrived with the specific texture of something held tightly, and then, for a moment, not. He always did that. Found the thing that was actually holding the weight and put his hand on it before anyone else noticed it was there. The thought closed. The professional surface came back. Idris poured his water. The second half of the morning session went precisely as the first had. He did his work. He said the things worth saying. He watched the room with the specific quality of attention that he had been told was quietly unsettling to people who didn't know him and was, to the people who did, simply the way he engaged with information. He managed the ability with the careful attention that he developed over 3 years. Not searching, not directing, receiving what arrived, and filing it at whatever distance he could maintain. The filing was, today, harder than usual. After the session, the delegations dispersed toward lunch in a loose configuration of people who have been in a room together for 4 hours and have developed enough collegial warmth to navigate the transition informally. Idris remained in the room after the Colvane delegation had left, rearranging his notes into a preliminary position brief with the systematic focus of a man for whom the work is, reliably, the thing that holds. Soline came back for her notebook. She looked at him for a moment. Just looked, that particular quality of attention that she had cultivated into something that was less like a question and more like an open door. He said nothing. She picked up her notebook. "He's good in a session," she said neutrally. "Yes." The way he handled the clause interpretation when Marate pushed back on it. "I know. I was there." A pause. Soline examined her notebook, which did not require examination. "You went very still for a moment. After the break. I was thinking, of course." She moved toward the door. Then, at the threshold, "Lunch is in 20 minutes. The Eastern Terrace. Apparently, it's not raining." She left. Idris sat with his notes. He thought about calling Priya. He thought about it with the specific consideration of a man weighing whether the action would cost more than it resolved, because calling Priya would require him to have something to say, and having something to say required naming what was happening, and naming what was happening required admitting that the architecture he'd spent 3 years building was, as of approximately 48 hours ago, developing visible strain. He picked up his phone. He found her contact, Dr. Nath, professional. He looked at the name. He put his phone back down. He got his notes in order. He made himself a position brief that was tight, accurate, and usefully arranged. He did his job with the competence that was, and always had been, the most reliable thing about him. From somewhere in the building, distance muddying the signal, walls absorbing the frequency, Bastian somewhere he couldn't see, a thought arrived. Quieter than the mornings. Less formed. The specific texture of something Bastian was having between other thoughts, the kind that arrives when you're doing something mundane and the thought underneath surfaces because you stop managing it for a moment. The voice in Idris's head, unhelpful and precise, in Priya's register. You're using clarity as a substitute for courage. He disagreed. Out loud, to the empty room, he said, "No, I'm not." The empty room did not respond. He picked up his phone again. Priya's contact on the screen. 3 years, and the number hadn't changed, and she'd sent that message 3 months ago, and he hadn't answered. He thought about what he would say. He thought about the way she asked questions, not pointed questions, just precise ones, the kind that sound like they're about one thing until you're lying awake at 2 in the morning understanding that they were about something else entirely. He put the phone in his pocket. He made himself another cup of tea from the side table the catering staff had left, because there was something about the specific ritual of it, the water temperature, the 2 minutes of steeping, the small management of an achievable task, that he found useful when other things were not. He drank the tea. He was not using clarity as a substitute for courage. He was using it as a tool, which was different, which was appropriate, which was a reasonable professional application of an ability he had not asked for and had spent 3 years learning to control. He was absolutely, completely not using it as armor. He finished the tea. He went to lunch. Chapter 6. The Architecture of an Apology. The current version of the apology had an introduction, 3 main sections, and a conclusion that he'd rewritten so many times it no longer meant anything. This was the problem with practice language. It wore smooth with handling. It became the shape of the thing without the weight of it. And if Bastian had learned anything in 4 years of diplomacy, it was that people could tell the difference between a position someone held in a position someone had rehearsed until it sounded like holding. He was in his room on the evening of day 2, jacket off, sitting at the small desk that all conference hotel rooms provided for the optimistic fiction that their guests would work there rather than on the bed. He was not working. He was looking at the wall above the desk, which was occupied by a print of a city he didn't recognize. Generic skyline, warm filter, the kind of art chosen to offend no one, and running the apology again the way he had been running it, in various configurations for 3 years. It had started simpler. In the first months, it had been pure explanation. The intelligence, the operation, the specific decision point, the reasoning. He had wanted, at first, to explain, to have the facts exist somewhere outside his own skull, where Idris could look at them and reach his own conclusions. He had thought, at first, that explanation was what was owed. Then he had understood, slowly, and with the particular slowness of someone who is reluctant to understand something, that explanation was not the thing at all. Explanation was the scaffolding around the thing. The thing was something else, smaller, less defensible, more personal. The thing was that he had been frightened, and instead of saying so, he had built a structure around his fear and called it strategy, and then made a decision that had cost Idris 6 months of his career and a year of his sense of himself. And the decision had not been wrong. Exactly. The operation had required the intelligence. There had been no other viable path. But the decision had been made in the wrong way by the wrong method, which was alone and in the middle of the night without, telling the person most affected that there was a decision to be made. He had not trusted Idris with the fear. That was the sentence at the center of all of it. He had arrived at it in the second year, at 3 in the morning in a hotel room in Lisbon, and it had landed with the particular force of true things that had been resisted for too long. He had built the apology around it now, over the top of all the previous scaffolding, and the result was something that was more honest than any earlier version and also more damning, because the honest version made it clear that the damage had not been an accident or an oversight, but the direct product of the most private shape of his failure. The introduction went, "I need to tell you something I should have told you 3 years ago, and what follows is not a defense." He had tried 7 different ways to open it. This was currently the least wrong. The first section was the facts. He could do facts. Facts were the part he could say without his voice changing, because they were external to him, because they were verifiable, because they lived in documents and not in his body. The second section was the interpretation. This was harder. This was the section that required him to say, "I told myself I was protecting you. I was protecting myself. I was afraid that if I showed you the fear, you would help me with it. And then I would have been someone who needed help." And he stopped. That was the sentence he could never finish. He had tried, in various drafts over 3 years, to finish it. And then I would have been someone who needed help. And what? He had always told himself it was about weakness, that he had some calcified idea of what it meant to need something from another person. But sitting with it now, on day 2 of a summit, where Idris was 40 meters away and had looked at him across a working session table and said things with a precision that made Bastian want to sit very still until the feeling passed, he understood that the word at the end of that sentence was not weakness. It was deserving. And then I would have been someone who needed help, and I didn't know if I deserved to be helped by you. He sat with that for a long moment. That was it. That was the thing he had never been able to put his hand on. He had loved Idris with the specific intensity of someone who had not, before, understood that he was capable of this kind of loving, this particular quality of wanting to be known. And he had also, at the same time, operated on a baseline assumption that there was a version of this love that would last only until Idris understood him clearly enough, and the unilateral decision had been, in the darkest, honest part of it, a way of ensuring that clarity never arrived. If he handled the thing himself, if he held the fear alone, if he never showed it, then Idris would never have the information required to make the assessment that would confirm what Bastian had always privately suspected, that he was the kind of person someone eventually left. His father would have found this analysis interesting and would not have understood the problem. His father had handled everything alone. His father had called this love. There was a knock at the door. Bastian looked at it for a moment, then at the apology's introduction still running in his head, the 7 different openings, none of them right. And then he got up and opened the door. Tomas was in the corridor holding a paper bag in one hand, and what appeared to be a very specific kind of almond pastry in the other, partially eaten, and wearing the expression of someone who has decided that dropping by is a reasonable and natural thing to do. "I found a bakery," Tomas said. "You always find a bakery," Bastian said. He stepped back to let him in. "It's a talent." Tomas set the bag on the desk with the air of someone completing a mission. "There are 4 in there. You should eat 2, at minimum, because you had approximately nothing at dinner." "I ate at dinner." "You moved food around on your plate in a way that strongly suggested you were thinking about something else." Tomas sat in the room's only armchair with the unassuming ease of a man who considers chairs a communal resource. "The Northern Clause briefing's done, by the way. I sent it to Henrik an hour ago." "Thank you. The Aldrich position is going to be interesting." Their liaison, Thorne, flagged the relative clause in the second paragraph today. The one Henrik, and I thought was decorative. Bastian got the pastries out of the bag. "It's not decorative." "No, he's right." Tomas took a sip of whatever he was drinking, which Bastian now noticed was coffee at 9 in the evening, which was a Tomas-specific relationship with his own circadian rhythm. "He's very good. I'd read the reports, but he's better in a room." "He is," Bastian said. There was a brief pause, which Tomas let exist without rushing it, which was one of his more reliable qualities. "He's also completely unbothered by you," Tomas said, in the tone of someone observing weather, "which I expect is either exactly as bad as it looks or significantly worse." Bastian looked at him. "I'm just noting," Tomas said. "I'm not," he stopped. Started again. "I'm managing the professional overlap fine." "I know you are. You're excellent at professional. It's the other part I'm thinking about." Tomas looked at the pastry in his hand with the studiousness of someone buying time. "You've been carrying an apology around for 3 years." Bastian was quiet. "I've never asked about it directly," Tomas said. "I know you prefer it that way. But we're 7 days in a building together, and he's 40 meters across the hotel, and I am, in my own quiet way, watching you manage yourself into a knot about it." He ate a piece of pastry. "It seems like the kind of thing that might benefit from actually being done. Apologies are more complicated than that. Most things people call complicated are mostly just frightening." Bastian looked at him. Tomas looked back with the amiable patience of a man who has made his observation and is now simply present with its consequences. "What if it makes things worse?" Bastian said. "For him, he's rebuilt his career. He's fine. He's clearly fine. What if I walk into that with what is essentially my need to have said it, and I make him carry this conversation on top of everything else I've already made him carry?" Tomas considered this with the genuine thoughtfulness he brought to things he was taking seriously. "That's a reasonable concern," he said. "It's also the same logic as not telling him in the first place. The same protection, the same decision made about what he can handle." The room was quiet for a moment. "I know," Bastian said. "I know you know." Tomas stood, which was how he ended conversations. Not abruptly, just with the decisive ease of someone who has said what they came to say and sees no reason to extend past that. "Eat the pastries." He moved to the door, then paused with the particular quality of someone who has one more thing and is deciding whether it's the right moment. He apparently decided it was. "I used to think that being useful to people was the same thing as being known by them," he said. "I was wrong about that. It took me a while." He opened the door. "Good night." He left. Bastian stood in the room with the pastries and the apologies introduction still running and the particular silence of a space recently vacated by someone who has said the true thing and is decent enough not to watch you process it. He thought about his father. He thought about the specific way his father had moved through their household, efficient, managing, handling every hard thing on behalf of everyone else, and calling it care. He thought about how he had admired this growing up, the man who never asked for help, the man who never showed the weight of the thing. He had taken it in so completely that it had become the structure of how he loved. Shield them. Handle it. Protect them from the exposure. Never let them see that the protection costs something. Never let them know that you're afraid. He sat back down at the desk. He did not run the apology. He sat with what he would actually say if there were no prepared language, If he had to walk into a corridor at some point in the next 5 days and say the true thing without the scaffolding around it, without the 3 main sections and the rewritten conclusion and the 7 different openings. I was afraid, he thought, and I handled it badly because I was afraid of being someone who needed you. And I am very sorry, and I know that isn't the point. He did not know what the point was. He ate the pastries. At the door, Henrik's voice from the day's briefing came back to him. Not a full sentence, just a fragment of the end of a conversation in which Henrik had said something Bastian had been turning over since. The Aldrich delegation is sending their best. The implication had been professional. The sound of it had been something else. He knows, Bastian thought. He has known something for a while. He didn't pursue the thought. He was too tired, and the pastries were very good, and he had, somewhere in the past hour, stopped running the practiced apology for the first time in 3 years without replacing it with anything and found that the silence that followed was not, as he had always feared, emptiness. It was just a space he hadn't cleared before. Chapter 7. He chooses the harder room. The subgroup request was submitted at 7:41 in the morning on day 3, which was early enough that it registered as the first item in the summit coordinator's inbox when she arrived at 8, and therefore early enough that it would be processed before the opening plenary, which meant that by 9:30, when the plenary broke into working tracks, the subgroup on the contested northern boundary language was confirmed. Its membership was set, and Idris had, in the language of the official notification, been listed as lead liaison for the Aldrich delegation. He had nominated himself. He had nominated himself at 7:41 in the morning after lying awake from 4:15 until 6, then sleeping for an hour, then waking with the particular clarity of someone whose unconscious has been working on a problem while the rest of them rested and has arrived, in the morning, at a conclusion. The conclusion was not, he told himself, that he wanted to be in a small room with Bastian for the next 4 days. The conclusion was that the northern boundary language required a focused working track with the right people, that the contested clause needed someone on the Aldrich side who had read the documentation thoroughly and understood where the load-bearing ambiguities were, and that he was, objectively, that person. This was all true. It was not the whole truth, and he was aware of this. And he submitted the nomination anyway at 7:41 in the morning with the composed efficiency of a man who has decided that professional necessity is an adequate container for more complicated motivations and is going to keep deciding this until further notice. Solene looked at the notification when it arrived in her inbox. She looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at Idris across the table in the delegation's morning briefing and said nothing, which was, coming from Solene, an extremely articulate response. The northern clause needs dedicated attention, he said. I know, she said. The Aldrich position is the most technically complex of the 3. Idris. He looked at her. I said I know, she said, in exactly the same tone as before, which was neutral and precise, and contained within it the same open door it always contained. The subgroup format makes sense. I'll handle the Aldrich position on the maritime annex. Thank you. Of course. She made a note. The subgroup has 4 members. Sebastian Lowe and a junior attaché from Calvain. We're sending you and Fidelis. He had known this would be the configuration. Bass would want his most capable person on the contested clause, which was Bastian, and would pair him with a junior as documentation support. The Aldrich delegation lead had given him the same latitude. For people, a small room. Shared work on a problem that genuinely mattered, which was either the most convenient framing he'd ever given himself or simply true. Probably, he conceded both. The subgroup room was on the 3rd floor of the conference venue, smaller than the main session rooms, with a window that looked onto an internal courtyard and a table size for 8 that the 4 of them would occupy approximately 1/4 of. Idris arrived first, which was his habit, and arranged his materials on the end nearest the window. Fidelis arrived next, with the eager competence of someone who had understood that being assigned to the subgroup was an opportunity and intended to take it seriously. The Calvain junior attaché, a young woman named Liesel, Idris had looked her up the previous evening, arrived third and set herself up with the quiet efficiency of someone who had done this before and was not going to make a production of it. Bastian arrived last, which was unusual. He had the quality of someone who had been managing something on the way up and had therefore been later than he intended. He came in with his materials and his coffee and the specific composure of someone who has put a face on and is wearing it correctly, and he sat diagonally across from Idris at the table, which was the maximum comfortable distance given the configuration, and opened his dossier. "Morning," he said to the room. "Morning," Idris said. Fidelis and Liesel said, "Good morning," in the overlapping way of junior professionals who are watching their seniors and taking cues. They began. The work was genuinely good. This was the part that Idris had not fully anticipated. Not the proximity, not the managed frequency of Bastian's surface thoughts arriving across the table at intervals, but the specific quality of working alongside someone whose professional mind he had always, even at the worst of it, found excellent. They had worked together before, early on, in the overlap between their respective postings, and he had known then what Bastian was in a technical working context. Precise, inventive, the kind of person who looked at a binary problem and found a third option that everyone else had already decided wasn't there. He was doing it now. The contested language in the Northern Boundary Clause had 3 distinct ambiguities, and the official positions of both delegations had been, for 8 months, treating them as a single problem when they were actually 3 separate ones with different solutions. Bastian identified this in the first 40 minutes of the session with the quiet directness of someone who has been looking at the problem from a different angle and has finally found the thing everyone else missed. "If we disaggregate the clause," he said, "the language in Section C doesn't need to change. The interpretation conflict is in Section C is fine as written." Idris looked at the clause. He had read it 14 times. He had been reading Section C as the problem because Section C was the most obviously ambiguous. The relative clause, the interpretive flexibility Bastian himself had flagged at the reception. But Bastian was right. Section C's flexibility was designed. Section A's ambiguity was different in character. Not deliberate inclusion, but genuine oversight, a drafting gap that both delegations had been arguing through instead of around. The bridge language would go in Section, Idris said. Not a rewrite, an addition. 2 sentences, maybe 3. 1, if we're precise. Bastian looked at him. Briefly, the specific quality of glance that passes between 2 people who are doing something well together and both know it. It lasted approximately a second. Fidelis was writing very quickly. They spent the next 2 hours doing the detailed work. The language, the phrasing, the testing of each proposed addition against the other sections of the accord to ensure nothing inadvertently contradicted what had already been agreed. Idris led the Aldrich position with the clarity and composure that the subgroup's format required, and Bastian matched him from the Colvane side, and the work between them was, the word that arrived, which he did not examine, was efficient. The word underneath that, which he examined briefly and then filed, was familiar. Underneath the professional surface, in the register the ability delivered. He still does this. The thing where he considers something for exactly as long as it needs considering and then stops. Everyone else in the room is still deciding. He's already there. Idris kept his attention on the clause. They broke at noon. Liesel and Fidelis went to the delegate lunch. Bastian gathered his materials with the practiced ease of a man who has been ending meetings for years and has developed an exit routine that is polite without being extended. Idris was annotating a final note at the bottom of his copy of the clause language when he registered that the room had not, in fact, fully emptied. He looked up. Bastian was standing at the table, not in the process of leaving, looking at the annotated clause text with the specific quality of someone who has been about to do something and has not yet done it. He had his jacket in one hand and his dossier under his arm, and he was reading, or appearing to read, the clause language that they had both spent the morning on. Idris waited. He was, as he had established, good at waiting. The room was quiet in the specific way of a working space recently emptied. The ambient noise of the building around them, muffled, the kind of functional quiet that makes the distance between 2 people feel like a choice rather than a circumstance. Bastian thought. He always did this, sat with a problem until it solved itself. Everyone else leaves. He stays. Not directed at Idris. Just Bastian, noting a pattern, the way someone notes a fact about a person they know well in the specific part of their mind that holds the things they know so, well, they don't bother to track them consciously. Idris's hands came together once under the table, briefly, and released. The tell he had never been able to train out of himself because he had not, until 3 years ago, admitted it was a tell. The addition to Section A, he said. Bastian looked up. It'll need the delegation heads to sign off before we can table it formally, Idris said. Bass and Aldrich lead both. Yes. Bastian's voice was level. I'll take it to Henrik tonight. I'll take it to ours. A pause. The building hummed. Outside, in the courtyard below the window, a maintenance worker was moving something from one side to the other, unhurried, a task visible but not audible. Good session, Bastian said. Yes, Idris agreed. Bastian left. Not quickly, just with the natural ease of someone whose exit had been waiting and had now arrived. The door closed behind him. Idris sat for a moment with the annotated clause text and the quiet room and the faint residue of the frequency, which had gone ambient again, thinned by distance. He should go to lunch. He had things to do in the afternoon, a bilateral with the Aldrich delegation's maritime lead, a position brief to draft, a call with London he'd been postponing since Tuesday. He stayed in the subgroup room for another 4 minutes. He was not sitting with the problem until it solved itself. He was simply not leaving yet. That was different. That was a man eating his lunch in a convenient location. That was professional. He gathered his materials. He was doing this deliberately. He was choosing, with full awareness of what he was choosing, to be in proximity to Sebastian Lowe for the next 4 days in a small room with a task that required genuine engagement. He was choosing it because the Northern Clause needed it, and also because some part of him, the part he had been quarantining behind careful architecture for 3 years, was tired of holding the inventory at arm's length. 3 years of another man's interior life, landing in his skull without consent, and he had been treating it all this time like classified documents. Filed, behind glass, not acted on, not weaponized, not done anything with except carry. He was tired of only carrying. He did not know, yet, what the alternative was. He did not have a plan, a direction, anything so concrete as an intention. He had, at this particular moment, a willingness that he had not had 2 days ago, which was either progress or the first step toward a disaster he was walking into with both eyes open. He picked up his bag. Both eyes open, he thought was at least honest. He went to lunch. Chapter 8. What Tomas Knows About Carrying Things. The restaurant was the kind of place that exists in every conference city within a 20-minute walk of the main venue, serving food that is reliably good without being remarkable and wine that is adequate and priced to suggest is slightly better than adequate. Bastian had been to versions of this restaurant in 7 different countries. He had a complicated fondness for them. Tomas had found it naturally. Tomas had a gift for locating the specific tier of restaurant that was neither the tourist trap nor the expense account showcase, but the third option, the place that the people who actually lived in the city used when they wanted something decent without a performance around it. He had appeared in Bastian's doorway at 6:30 with the paper bag empty this time and the expression of a man who has a plan. Dinner, Tomas had said. I have the clause edition to take to Henrik. You sent it to Henrik at 4:15. He acknowledged it at 4:47. Tomas had clearly been watching the delegation's message thread with the peripheral attention of someone who considers group logistics his personal responsibility. He's having dinner with the Aldrich delegation lead and 2 of the cultural advisors, which you also know because you confirmed his schedule this morning. Bastian had looked at him. Dinner, Tomas had said again, holding the door open. The restaurant was called something in the local language that neither of them had quite got, and they were at a corner table with adequate light and the ambient noise of a room at 2/3 capacity, which was the ideal noise level for a conversation that was nominally about logistics and was, Bastian understood by the time they had ordered, going to be about something else. It usually was. This was one of the things about Tomas that Bastian had taken 2 years to fully calibrate. The man's capacity for appearing to talk about one thing while actually talking about another was considerable, and it was entirely without guile. He wasn't performing in direction, He genuinely found that important things were easier to arrive at when there was something mundane to aim at first. Like a man who looks at a point slightly to the left of the thing he's actually looking at and finds he can see it more clearly. The Claus edition is good, Tomas said, reading the wine list with the focus of someone who takes this seriously. Thorne's edition. One sentence. Precise. We both wrote it. You found the problem. He found the language. Tomas looked up. That's an interesting working dynamic. It's a standard working dynamic. It's a remarkably comfortable one for two people who have a history. He said this the way he said everything that mattered. Lightly, without drama, in the same register he used for logistical updates. Which you do. Bastian looked at the menu. I'm not asking you to detail it, Tomas said. I've never asked you to detail it. I'm just observing that you have been in a small room with this man for 8 hours over 2 days, and you have been, from what I can see, entirely professional, and also the particular kind of professional that requires significant energy to maintain. Diplomacy requires significant energy. Yes, this is different. The server came. They ordered. Tomas with the enthusiasm of a man who has done his research. Bastian with the practical efficiency of someone who is not. Tonight, going to pretend food is interesting when other things are occupying more of his attention. The server left. You're going to let him leave, Tomas said. Bastian looked up. At the end of the week, Tomas turned his water glass once. You're going to decide that the professional proximity was sufficient, that you had a good working session, that you managed the whole thing admirably, and you're going to let him get on the morning flight without saying what you've been not saying for 3 years. And then you're going to be fine about it in the particular way you're fine about things, which is, he considered impressively thorough, but not actually fine. You've been carrying an apology around for 3 years like it's a classified document, Tomas continued quietly, and the only person with the clearance is sitting 40 meters away. Bastian was silent for a moment. You said something like that last night. I said it less specifically last night. I wanted to see if you'd think about it. I thought about it. And it's more complicated than delivering it. He turned his own glass. Apologies are a form of asking something. I'd be asking him to take time and attention and emotional labor that he doesn't owe me in order to receive something that benefits me and calling it amends. He stopped. That's not the only way to read it. It's a legitimate way. It's also a very sophisticated way of justifying not doing anything. Tomas said this without edge, as observation rather than criticism. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's one of the ways you can look at it. There are other ways, such as, he's a person who worked alongside you for years and who deserved to know the truth about why things ended the way they did, and giving him that truth, even imperfectly, even incompletely, is not a burden to him. It's a fact that belongs to both of you. The food arrived. Bastian looked at it, then ate some of it, because Tomas had specifically ensured that he would eat this evening, and he was not going to waste the effort. What if it makes things worse? He said. What if it doesn't? What if he stopped? He looks fine. He is fine. He's clearly. Bastian. Tomas's voice was gentle. You look fine for 3 years, too. The restaurant went on around them. A couple at the next table were having a conversation about something neither of them looked interested in. Someone near the door laughed. Ordinary evening noise in a city that was indifferent to the particular weight of what two people were carrying in a corner table. I know, Bastian said. Eventually. I know you know. Tomas ate something with evident satisfaction, and then for a while simply let the silence be what it was, which was a silence between two people who had said the things that needed saying and were now in the comfortable territory of having said them. Near the end of the meal, after they had moved through food and a second glass of wine and a brief, easier conversation about the summit's likely signing timeline, Tomas said, with the studiedness of someone consulting a dessert menu, I used to think being useful to someone was the same as being known by them. Bastian looked at him. It isn't, Tomas said, still looking at the menu. They overlap, but they're different. You can be very useful to someone for a long time and still not have let them know you. He set the menu down. I confused them for a while. The usefulness felt like closeness, and it is a kind of closeness, but it doesn't run in both directions if you only ever offer one of them. He looked up, and there was something in his expression that was less like the Tomas who appeared in doorways with snacks, and more like the Tomas underneath that, who noticed everything and chose carefully what to say with what he'd noticed. The people worth being known by aren't frightened of the cost of it. Bastian was quiet. That's all, Tomas said, and looked at the menu again. I'm getting the almond thing. Do you want anything? No, Bastian said. Thank you. For the almond thing. For all of it. Tomas waved this off with the ease of a man who is comfortable being thanked and has no intention of making a ceremony of it. The almond thing is excellent. You should reconsider. Bastian reconsidered. He got the almond thing. On the walk back to the hotel, he thought about his father. He had been thinking about his father more in the past 2 days than he had in the preceding year, which was information about something. His father had been a man of enormous capability and very careful love. The love had been real. Bastian had never doubted this, had never doubted the intention behind any of it. His father had loved his family with the same thoroughness he brought to everything else, efficiently, competently, ahead of the problem. He had anticipated needs before they were voiced and resolved difficulties before they were felt and managed the difficult parts, so quietly that the people he loved had sometimes not known there were difficult parts. He had called this protection. Bastian had called it protection too. For years, he had taken it in so completely. The specific architecture of love as management, love as shielding, love as the steady, unacknowledged work of ensuring that the people you care about are never exposed to the things you're afraid of, that he had not understood it was a model until he had tried to build a relationship on it and watched it fail in the specific way of structures built on the wrong foundation. Not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly and then completely in the kind of collapse that looks like the building was always going to fall. He had not told Idris he was afraid. He had not told anyone he was afraid, because his father had never told anyone he was afraid, and you could not identify the pattern you were inside until you were outside it. He was, he thought, beginning to be outside it. Just barely. The hotel appeared at the end of the street. Above it, the lights of the upper floors. Idris was up there, 3 floors above, where Bastian's room was doing something Bastian couldn't know, reading probably, or making tea with a specific ritual quality he brought to it, or standing at a window the way he stood at windows, deciding whether they were worth the trouble. He had always been worth the trouble. Bastian had never told him that, either. He went inside. He took the stairs. He passed his own floor and went up one more to Henrik's door and knocked. Henrik answered almost immediately, which meant he had either been working or had been awake and waiting for something, both of which were equally plausible. He looked at Bastian with the patience of a man who is unsurprised by late evening arrivals and finds them professionally appropriate. The clause addition, Bastian said. I want to walk you through the reasoning. I've read it, Henrik said. It's correct. A pause. Gomein. Bastian came in. Henrik's room was the delegation head configuration, which meant it had a proper desk and a sitting area, and Henrik directed him to the sitting area with the practiced hospitality of a man who has been having these conversations in hotel rooms for 30 years. He made 2 cups of tea, without asking, because Henrik was from a generation that considered this a fundamental courtesy, and handed one to Bastian and sat in the chair across from him with the settled quality of someone who is all the time available. The addition is good, Henrik said. Both delegations' leads will approve it. It's the right solution. Yes. You and Thorne worked well today. Bastian held the tea. We did. Henrik looked at him. Then he said, with the careful specificity of someone who has chosen their words over a long period of time and has decided this is the moment to use them. I know what happened 3 years ago. Not the official version. Bastian went still. I've known for 2 years, Henrik said. I didn't. I told myself I was giving you room to manage it. I was not asking the questions I should have asked at the time. He turned his teacup once. That was a mistake. My silence wasn't neutral. I understand that now. He looked at Bastian with the directness of a man who has been practicing this and does not want it to land as an accusation. I'm telling you now because the week is almost half over, and I have been waiting too long already. Henrik, you don't have to say anything. Henrik's voice was even, unhurried. I'm not here for a conversation about it. I'm telling you because you should know that I know, and that I should have asked, and that not asking was its own kind of harm. He set his tea down. What would I have done differently? He seemed to consider it as though Bastian had asked, which he hadn't yet. I would have asked you whether you were afraid, and then I would have waited for an honest answer. The room was quiet. I would have been afraid of the question, Bastian said. I know, Henrik said. That's why I would have waited. They finished the tea. They spoke, briefly, about the summit's remaining timeline. Henrik walked him to the door with the easy courtesy he brought to everything, and at the door he said nothing further about Idris, which was its own kind of permission, the space to carry it without being pressed. Bastian went back to his room. He sat at the desk. He did not run the apology. He did not reach for the practice language, the 3 main sections, the 7 different openings. He thought about what he would actually say, not the structure of it, just the thing itself, in the unpolished way of something that has not been trained into shape. I was afraid, he thought, and I didn't tell you. And I'm sorry. He thought, I don't know if that's enough. I think it might not be. He thought, I'm going to say it anyway. He held that for a long time. The practiced apology had dissolved. In its place was something smaller and less finished and more honest. Not a position, not a defense, not even quite a plan. Just a direction and the knowledge that he was, finally, done deciding in advance what it could and couldn't accomplish. He was going to say it. He did not know when. He did not know how it would land. He had stopped trying to calculate the outcome. He went to sleep for the first time in several days, without rehearsing anything at all. Chapter 9. The Language Between Lines. Day 4 arrived with the specific quality of Summit's middle days. The opening formalities resolved, the signing ceremony still far enough away to feel theoretical, and the working sessions at the point of density where real things started happening. The preliminary positions had been tested. The easy agreements had been agreed. What remained was the contested ground, which was where the work actually lived. Idris was in the subgroup room by 8. This was, he acknowledged, 20 minutes earlier than necessary. He was not waiting. He was reading the annotated clause text one more time, which was substantive and appropriate preparation, and the fact that the annotated clause text was something he had already read 14 times and could reconstruct from memory without the document was irrelevant to whether reading it a 15th time constituted meaningful preparation. He read it a 15th time. The subgroup format had, over 2 days, developed the specific texture of a working relationship that knows what it is, the particular ease of people who have identified a shared problem and are collectively capable of solving it. Liesel had turned out to be excellent. Quiet in the way of someone who is processing everything and speaking only when the processing is complete, which produced, when she did speak, observations that were invariably worth hearing. Fidelis was his opposite, quick, energetic, generating ideas at a rate that outpaced his ability to evaluate them, which was occasionally useful and occasionally required gentle redirection. Between them, they had created a working dynamic that was, in Idris's assessment, well-balanced and likely to produce something worth delivering to the delegation heads. The thing he had not fully accounted for was the specific quality of working alongside Bastian over multiple consecutive days. He had worked with Bastian before. He had sat across from him in briefings, had shared professional contexts, had been in the same conference rooms for years before the relationship, and for some significant period after it. He knew Bastian's working mind the way he knew most things about people he had spent time paying attention to, precisely, and with an awareness that the knowledge was not the same as understanding. The ability had not changed this so much as it had, deepened it, made it three-dimensional. For 3 years he had been receiving Bastian's surface thoughts at intervals, the ones closest to speech, and what they had produced was not comprehensive knowledge but something more like texture. The specific quality of how Bastian thought about things, not the conclusions, but the process, the angle of approach, the instinct to find the third option, the habit of asking questions when he was most uncertain, so that the things he said most confidently were the things he was most sure of, and the questions were the map to everything else. Today, the clause documentation was before them, and the specific problem was what to do with the addition they drafted, which both delegation heads had approved, which was the good news, and the procedural question of how to table it without reopening sections already agreed, which was the kind of problem that required someone who understood both the content and the political sensitivities around it. If we bring it as an amendment, Bastian said, we trigger the review window. That's another 48 hours. If we bring it as a clarification, Idris said, we need both leads to jointly present it, which requires a coordinated public position. Bast will be fine with that. Our lead will need the framing prepared in advance. Idris looked at the relevant procedural language. I can have something drafted by end of day. The clarification route is cleaner, Bastian said. It doesn't signal that the original language was inadequate. It signals that the working group identified an interpretive refinement, which is accurate, Idris said, and more useful narratively, Bastian finished. From his side of the table, Fidelis was noting this exchange with the careful attention of someone learning something they will apply later and want to get right. Liesel had already written it down. Idris directed his attention back to the procedural document. Bastian was reading his copy, annotating in the margins with the compact shorthand of someone who has been doing this for long enough that the notation is entirely personal and partly illegible to anyone else. Idris had spent years learning to read it. He did not look at what Bastian was annotating. He heard it anyway, without choosing to, in the way the ability delivered things at intervals and without permission. The small, specific noticing that had nothing to do with the procedural document. He changed his writing. I don't know, it's the same. It's always been that way. Compact to the left margin, the notes stacking rather than spreading. Idris turned a page. He was finding a particular quality to the ability in this context. This specific context of working alongside Bastian in a small room over consecutive days. That was different from the 3 years of ambient reception. The distance in the 3 years had been variable. Sometimes the signal arrived from across a city, muted and approximate, sometimes from adjacent rooms and vivid. Here the distance was 12 feet across a table, and the quality was different. Not louder, precisely, but more granular, more specific. The thoughts that arrived were not the large ones, the apology-shaped ones, the 3 in the morning ones, but the small ones, the ones closest to the surface, the ones that were barely thoughts at all, and were instead the constant low commentary of a mind in motion. He's going to push back on the timeline. He's been reading the procedural document for 6 minutes, and that's the face he makes when he's found something. Idris looked up. Bastian was looking at him, not with anything that required a response, just the habitual checking of the room, the reading of the space, the particular attention of someone who processes information by monitoring all the elements of it simultaneously. He looked away when he found Idris looking back, which was not significant. People looked away. It was not significant. The timeline, Bastian said, and pointed to a clause 3 paragraphs down. The 48-hour review is triggered by the submission date, not the presentation date. If we submit the clarification today, before close of business, the window runs overnight, and we can present in the morning session day after tomorrow. The morning session on day 6, Idris said, which is the last formal session before the signing ceremony preparation. It's tight. It's achievable. They looked at each other across the table. We need the framing document by 4, Idris said. I can have the Calvain language done by 2:30. I'll send you the Aldrich framing by 2. Bastian nodded once. That particular nod, the one that was decision and acknowledgement and not a word wasted. Idris had cataloged it years ago, had used it as a marker for when Bastian had finished considering and had arrived somewhere. He had forgotten, in the 3 years of distance, how specific it was, how exactly itself. He looked at the procedural document. The morning session continued. They worked through 2 more points of contention with the focused efficiency of people who understand the task and each other's role in it. And the work was good, cleanly argued, precisely documented, the specific pleasure of a problem being solved correctly. Fidelis reached the end of his notes and started a new page, which he did with the quiet satisfaction of someone who is learning something real. At the break, Liesel asked Bastian a technical question about the procedural language that required a full explanation, which he gave, patient, clear, the particular generosity of someone who explains things as though the other person deserves to understand them completely. Idris poured water and listened without appearing to, which was not surveillance, but was simply the ambient reception of being in a room and having functioning ears. Underneath the explanation, at the surface of Bastian's attention that the ability delivered. He's listening. He does that, listens to other people's conversations while doing something else. Always has. It used to mean he was paying attention to everything. It used to mean the thought closed gently, the way a door closes when someone remembers they meant to. Idris drank his water. The afternoon brought the documentation work. 2 hours of clause-by-clause review. Idris leading the Aldrich position and Bastian the Colvane, both of them testing each proposed addition against the full accord text with a meticulous care of people who understand that a single word in a treaty can generate decades of dispute. It was detailed work, repetitive in parts, requiring the specific patience of someone who can stay accurate over long hours. They were both, Idris acknowledged privately, very good at this. At one point, late afternoon, the light in the window going amber, Fidelis and Liesel, both showing the pleasant fatigue of people who have been working hard and well, Bastian said, without preamble, the phrase in the addendum. Second line. In the context of, Idris found the line. What about it? It's doing too much work. In the context of entreaty language, is usually either ornamental or load-bearing. In this position, it's trying to be both and succeeding at neither. Idris read the sentence. He read the sentence before it and the sentence after it. Replace it with pursuant. A pause. Yes, Bastian said. One syllable. The specific quality of agreement from someone who has been looking for exactly that solution and found it. Fidelis marked the change. Liesel annotated her copy. Bastian wrote the correction into the draft. And Idris sat with the particular quality of a moment that was entirely professional, and also, somewhere in the region, he was not examining too directly. Something else, the specific ease of two people who speak the same language in the same register using it to do something worth doing. He had missed this. He had not let himself understand that he had missed it, because understanding it would have required sitting with it, and sitting with it would have required admitting that the 3-year distance had cost him something he had not been willing to name. He had told himself the cost was a relationship, the loss of the person, the specific warmth of being known in the way that Bastian had known him. He had not told himself that one of the things he had missed, with a quieter and more ordinary grief, was working alongside someone who made him better at the work. He noted this. He did not do anything with it yet. At 5:15, by mutual, unspoken agreement, the subgroup concluded for the day. The documentation was in order. The framing drafts had been exchanged at 2 and 2:30 respectively, had been incorporated into the joint submission, and the submission had been sent to the summit coordinator at 4:58, comfortably within the window. Liesel and Fidelis left together, making plans for dinner with the easy sociability of junior professionals who have found each other useful and pleasant. Bastian was gathering his materials. Idris was reviewing the final submission. The room was quiet. The window held the last of the afternoon light. Good session, Idris said. Yes, Bastian said. He left. The door settled. Idris sat with the quiet room and the amber light and the submission document still open on the table, which he was not reading anymore. He was thinking instead about the word pursuant, the precise, clean replacement that had arrived, offered, received, incorporated in the space of 3 seconds and a single-syllable confirmation. He was thinking about how little either of them had needed to say to understand each other. He was thinking about what Priya had called courage and what he had called clarity, and whether the distance between those two things was actually as large as he had been treating it. He was not going to call her tonight. He was going to make tea and read the evening briefing and go to bed at a reasonable hour. He sat in the amber light for a few more minutes. He was getting very tired of the glass. Chapter 10, Circuit Memory. The summit's formal dinner was on the evening of day 4, which was the conference calendar's way of acknowledging that 4 days of sustained diplomacy creates a particular kind of human depletion that is best addressed by food and a change of register. It was held in the hotel's upper dining room, which had been arranged with the professional warmth of a catering team that understood the difference between a working dinner and a social one and had been asked to produce the latter. Round tables, no fixed seating chart, a menu that was genuinely good rather than ambitious, and wine poured at a rate that suggested generosity without suggesting that the delegates were being managed. Bastian moved through it with the ease that had always been his in rooms like this. He had learned this ease in rooms louder and more bodily than a diplomatic dinner. In the circuit spaces he'd inhabited in his 20s, the leather bars and community events, and the particular configuration of a space where people were performing enjoyment and also, underneath that, genuinely having it. He had grown up in a household that was managed rather than expressed, and he had found, in those spaces, the specific relief of being somewhere that expected the full self. Not the performance of ease, but the thing itself. He had carried that learning forward into professional contexts, and the result was a version of diplomatic sociability that was both genuine and practiced in ways he sometimes could not separate, which had stopped bothering him somewhere around year 3 of his career. He circulated. He spoke to the Aldrich Maritime lead about the next timeline. He had a brief, pleasurable conversation with one of the cultural advisors about a museum exhibition they had apparently both attended in different cities in the same week. He talked to Tomas for 10 minutes about nothing in particular, which Tomas made effortless in the way he made most things effortless, and accepted from him a glass of something sparkling that had appeared from nowhere. Across the room, Idris. Bastian clocked him in the first circuit of the room. This was automatic, had been automatic for years, the specific way his attention moved in a space and found certain anchors without being directed to. Idris was near the east windows, in a configuration that was not quite a cluster and not quite solitude. People moved toward him and away again with the ease of social gravity that he clearly neither sought nor discouraged. He had changed his jacket since the working session, darker now, and the cut was doing something at the shoulder that was precise without being showy, and there was a ring on his right hand that Bastian did not recognize, something with a flat dark stone, the kind of thing that was either simple or expensive and was impossible to tell which without looking closely. He was not looking closely. He had always dressed like this, even early on, the kind of attention to detail that looked like no attention at all because the choices were made far enough in advance that by the time you saw them, they appeared inevitable. Bastian had understood this about him before he had understood many other things. He had understood it in the first 6 months, at a leather community event in London that he'd attended with the comfortable belonging of someone who had been in these spaces long enough to feel a home in them. He had not expected Idris Thorne. He tried to remember it clearly, which was harder than it should have been because memory did the thing it always did with charged events. Flattened some details and sharpened others until the recollection was partly real and partly the residue of how many times he had visited it. But the shape of it was still there, a community social event, the kind that happened on a Saturday afternoon rather than a Saturday night, with the specific texture of a space that expected a mix of old hands and newer people and managed them well. Bastian had been with colleagues. He had been working the room in the way that was genuine and also practiced because it always was both. And then he had been not working the room because there was a man by the windows. He hadn't been doing anything in particular. That was the thing, the absence of performance. In a space where most people were engaged in some version of presence, Idris had been simply still. At the window, his attention on something outside it, his posture the specific arrangement of a man who was somewhere and was not worried about what that looked like. The stillness that cost nothing and meant everything. Bastian had found himself stopped. He had thought, not strategically, not with any plan. He'd like to know what he's thinking about. He had eventually gone and spoken to him. He had not worked the room first. He had done the uncharacteristic thing and simply crossed the window and said something, and Idris had turned from the window and looked at him with the quality of attention that Bastian had been, from that moment on, consistently unable to put out of his mind. He had answered with a single sentence. He had answered in the manner Bastian would come to understand as characteristic. Minimum words, maximum meaning. And the sentence had contained a question that Bastian was still, in some sense, thinking about. What is it you actually want, he had said, from a room like this? Not aggressively, with a specific quality of genuine inquiry. The question of a man who is interested in the real answer and is comfortable with the space required to give it. Bastian had stood at that window for the better part of 2 hours. He was thinking about this, standing on the dinner's eastern edge with his sparkling something, the diplomatic social warmth flowing around him, when the particular weight of Idris's attention arrived, as it sometimes arrived in proximity. Not a thought, just the quality of being looked at by someone who was actually paying attention. He looked up. Idris, across the room, was in conversation, not looking at him. The impression had been mistaken, or had been some other sensory signal, or had been nothing that required examining. Bastian looked at his drink. He thought. He never had to work a room. The room always came to him. This was true. The specific quality of Idris's stillness had always produced this. People moving toward it rather than away from it, drawn by the sense of something solid in the room's circulation, a fixed point. Bastian had never been a fixed point. He had always been the one in motion, and he had found, in Idris's company, a particular relief in being allowed to stop moving. He found Henrik at the room's center and had a brief, substantive exchange about the morning's session and the clause submission's likely reception. Henrik was, as always, fully present without being urgent about it. The quality of a man who moves through events at his own pace and finds that the events generally accommodate him. He said nothing about their previous evening's conversation. He did not need to. Tomas reappeared with food on a small plate, which he offered to Bastian with the ease of someone delivering a service they find obvious. "You haven't eaten in 40 minutes, Tomas said. "I've been socializing. You've been standing in a room, thinking about something." He surveyed the plate's options. "The cheese is good." Bastian took the cheese. "Thank you. There's a very good conversation happening near the bar about the cultural annex. The advisor from the Aldrich side, not Thorne, the other one, has some interesting positions on the heritage language. I'll go over." Tomas ate something. "The Aldrich liaison, the younger one, he asked me about our approach to the Northern Clause edition today. I told him it was a collaborative development. He said this with the particular care of someone who has chosen their words. It was, Bastian said. Yes. Tomas looked at him. I also told him that in my experience the best working relationships develop when both parties have enough respect for each other to disagree precisely rather than politely. He paused. He seemed to find that useful. He would. Tomas finished whatever he was eating. Are you going to speak to him this evening? Bastian looked at the room. Idris was now in a different part of it, still in the low-gravity configuration that seemed to follow him. Two of the Aldrich advisors, the cultural lead from the host delegation, a conversation that appeared to be in at least two languages simultaneously, and that Idris was navigating with the unhurried ease of someone who has been multilingual for so long that switching is below the level of conscious effort. I don't have a reason to, Bastian said. No, Tomas agreed. You don't need one. Bastian looked at him. Tomas looked back with the patience of someone who has made a specific point and is allowing time for it to arrive. I'll go see the heritage language conversation, Bastian said. Good, Tomas said, and went to get more food. The heritage language conversation was, in fact, interesting. The Aldrich cultural advisor had a position on the documentation of oral traditions that Bastian had not encountered before that had real implications for the cultural annex language. He engaged with it fully, because he was genuinely interested and because being genuinely interested was the best version of himself professionally, and it had the additional quality of being more useful in a room than not being interested. He was in the middle of a specific point about the relationship between linguistic documentation and cultural sovereignty when he became aware that the room had reoriented slightly. The particular shift of a social space when someone moves through it in a way that changes the room's center of gravity. Idris had moved across the room to speak to the host delegation's cultural lead. The reorientation was the movement of the people around him, the small adjustment of a room finding its new configuration. Bastian tracked it in the peripheral way that he tracked everything, which was to say automatically and without interrupting the heritage language conversation. He made a point about the annex language. The Aldrich advisor engaged with it. From somewhere slightly closer than before, in the peripheral zone of the ability's delivery. Not intended for him, not sent, just arrived, a thought with Idris's specific frequency. He's working. Look at him work. He always know. Not now. And then, carefully, the frequency closing. Idris managing the reception of his own signal, or managing his own attention, or both. Bastian didn't know which. He couldn't know which. He finished the conversation about the cultural index. He shook hands. He moved on. He did not think about what it would mean to know that someone had been receiving his thoughts for 3 years. He was not going to think about that tonight. He was going to be present in this room and do the social work the evening required and go to bed at a reasonable hour and be ready for the subgroup session in the morning. He thought about it anyway, briefly, at the edge of the room near the end of the evening, not with alarm, or not only with alarm, but with something that was adjacent to it. 3 years. The specific thought, the one he'd had in the Lisbon hotel room, the one on the balcony in Bern, the one in the Brussels airport standing at the departures board, thinking, I still love him, with the resigned clarity of a man stating a fact that inconveniences him. All of it. He had not chosen to share any of it. He had not consented to any of it. And also, if any of it had arrived somewhere, if any of the 3 years of thought had reached someone who understood the language. He stopped himself. This was not a conversation he could have with himself in a room full of diplomatic colleagues at the end of a formal dinner. He found Tomas. Ready to go, he said. Almost, Tomas said, pocketing something small that was either a card or a contact he'd acquired during the evening. Good night. Productive. Diplomatically or otherwise. Bastian looked at him. You don't get to ask both of those and mean different things by them. I think you'll find I do, Tomas said pleasantly. Let's go. They went. In the lobby, waiting for the lift, Bastian looked at the ceiling, then at the floor, then at the lift doors. Tomas, he said, what would you do? If you'd said things, not to a specific person, but just out loud, when you thought no one was listening, for a long time, and then you found out someone had been listening all along. Tomas thought about this with the genuine engagement he brought to specific questions. Depend what I'd said, he said. Assume you'd said, assume it wasn't bad. Assume it was honest. Then I'd hope, Tomas said, that whoever was listening had been kind with it. The lift arrived, and then I'd be very glad I'd said the honest things instead of the other ones. The lift doors opened. They got in. Bastian thought about the Lisbon hotel room at 3 in the morning. He thought about the balcony in Bern. He thought about the Brussels airport, and I still love him and the resigned clarity of it. The specific quality of a true thing that had stopped being surprising. If Idris had heard any of that, if any of it had arrived, then he had carried it. For 3 years. Alone. Bastian stared at the lift doors. He had been worrying for 3 years about the apology he hadn't delivered. He had not considered, until this moment, whether Idris had been carrying something too. Chapter 11. 3 years of static. The corridor outside the main session rooms was the kind of space that existed in every conference venue and was designed, in a way of all functional architecture, not to be looked at. Adequate lighting, adequate width, the kind of neutral carpet that absorbed footsteps and ambient noise with equal indifference. It connected the eastern working block to the central atrium and served, during session breaks, as the staging ground for the particular choreography of delegates, advisors, and administrative staff who had been contained in the same rooms for 6 hours and required the specific relief of motion and different air. Idris knew it well by now. Day 5's morning sessions had run long. The procedural language from the subgroup had gone before the full plenary, which had received it with the guarded approval of a room full of people who had been expecting conflict and were slightly wrong-footed by its absence. 2 hours of questions, clarifications, the careful diplomatic theater of recording the working group solution with appropriate institutional credit distributed to all parties. By the time the session broke, it was past 1 in the afternoon, and the corridor was crowded in a way that suggested everyone had needed the break slightly more than the agenda had acknowledged. He was moving through it toward the eastern stairwell. He preferred the stairs. He always had. It was one of the things he did without examining when the signal arrived. Not gradually. That was the difference. Usually the ability had a quality of accumulation, signals arriving in layers, the surface thoughts of people in range building up the way ambient sound built up in a crowded room, individual voices indistinguishable from the composite noise. He had learned to manage this with the practice of 3 years, a directed attention, a narrowing of reception, the mental equivalent of adjusting a dial. What arrived now was not gradual. It arrived the way something arrives when it has been moving fast and has run out of distance. All at once, and with the specific weight of something that had been waiting for the right conditions. The corridor was full. Too many people in too small a space, too many minds at the surface of themselves. The particular vulnerability of people in the 10 minutes after a sustained professional performance, when the management drops and what's underneath comes briefly to the top. The delegate from the host nation thinking about a phone call she hadn't returned. The cultural advisor 3 feet to his left somewhere in the crowd thinking about lunch with the specific low-grade urgency of someone who had skipped breakfast. The junior attaché from the Calvain side. Liesel, he recognized the frequency, had begun to recognize people's frequencies the way you recognize voices, thinking about the procedural note she needed to send before 3. All of it arriving at once, undifferentiated, the dial refusing to respond. And underneath all of it, louder than the aggregate, Bastian, not thinking about the summit, not thinking about the accord or the plenary or the procedural language they had spent 2 days constructing. Caught in something older, a memory, arriving with a specific vivid quality that memories had when they surfaced under pressure, when a person's defenses were elsewhere and the thing they had been managing came up through the gap. Idris stopped walking. He had not stopped visibly. He continued moving through the corridor at the same pace because stopping in a crowded corridor produced questions he did not want. But he found the wall, the far side, where the crowd thinned slightly, and put his shoulder against it and breathed. The memory arrived. He had never been able to access this one clearly. He had received Bastian's thoughts for 3 years, and there were gaps, not systematic ones, just the gaps that existed because the ability delivered what was at the surface, and some things were never at the surface. Some things were held further down than the ability's reach. The night before the betrayal had been one of those things. Idris had lived through it from the other side. The evening that had been, from where he stood, entirely ordinary. Dinner, a conversation about something neither of them had been thinking about, a night that had been, as far as he knew, unremarkable. He had not understood until 6 months later that Bastian had been, on that same evening, making a decision. He had not been able to access what that had felt like from the inside. Until now, the memory had the specific texture of something Bastian had been holding at the back of everything for 3 years and had not, in the controlled conditions of the past 4 days, let surface. But the corridor was too full, and the plenary had just ended, and the management was temporarily elsewhere, and the memory came up the night before. His own flat, the kitchen late, the specific quality of a man alone with a decision he has already made and is not yet sure he can live with. I should have told him that night. Not about the decision. About the fear. I should have said, I am frightened. I am in over my head. I am about to do something I can't undo, and I don't know how to ask for help with it, and I needed him, and I didn't tell him that. The memory thinned, Bastian pulling it back. The management reasserting itself somewhere nearby in the building, the frequency closing, but not before the last part arrived, quieter than everything else, with the resigned clarity of something that had been sat with for a very long time. I should have said I love him before I did the thing that made saying it impossible. Idris stood against the wall of the corridor while the brake traffic moved around him. He was aware, in the careful peripheral way of someone managing multiple things simultaneously, that he had been still for approximately 45 seconds, and that Solene was going to notice if it stretched to 60. He was aware that his face was doing whatever his face did when he was managing something significant, which was, as far as he could determine from 3 years of practice, nothing, and that this was the correct thing to have his face doing. He was aware that the corridor was beginning to thin, the break reaching its midpoint, and that he needed to move in the direction of the eastern stairwell, and then up one flight, and then to the afternoon session room, which was going to require him to sit across a table from Bastian for 3 hours. He breathed. He had been angry at Bastian for 4 years. He had been angry with the specific, durable anger of someone who had good reason and had tended it carefully, not as a weapon, not performatively, but as a structure, the thing you built around a wound to keep the weather out. He had known, intellectually, that anger was a construction. Priya had told him this 18 months ago in words he had resisted for approximately 14 months before they stopped being a thing he was arguing against and became a thing he simply knew. He had still not understood, until this moment, what it meant to have the architecture shift. The wound was real. The betrayal was real. Bastian had handed classified intelligence to a third-party broker and had walked away without explanation, and Idris had spent 6 months rebuilding a career and a year rebuilding his sense of himself. And those were facts that had not changed and were not going to change because of a memory arriving in a crowded corridor on day 5 of a diplomatic summit. But the person in the memory, the man alone in his kitchen late at night, making a decision he already couldn't live with, not telling the person he loved that he was frightened because he didn't know how to be someone who needed anything. That person was not the story Idris had been carrying. Not entirely. He found the stairwell. He went up 1 flight. He stood in the first-floor corridor, which was emptier than the ground floor, and looked at the wall opposite for a moment. I have been angry at someone who doesn't exist. The thought arrived without ceremony. He did not reach for it. It had simply arrived the way things arrived when you had been building toward them for 3 years without knowing it, and he sat with it in the way that he sat with things that mattered. Very still, very quiet, the hands he was holding too carefully by his sides. The person who didn't exist, the clean villain, the one who had been selfish and careless and had not loved him, or had loved him with something fraudulent, the kind of love that abandons without anguish, the version that made the anger clean. The person who did exist, the man in the kitchen, frightened, not saying the true thing because saying it would mean being someone who needed something, and he had not known how to be that, and Idris had been 3 years carrying the weight of having loved him and lost him, and now 4 days carrying the weight of knowing, through evidence he had never asked for and could not return, that the loss had not been clean for either of them. He was not ready to do anything with this yet. He was also not going to be able to pretend, in the afternoon session, that the architecture was what it had been this morning. He had 3 minutes before the break ended. He used 2 of them in the corridor, very still, his hands flat against his thighs. He used the 3rd one to find the bathroom at the end of the hall, which was empty, and to sit on the closed lid of one of the stalls and put his hands flat on his knees, palms down, a deliberate pressure against the fabric, and breathe with the specific methodology of a man who has had 3 years to develop strategies for moments like this. The signal had gone quiet. Bastian's management back in place, the plenary over and the defenses rebuilt, the corridor noise settled into its post-break patterns. The ability returned to its ordinary register. The ambient, manageable static of people nearby being people, nothing directed, nothing vivid. Idris sat. He thought about Priya, not her voice, the actual Priya, the specific quality of her sitting across from him in her office on the afternoon. She had said, "You're using clarity as a substitute for courage." He had argued. She had waited. He had argued more thoroughly. She had waited more thoroughly. And then she had said, the way she said the things that landed, quietly, without emphasis, the same way she'd say anything. The problem isn't that you can't feel it. The problem is that you've decided feeling it is the same as losing. He was beginning to understand what she had meant. He stood up. He straightened his jacket, which did not need straightening. He washed his hands at the sink and looked at himself in the mirror for 3 seconds with the composed attention of a man taking inventory and finding it adequate. He picked up his bag from where he'd set it beside the door. He went to the afternoon session. He sat across the table from Bastian for 3 hours, and he was exactly what the session required. And the work between them was good, and his hands were very still on the table, and he did not look at Bastian directly more than the professional register required. But he did not, for the first time in 4 years, arrange his understanding of Sebastian Lowe into the shape of a story he already knew how to tell. That was different. It was not yet a direction. It was not yet anything so concrete as a decision. But the architecture had shifted, and the shift was irreversible, and he sat with that fact in the quiet of his room afterward. The evening light going amber through the curtains, his tea steeping, the building settling around him into its evening register, and let it be what it was. A crack, not a collapse. A crack, through which something he had not been prepared to name was, slowly and without ceremony, beginning to arrive. He drank his tea. Outside, the city kept its ordinary motion. Somewhere below him, 3 floors and an indeterminate number of rooms away, Sebastian Lowe was doing something Idris could not know, writing or reading or sitting in the specific quality of his own private quiet, the thoughts at the surface of himself going wherever they went in the evenings when the professional register dropped. He did not reach for the signal. He sat with his tea and the crack in the architecture and the knowledge that he had been carrying 2 stories about the same man for 3 years, and only one of them had been true, and he still did not know entirely what that meant, except that it was something, and it was his, and he was going to have to do something with it eventually. Eventually, he thought, was not tonight. He went to bed. He slept, which surprised him. He dreamed about nothing in particular, which was its own kind of relief. Chapter 12. What Henrik didn't say. The restaurant Henrik chose was not the kind of place you found by accident. It was 2 streets from the conference venue, down a turn that required knowing the turn was there, and it occupied the ground floor of a building that had been something else before it was this. You could tell by the proportions, the high ceilings and wide windows that were not the proportions of a purpose-built restaurant, but of a space repurposed by someone who understood that good bones were worth preserving. It had 6 tables. It was at 7:30 on day 5's evening, 3/4 full with people who were clearly regulars. Bastian arrived 4 minutes before Henrik, which gave him time to look at the menu, accept the water he was offered, and calibrate the quality of what was about to happen. Henrik had sent the invitation that morning, dinner, the 2 of them, this address, 7:30. In the brief, specific way he extended all invitations, which was as if the logistics were settled, and what remained was only whether you would show up. Bastian had sent back a single-word confirmation. He had known, on some level, since the conversation in Henrik's room on day 3, that there was something Henrik had not yet finished saying. Henrik arrived with the particular punctuality of a man who has been on time to things for 35 years, because lateness is, in his private taxonomy, a form of disrespect. He sat, removed his jacket, accepted the menu with the ease of someone who already knew what he was going to order, and looked at Bastian with the settled attention he brought to conversations he had been thinking about. "Thank you for coming," he said. "Of course. I considered a group dinner." Henrik turned his water glass once, a gesture Bastian recognized as the preamble to a specific kind of sentence, the one that required placing itself in context before it arrived. Decided against it. Tomas would have been excellent company. He always is. A pause. But there are things better said in pairs. Bastian waited. The server came. Henrik ordered in the local language with the comfortable fluency of a man who has been in enough countries that language acquisition is simply what you do. Bastian ordered the same thing, which was a practical decision and also an acknowledgement that he was not, tonight, going to pretend food was the point. "Tell me about the subgroup," Henrik said, which was not where Bastian had expected the conversation to begin. "The full briefing is in the... I've read the briefing. Tell me about it." He meant, tell me the part that isn't in the briefing. This was Henrik's method. The official account received, filed, and set aside in favor of the thing underneath it. Bastian considered. The language edition is solid, better than what we went in with, partly because of the disaggregation approach, treating the clause as 3 separate problems rather than one. That was Thorne's reading. I built on it. You found a gap. He found the language for crossing it. Yes. Henrik was quiet for a moment. He looked at the table, not at Bastian, at the table, which was the specific way he processed things he was thinking about carefully. You work well together. We do. Bastian kept his voice level. We always did. Yes. Henrik looked up. That's one of the things I've been thinking about. The food arrived, the particular efficiency of a well-run small restaurant. Plate set without disruption. The server there and gone before the conversation could accommodate itself around the intrusion. Bastian looked at what was in front of him and noted that it was very good, which he would not fully taste until later, and picked up his fork. Henrik did not begin eating. He said, "I know what you did 3 years ago." The words landed in the particular way of things that have been building toward their moment for a long time. Not with shock, because Bastian had felt this coming since day 3, but with the specific weight of a thing that has finally arrived after you have been preparing for it and have discovered, now that it is here, that you were less prepared than you thought. I know, Bastian said. You said, in your room. I said I knew. I didn't say what I knew. Henrik's voice was even, careful, not gentle. Henrik was not a man who confused gentleness with respect. Careful, in the way of someone who has chosen each word and is delivering them in the order that will be most useful. The official account. An intelligence handover that compromised an ally's operation and cost a liaison officer his clearance for 6 months. Protocol violation. Handled internally. Closed. He set his fork down. The real account. You received intelligence through a back channel that pertained to an operation you were not officially part of that involved a third-party broker you had developed over 18 months, and that placed a man you were personally involved with in a position of proximity to that broker's network. You made a unilateral decision to hand the intelligence forward and remove him from the proximity, and you did not explain the decision to him or to me. Bastian looked at his plate. I know the real account, Henrik said, because I reconstructed it 2 years ago when a piece of the operational record came through my desk and I recognized a name and spent 3 weeks pulling threads that I should have pulled at the time. He lifted his fork, ate something, set it down again. I did not pull them at the time because I was giving you room, as I thought, to manage the situation. I have since concluded that this was a mistake. Henrik, I'm not finished, said without edge. Simply factual. Why I told you in my room that my silence wasn't neutral. I meant that. I watched you come back from that posting, and I watched you be the particular kind of find that requires sustained effort. And I asked you on one occasion whether everything was manageable, and you said yes, and I took yes as an answer when I should have taken it as a symptom. He looked at Bastian directly, with the quality of attention that had always, even in the years of mentorship when Bastian had found it useful, had the quality of being slightly unpleasant to sit under because it was so thorough. That was the same mistake you made. The same logic. I'll give him room to handle it. I won't press. I'll interpret the presented surface as the full account. Bastian was very still. I told you I would have asked whether you were afraid, Henrik said, and waited for an honest answer. I want to complete that now, belatedly. He paused. Were you afraid? The restaurant moved around them. The couple at the table nearest had reached the comfortable, easy stage of their dinner, where conversation had given way to the pleasant co-occupation of a shared meal, the absence of words that between the right people is not absence at all. Someone near the door was pouring wine. A very ordinary Thursday evening in a city that was indifferent to the specific weight of what was happening in Henrik's six-table restaurant. Yes, Bastian said. Henrik waited. This was the part he had specified. The waiting. He did it without any quality of pressure, simply remaining present, which was more effective than pressure, and both of them knew it. I was afraid of what it meant, Bastian said. Not the operation. I could manage the operational risk. I've been managing that kind of risk for years. I was afraid of what asking for help would mean. Of saying, I'm in over my head, I'm frightened, I need someone to think through this with me. He stopped, started again, because stopping was a habit he was trying to break in the specific way you break habits that have caused damage, one instance at a time. I was afraid of being the person who needed something. I had a model for love that didn't have room for that. You shield the person. You handle the hard part on their behalf. You don't. You don't bring them into the fear. Henrik was quiet. My father, Bastian said. Then stopped. Then, I've been thinking about my father. I know your father, Henrik said. Not warmly. Henrik had met him twice at professional events years apart and had formed, Bastian suspected, a precise opinion. He is a man who handles things. Yes. You learned from him. I thought I was learning care. He looked at his wine glass. I was learning the structure of it, not the thing itself. Henrik considered this with the specific quality of a man who is cross-referencing what he's hearing against a model he has been building for some time. The decision you made, he said, was not a bad decision. The intelligence needed to go forward. The operation required it. The broker connection was genuinely dangerous. If Thorne had been caught in that proximity, it would have been significantly worse than losing his clearance for 6 months. He let this sit for a moment. This is not absolution. The decision itself may have been defensible. The method was not. I know. The method was unilateral. The method was I will decide what he can handle and shield him from the rest. Henrik picked up his fork again, took a deliberate bite. And then you did not explain it to him. And he spent 6 months rebuilding a career without knowing why, which is considerably worse than the alternative. Yes, the alternative being, you tell him there's a problem. You say you're frightened. You let him be in the difficulty with you. He would have been in danger. He was in danger anyway. You chose the shape of it for him. Henrik looked at him. He was not given the information required to make his own choice. Bastian put his fork down. This is not a new observation, Henrik said. You know this. I know it. What I am curious about, Henrik said, with the care of a man arriving at the sentence he has been building toward, is whether you have told him. The restaurant moved. The couple near them laughed at something. No, Bastian said. The week is half over. I know. You are sleeping 40 meters from a man. I know, Henrik. And you have been carrying a statement that belongs to him for 3 years. Henrik's voice had not changed. It was still even, still careful, the same register throughout. I'm not asking you to report back. I am not asking for a professional outcome. I am asking as the person who should have asked this question 3 years ago and did not. What are you waiting for? Bastian looked at him. Not the right moment, Henrik said. There is no right moment. There is only a moment in which you decide it is time, and you do the thing, and you accept that the reception of it is not yours to manage. What if it makes things worse for him? Henrik was quiet for a moment. Then, that is the same question you asked yourself 3 years ago. And the answer you gave yourself then produced exactly this. 3 years of a man not knowing the truth about something that happened to him. You do not get to protect him from this conversation. You have already had too much control over what he was allowed to know. The words landed. Not harshly. Henrik never said anything harshly, which was part of why it landed so cleanly. It was simply precise, and precision had always been, for Bastian, the thing that got through the management. He sat with it. He thought about the practiced apology, the introduction, the 3 sections, the 7 different openings. He thought about the conversation in his room 3 nights ago, when the apology had dissolved for the first time and he'd sat in its absence and found the space it left was not emptiness. He thought about what Henrik had said. The reception is not yours to manage. He had been managing the reception for 3 years. He had been deciding in advance that Idris would be better off not knowing, that the apology was a burden, that the conversation would cost more than it resolved, that the kindest thing was to stay quiet and let the whole thing settle into the past where it belonged. He had been doing the same thing. The same architecture, the same logic. I will decide what he can handle. I will protect him from the exposure. He had not stopped. Even now, sitting in a 6-table restaurant in a city he didn't know well, he was running the same calculation. I know, he said, quietly, not at Henrik, just into the space between his wine glass and the wall. Henrik let it sit. This was one of the things Bastian had always found most difficult to replicate, the patience. Not strategic patience, not managed silence, but the actual quality of a man who is willing to wait because he understands that the other person needs the time and has no agenda that requires rushing. Eventually, Bastian said, I've stopped running the prepared version. In my head, I'd been rehearsing it for 3 years. I've stopped. Good, Henrik said. I don't know what the unprepared version looks like. That's also good. Is it? It means you're not trying to control the outcome. Henrik resumed eating with the unhurried ease of someone who has said what needed saying and is now returning to the business of a good meal. The unprepared version is honest. The honest version is what he deserves. They ate. The conversation moved. Henrik, who was not a man who conducted emotional conversations as the entire substance of an evening, moved it toward other things. The signing ceremony's likely optics, a conference in the following quarter that both delegations were already negotiating over, a development in the host nation's cultural policy that had implications for the next language. Bastian followed the shift and was grateful for it in the way he was grateful for things that offered him space to breathe. Near the end of the meal, over the kind of small dessert that a good restaurant produces not because you asked for it, but because they consider it a matter of professional pride, Henrik said, You're a better diplomat than your father was. You know that. Bastian looked at him. Your father was excellent at the managed version, Henrik said. Controlled, precise, professionally impeccable. He produced very good outcomes. A pause. You produce better ones because you listen differently. You hear what people are not saying. He picked up his coffee. You learned this from him also, but it is your own. Bastian was quiet for a moment. He wouldn't understand why I'm telling you this. No, Henrik agreed. He wouldn't. That's not an indictment. It's just a fact about the distance between two people's models. He set his coffee down. The distance between your model and Thorne's is smaller than you think. He also runs on clarity. He also uses it as armor. You're both, in your different ways, doing the same thing. Protecting the self by making sure you always know more than you've revealed. He's better at it than I am. He's had more reason to practice. Henrik looked at him directly, and he's been doing it alone for 3 years. The restaurant was winding down around them. The couple near the door had gone, the remaining tables in the easy quiet of late evening. Bastian looked at the space where his dessert had been and thought about what alone for 3 years meant from the inside. He had been alone for 3 years too, in the way of someone who has made all his own decisions about something that was never supposed to be his decision alone. It had not felt like loneliness in the time. It had felt like management, like the responsible choice, like love, in the only form he had known how to offer it. He was beginning to understand that this was not the same thing. Henrik paid the bill with the composed inevitability of a delegation head at a dinner he had chosen, over Bastian's protest, and they walked back to the hotel in the evening air that had cooled since dinner. The city was doing its evening things, the restaurants full, the streets moving with the particular unhurried energy of a city on a weeknight, living its life at the ordinary scale that conference venues and diplomatic summits existed, incongruously inside. At the hotel door, Henrik said, "I hope you sleep." "I'll try." "Bastian." He paused, hand on the door. "I'm not asking for a report, but if the conversation happens, I want you to know that it is, from where I stand, overdue, and that the outcome, whatever it is, will have been worth the cost of having it." He went inside. Bastian stood on the pavement for a moment. Above him, the hotel's upper floors. Somewhere in there, the light in a window on the 7th floor that he had noted without meaning to on day 2 and had been clocking by habit ever since in the peripheral, automatic way he tracked significant coordinates. Idris was doing something. Reading maybe, making tea, standing at a window in the way he stood at windows, like he was deciding whether the view was worth the trouble. Bastian looked at the window for a moment. Then he went inside. He took the stairs. He passed his own floor. He went up to the 7th, which was Idris's floor. He knew this, had known it since the accommodation briefing, had filed it and not examined what the filing meant. He walked to the end of the 7th floor corridor, which had a window at the end of it, and stood there for a moment. He did not knock on any doors. He stood at the window at the end of the corridor and looked at the city below and thought about what Henrik had said and what Tomas had said and what the 3 years had cost and what the next 2 days were going to be. Then he went back down to his floor. He sat at the desk. He did not run the apology. He had not run it since day 3, and he was not going to start again now. He thought about the unprepared version, the thing with no scaffolding, no 3 sections, no 7 different openings. Just the true thing in whatever words it arrived in. "I was afraid," he thought, "and I should have told you. And I'm sorry." He thought, "That's not enough. I know it's not enough." He thought, "I'm going to say it anyway. And then I'm going to wait, not manage, not calculate, not decide in advance what it can and cannot accomplish. Just wait." He thought about Henrik. The reception is not yours to manage. He had never not managed the reception. He did not know what it felt like to say a true thing and then simply wait. He was going to find out. He turned off the desk lamp. He lay in the dark of his conference hotel room and did not rehearse anything. And the city kept its lights on outside the window. And somewhere on the floor above him, Idris Thorne was awake or asleep or standing at a window, and Bastian did not know which. And for the first time in 3 years, the not knowing did not feel like a problem he was responsible for solving. It felt like what it was, another person's life happening at the ordinary distance of being in adjacent buildings. It felt, strangely, like the beginning of respect. He slept. Chapter 15 Falsaco. Day 5 resolved the Northern Clause. It happened mid-morning in the full plenary session and the resolution was clean, the kind of clean that required the accumulated work of 10 days of preparation and 4 days of the subgroup's detailed effort, and arrived looking like simplicity because that was what good work looked like from the outside. The joint clarification was tabled by both delegation heads. The procedural language was read into the record, and the plenary received it with the particular quality of a room that has been braced for difficulty and is now recalibrating. The room went briefly warm. This was the real thing, not the performed warmth of diplomatic courtesy, but the actual relief of people who had been carrying a contested problem and had just set it down. Someone in the Calvain cluster started clapping. It caught, moved around the table, the applause of people who were genuinely pleased and were not trying to hide it. Tomas made a logistics joke about the signing timeline that landed in the adjacent cluster and produced a laugh from the Aldrich cultural lead, who had not, until this moment, laughed once in 5 days. Solene, who had not smiled since the reception, allowed herself one, small, controlled, the precise quantity of feeling she was prepared to make visible in a professional context. Idris and Bastian looked at each other across the table. It was not planned. It was the specific, involuntary look of two people who had built something together and both knew it. The working partnership of the past 4 days, the clause language, the disaggregation approach, the single sentence that had replaced a contested relative clause and resolved 4 months of back-channel impasse. The look lasted approximately 2 seconds. It was not professional. It was not unprofessional. It was simply the unguarded thing, the one that happens before the management can intercede, when the thing you've been working toward arrives, and the first impulse is to look at the person who was there when it happened. Bastian thought, this is what it was like. Before. Not the romance. He was not thinking about the romance. Not exactly. He was thinking about the before the romance, the year in which they had been, above everything else, two people who found each other's working minds interesting. The specific pleasure of a problem solved by two people whose approaches were different enough to be productive and similar enough not to require translation. He had not been able to think about that year clearly in a long time. He had folded it into the grief of the loss and not been able to separate it out. Idris looked away first, back to his notes, the page, something that required his attention and was providing him a reason to redirect it. His face had done the thing. The brief loosening, the look that was not assessment but simple recognition, and then it had reassembled itself. Bastian looked at his own notes. The plenary broke for lunch. The delegations dispersed with the looser configuration of people who have been in a room together long enough to develop an informal geography and are now using it. People finding the colleagues they had been strategically avoiding and now approaching. Conversations starting across the cluster lines with the ease of people who have achieved something and can now afford to be generous with each other. Idris was talking to the Aldrich delegation head. Bastian tracked it in the peripheral way he tracked everything in a room. Not surveillance, just the automatic register of a man who reads spaces. Tomas appeared at his elbow with something from the catering table, which he offered to Bastian with the ease of a man who has elevated this practice to the level of ambient generosity. "Excellent morning," Tomas said. Yes, the way Henry tabled it, the joint framing, both delegation heads presenting simultaneously, that was the right call. He ate whatever he was eating with evident satisfaction. Whose idea was that? Henrik's. He sent you the framing note at 6 this morning. I suggested the simultaneous presentation format the night before. A pause. He agreed it was the right approach. Tomas nodded, which meant he had already known this and was verifying it. The signing ceremony is in 36 hours. He surveyed the room with the air of a man doing a logistical calculation that encompassed several independent variables. That's a short runway for any new problems to materialize. Yes, it would be a shame, Tomas said, with the particular quality of someone using a professional register to mean something personal, to spend this week doing very good work and then leave without resolving something else. Bastian looked at him. Tomas looked back with the expression he used when he had said exactly what he meant and was not going to add to it. He offered another item from the catering table. Bastian took it, which was acknowledgement enough. I'll handle the afternoon briefing with Henrik, Tomas said. You don't need to be at that one. The afternoon briefing. is preparatory for the signing ceremony and covers things you already know. He moved the tray to his other hand. Take the afternoon. Tomas, I'm serious. The signing ceremony prep doesn't need both of us. The subgroup has concluded its formal work, and you have been in session rooms for 11 hours a day for 5 days. He looked at Bastian with the directness he deployed rarely and precisely. Take the afternoon. Bastian looked at the room, at the cluster near the window where the Aldrich delegation was talking, where Idris had been a moment ago and was no longer. He must have stepped out or moved to a different conversation, the configuration shifting. At the careful managed warmth of a room that had resolved something and was, in its resolution, slightly more itself than it had been. I'll think about it, he said. You'll do it, Tomas said pleasantly, and went to distribute the rest of the catering to other people. The afternoon was, in the way of afternoons in the final stretch of a conference, quieter than the mornings had been. The formal sessions were preparatory rather than substantive. Bastian attended the working lunch, which was logistical in the way Henrik had described. The signing ceremony's schedule, the diplomatic protocol for the signing itself, the press arrangements that both delegations had been negotiating through their respective communications leads. He contributed where it was useful. He was professional. He was also doing the particular thing he had promised himself he would stop doing, which was deciding in advance. The look across the table this morning had been real, not imagined, not hoped into existence. Real in the way that things were real when they happened in your body before your mind could intervene. And Bastian's mind, which had been very busy for 3 years managing what he allowed himself to feel about Idris Thorne, had arrived at an interpretation of that look that was doing something he had told himself it was not allowed to do. It was making him feel like proximity might be enough. Like this week, the work, the occasional shared moment, the specific frequency of two people who know each other's minds doing a task they are both good at, might be sufficient. A good ending. A better ending than the one 3 years ago. Clean. He sat in the afternoon session and thought about Tomas's voice at dinner 4 nights ago. You're going to let him leave. Not because you want him to, because it's easier than finding out what happens if you don't. He thought about Henrik. The reception is not yours to manage. He thought about the look across the table this morning and what it had produced in him. Not the specific content of the look, but the response. The response had been, this is enough. This is what there is. Don't push. Protect him from the risk of more. It was the same thought. After the afternoon session, he found himself in the hotel's east corridor rather than at the lift. He had not decided to be here. He had decided, very carefully, to go back to his room and review the signing ceremony documentation, which was a decision he had made explicitly and had somehow not followed. The east corridor had a window at the end. Bastian stood at it and looked at the city below, the late afternoon light going slant and golden across the rooftops, the specific quality of a city in its end-of-workday transition, all the ordinary motion of people going from one place to the next. He heard the frequency before he heard the footsteps. Not Bastian's own thoughts. Those were present to him in the way thoughts always were, background register of his own interior, too familiar to be notable. He heard a frequency that arrived like a signal he'd been half aware of for 4 days without letting himself acknowledge what the awareness meant. Idris was somewhere in the corridor behind him. He did not turn around. He stayed at the window because turning around would be a choice, and he was trying to stop making choices designed to manage the outcome. The footsteps stopped. The afternoon light lay across the corridor floor in long slant angles. Bastian looked at it. From somewhere behind him, close enough that the frequency was clear without being loud, without having the vivid quality of the corridor yesterday, the unguarded memory, just the ordinary, everyday surface of Bastian's mind in the late afternoon of a long day. A thought arrived, quiet and without armor. I could leave it. Here. A pause. The specific quality of a man turning something over, examining its weight. This could be what it is. A good week. A better ending than we got. Bastian stood very still. The thought was not for Idris. It was not directed at anyone. It was Bastian, alone in the part of his mind that the management did not fully reach in the late afternoon when he was tired, arriving at the same conclusion Tomas had warned him about. He was going to let this be enough. Again, He was going to protect Idris from the risk of more by deciding, quietly and efficiently and with the best intentions, that the risk was Idris's to be protected from. He was going to choose for both of them. Again, and call it kindness. Again, Idris stood in the corridor and received it and understood with a clarity that had the quality of things long approaching finally arriving, what was happening. Bastian was preparing to leave. Not the summit. The summit ended in 36 hours, and both of them were on morning flights. Bastian was preparing to leave this. Whatever this was, the thing that had been building in a small room for 4 days. The look across the table this morning, the 40 seconds at the break when the professional surface had gone thin enough to see through. He was preparing to close the door on it, carefully, without drama, and call the closing protection. The same mistake. Quieter this time. Better dressed. Idris stood in the corridor. He held it, the anger that had arrived, which was different from the anger of 3 years ago. That anger had been clean, the anger of someone who has been wronged and knows it and can point to the wound. This anger was murkier, heavier, layered under the memory from the corridor yesterday, and the crack in the architecture it had made, and the specific quality of the look across the table this morning that had lasted 2 seconds and had been entirely real. He was angry at the pattern, not at Bastian, not exactly, but at the specific, reliable logic of a man who loved with one hand and managed with the other, who was afraid of his own good intentions and was right to be afraid of them and was, nevertheless, about to use them again. Solene would have something to say about this. He was going to let her say it. He turned and walked back toward the atrium. He did not pass Bastian. Bastian had moved, or Idris had misjudged the source of the frequency. The corridor's geometry playing tricks with the signal. He walked back through the hotel, toward the east wing, and found Solene and the small staff and next the Aldrich delegation had been using for informal meetings, sitting with a coffee and a document. She was annotating with the focused quiet of a person making use of a rare, quiet afternoon. She looked up. He sat down in the chair across from her. He did not say anything for a moment. She let the moment exist, which was one of the things about Solene. She was very good at letting moments exist. He's going to let it be enough, Idris said. The week, the work. He's going to decide it's sufficient and not push further and get on the morning flight. Solene set her pen down, not urgently, with the deliberate ease of someone who has set a pen down exactly as many times as the situation required and can calibrate precisely. And I'm going to let him. Are you? Idris looked at her. She looked back with the expression that was less a question than a shape that had been left open. Not because I want to, he said. Because it's easier than the alternative. Yes, she said. I know. She picked up her coffee. What's the alternative? He looked at the wall. The index had a print on it. Some abstract arrangement of shapes. The kind of art that office space is acquired because it would not offend anyone and therefore would not be noticed. He had been looking at it for 5 days without seeing it. Doing something with what I know, he said. Solene was quiet. I have 3 years of evidence, he said. I know what he thinks about at 3 in the morning. I know when he stopped believing his own story about what happened. I know he stopped. I know more about him than I have any right to, and I've been treating that as a reason not to act, as though knowing enough about someone means you don't have to make the risk. You're using clarity as a substitute for courage, Solene said. He looked at her. Her expression was neutral, thoughtful, the face she wore when she was saying something she had been waiting to say. That's not yours, he said. No, she agreed. But it's accurate. He sat with it. The index was quiet. Outside, through the frosted glass of the high window, the city's evening light was shifting into the deeper gold that came before the buildings started lighting themselves from within. He's going to get on the morning flight, Idris said, and I'm going to let him. In 6 months from now, I'm going to be in my flat in Bermondsey, making tea, and I'm going to receive some thought of his. Something ordinary, something nothing. And I'm going to understand that I had 2 days, and I spent them deciding the outcome in advance and calling it caution. Solene said nothing. I'm tired of the glass, he said. She looked at him. I know, she said. You've been tired of it for a while. That's not the same as doing anything about it. No, she agreed. It's not. She set her coffee down. What would you do if you're going to do something? He looked at the print on the wall, the shapes that were not anything the arrangement that had no intention behind it and had ended up here because no one had decided otherwise. "I don't know yet," he said. "Okay," she said. "That's not very helpful. You didn't ask for help. You asked what the alternative was." She picked up her pen again. "The alternative is doing something with what you know, which you've just identified. That's further than you were yesterday." He looked at her. "I'll tell you what I think," she said, "if you want it. Tell me. I think you have been the most careful person I know for 3 years, and care has served you well, and it has also kept you in the same place." She said this with a specific neutrality she brought to true things. Not gently, not harshly, just as fact. "You are very good at managing the distance. You are less practiced at closing it." She looked at him. "That's not a failing. It's a pattern. And the difference between a pattern and a choice is noticing it." "I've noticed it." "Then the next part is yours," she said. "I can't do it for you." He sat with that. The annex. The print. The evening light shifting. He picked up his bag. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome." She was already back to annotating. "Dinner is in an hour. The Aldrich delegation is going as a group. You should come." "I'll come." He went. He sat at dinner with his delegation, which was ordinary and warm in the way of people who have accomplished something together and are now in the pleasant decompression of its aftermath. He talked to Marate, who was in a better humor than she'd been at any point in the week. He talked to Fidelis, who was fizzing with the specific energy of a junior professional who's been given real work and has done it well and is not quite sure what to do with that yet. He talked to the Aldrich delegation head about the signing ceremony. He did not look for Bastian in the restaurant because Bastian was not there. The Calvain delegation was dining separately this evening, which meant Tomas had managed the schedule specifically and deliberately, which meant Tomas had known that Bastian needed the afternoon and the evening to arrive somewhere. He hoped Bastian was arriving somewhere. He was not, he decided, going to manage that hope. He was going to let it be what it was, information about himself, about what he wanted, which was a thing he'd been treating for 3 years as irrelevant in the face of what was safer. After dinner, back in his room, he made tea. He stood at the window, the city below, the lights. He thought, 36 hours. He thought, I'm done holding the glass. He did not know yet what that meant to do. He did not have a plan, a direction, anything so concrete as a next step. He had a willingness that had been building since day 3 and had broken open in the corridor yesterday and had arrived, this evening, at something that was almost a decision. He stood at the window for a long time. Then he went to bed. He lay in the dark and did not manage himself into composure. He let the thing be what it was, the weight of knowing and the cost of knowing, and the question of what a man was supposed to do when the evidence had been accumulating for 3 years and he was, finally, tired of treating it as classified. He thought about Bastian's thought in the corridor. This could be what it is. A good week. A better ending than we got. He thought. It doesn't have to be. He thought. I'm allowed to want more than a better ending. He went to sleep with that thought, which was not comfort. Exactly. It was too new and too unsettled to be comfort, but was something. The specific quality of a decision that hasn't been made yet, but has stopped being impossible. The city kept its lights on. 34 hours. Chapter 14. The same mistake, quieter. Day 6 arrived with rain. Not dramatically. The city didn't offer drama. It was too settled for that, the kind of city that had been dealing with weather for centuries and had arranged itself accordingly. The rain came in overnight and was still present in the morning, the low-gray kind that didn't commit to being a downpour, but declined to stop, and the conference venue's high windows turned the light diffuse and flat in a way that made the morning session feel longer than its agenda. The session was preparatory. Both delegations, full attendance, working through the signing ceremony's protocol requirements with the focused attention of people who had been in working mode for 5 days and could now see the end of it. Bastian contributed from the Calvain side with the efficient professionalism that had been his register all week. Precise, useful, the kind of delegate whose contributions improved the quality of discussion without extending the duration of it. His thoughts, in the background register that Idris had been managing since day 1, were focused on the session, the protocol requirements, the timeline, the specific phrasing of the delegation head's joint statement that both sides had been negotiating through their communications leads. Orderly. Professional. Managed. Idris sat across the table and did his work and did not examine what the orderliness felt like from the inside. The session broke at 12. Lunch was informal. The delegations free to make their own arrangements. The conference center's catering available, but not mandatory. The last afternoon of open schedule before the signing ceremony preparations began in earnest tomorrow morning. Both delegation heads had bilateral calls scheduled. The junior attaches had their own agendas. Tomas disappeared in the direction of the building's eastern block with the purposeful ease of a man with a specific errand. Idris went to the balcony. It was a small external terrace off the third floor, accessible through a set of glass doors that most delegates had used once to establish whether the view was worth the wind and had then decided it was not, which meant it was, this morning, empty. The rain had stopped while the session was ending, leaving the city wet and reflecting, and the air washed to a quality that was almost sharp. Idris leaned on the railing and looked at the street below, the ordinary motion of a city doing its midday things, indifferent to the diplomatic operations occurring in the building above it, and let the signal settle. He had been managing the signal all morning with the deliberate attention of someone who knew they were managing and was doing it anyway, narrowing the reception, directing his attention toward the session and the protocol documents and the external world of professional obligations that were still very much his professional obligations, regardless of anything else. He had a job. He was doing it. The other things could wait until the job was done. The other things were, he acknowledged to the rain-washed balcony air, not waiting particularly quietly. He heard Soline before he saw her. Not the ability, just her specific footstep on the balcony's tiled floor, the precise, unhurried quality of it, the step of someone who has found you precisely because they intended to. She came and stood beside him at the railing. She did not say anything for a moment. She was, when she chose to be, very good at silence. He let it be. You went very quiet in the session, she said eventually. I was working. You were working very quietly. She looked at the street below. The kind of quiet that has something inside it. Soline, I'm not asking, she said. I'm observing. I'm allowed to observe. She turned her coat collar up against the residual damp. A practical gesture, entirely characteristic. He's going to do it, isn't he? Get on the morning flight. Let the week be what it was and close the door on it. Idris was quiet. I'm asking now, she said. Yes, he said. I think so. She nodded. This was not surprise. It was the acknowledgement of something she had already assessed and had been waiting to have confirmed. What are you going to do? He looked at the city. The wet rooftops. A pigeon landing on the building opposite with the specific undignified landing pigeon always make and then rearranging itself with great composure, as though this had always been the plan. I told you last night I'm done holding the glass, he said. You told me you were tired of it. That's the same thing. It isn't quite. She said this without inflection, the way she said things that required no softening. Being tired of something and deciding to put it down are different stages. I was asking where you are. He looked at the pigeon, which had decided the building opposite was not what it had been expecting and was reassessing. I don't know yet, he said. Okay. She was quiet for a moment. Tell me what you're afraid of. He looked at her. She was looking at the street. Her profile, the composed, careful thing it always was, the face that gave away exactly what she chose and nothing else. Finding out it isn't enough, he said. That I've been carrying 3 years of evidence. 3 years of knowing what he thinks when he doesn't know anyone is listening, and none of it translates to the thing itself. That knowing someone from the inside doesn't mean you know them. That I've been using the inventory as a reason to feel close to him without having to risk actually being close to him. Soline was quiet. Priya would have something to say about that, he said. Priya has been saying it for 18 months. I know. He looked at his hands on the railing. The other thing. Say it. That I forgive him. He said this carefully, as though testing the weight of each word. Not strategically. Not because I've decided it's the rational response to the available evidence. But actually, that I've spent 3 years receiving his interior life. And what I know is that he is frightened and sorry and has not stopped loving me. And that the thing he did was wrong in the method and defensible in the intent. And that I have been angry for 4 years at a clean version of him that never existed. and that the version that did exist, the one in his kitchen at late, afraid, not knowing how to ask for help, that version I understand. I might even, he stopped. Say it, she said again, quieter. I might even have done the same thing. He looked at the street. In his position, afraid like that, and trained to handle things alone, I might have made the same call. Solene was quiet for a long time. That's not a comfortable thing to carry, she said. No. Is it true? I don't know. He breathed. That's the part that makes it complicated. I don't know if it's true or if I'm just looking for a way to make the story come out differently. Finding reasons to trust my own interpretation of what I've heard, because trusting it means I can stop being angry. And being angry it's been the thing that kept the architecture up. She turned to look at him. He met her eyes. This is the first time, she said, that you've said any of this out loud. Yes. To me, I mean. Not in your head. Yes. She looked at him for a moment with the specific quality of attention she brought to things she was taking seriously, which was the kind of attention that did not reassure or reframe, but simply received. Idris, she said, what do you want? He looked at the city. He thought about what he'd said to himself 2 nights ago, lying in the dark with the thing that was almost a decision. I'm allowed to want more than a better ending. I want to tell him I know, he said. What he's been carrying, what he thinks about, what he decided in his kitchen that night and hasn't been able to live with since. He stopped, started again. I want him to know that someone has been, that he hasn't been as alone in it as he thought he was, even if the company was given without his consent. He paused. That's not sufficient. I know it's not sufficient. It's a start, she said. And I want, he stopped. She waited. I want the thing he keeps almost saying, he said. And then, because he had committed to saying things out loud this afternoon, and stopping in the middle was not that, I want him. The city went on below them. The pigeon had made its decision and departed. The rain was starting again, very lightly, the kind of rain that is more of a suggestion than a commitment. Solene looked at him for a moment. Then she said, You wanted that for 3 years. Yes. And you've been deciding it was your responsibility to want it quietly. Yes. And now? He turned the question over. The light rain on the balcony. The city. 30 hours. Now I'm deciding it's not, he said. Solene nodded. One small, precise nod. The nod of someone who has heard what she needed to hear and has updated her position accordingly. She turned her collar back down, which meant the practical emergency of the damp was resolved and she was returning to her ordinary state. I revised my position on Sebastian Lowe, she said, conversationally, looking at the street. He looked at her. I have been professionally civil and personally skeptical since the week began, she said. I watched the subgroup work. I watched how he handled the clause documentation. I watched the way he listens to other people in a session, not performing attention, actually paying it. She was quiet for a moment. I watched the way he looked at you this morning when the plenary approved the joint clarification. How did he look? Like a man who has spent 4 days trying to manage what he is allowed to feel about something and failed considerably. Idris was quiet. He's frightened, she said. I can see it. It's visible to me, and I've known him a week. I imagine it's considerably more visible to you. She turned to look at him. He is also, from what I can see, accounting for the fact that I am revising a position I held quite firmly, trying, whatever that is worth. It's worth something. Yes, she said. I thought so. She straightened from the railing. I should go. The delegation head has a bilateral at 2, and I need to have the documentation ready. She moved toward the glass doors, then paused. Idris. He looked at her. The signing ceremony is the morning after tomorrow. The flight's that afternoon. She said this with the careful even-handedness of someone delivering a logistical fact that is also something else. That's one evening. I know. Whatever you're going to do with not holding the glass anymore, she said, you have one evening to do it in. She went inside. He stood on the balcony in the light rain and looked at the city. 30 hours was a number. It was also a container, a fixed boundary on something that had been, for 4 years, open-ended. He had been living inside the open-endedness, the indefinite possibility of someday, the future conference, the next overlap, the always theoretical moment when he might decide what to do with what he knew. That had been its own kind of management. The open end meant nothing had to be decided, because there was always later. Later was 30 hours. He thought about the corridor yesterday. The thought arriving. This could be what it is. And the specific, recognizable quality of a man preparing to use his own good intentions as a reason not to act. He had been angry at it. He was still angry at it, or something adjacent to it. Not anger exactly, more like the grief that lives underneath anger when the anger has been doing its work for long enough that you can finally see what it was protecting. He had been protecting, he understood, the same thing Bastian had. The safety of not risking arrest. The certainty of a known grief over the uncertainty of the unknown outcome. He breathed. The rain was real now. Actual rain, the damp smell of it rising from the street below. He had 3 years of evidence that Sebastian Lowe was sorry and frightened and still loved him and did not know what to do with any of it, and was going to decide, in the next 30 hours, to leave all of that on the table rather than risk making things worse. He had, Idris thought, approximately one evening to be the person who did not also decide to leave it on the table. He went inside. He spent the afternoon doing his job, because the job was real and the job was his, and the ability to separate what was professional from what was personal was one of the things he had spent 4 years building back. He attended the afternoons in formal working sessions. He reviewed the signing ceremony protocol documentation with a focused attention it deserved. He had a call with London at 4. His section head, the standard pre-completion briefing, a 15-minute conversation about the accord's implications for ongoing bilateral work, and he conducted it with the composed efficiency that London expected of him. He did all of this with his hands very still on the table. He did all of this while knowing, in the part of him that was not the professional version, that tomorrow morning was going to come, and the signing ceremony was going to happen, and the flights were going to depart, and he was going to have made a choice either way, to act or to leave the thing on the table. And both were choices, and leaving it on the table was not the neutral option he had been treating it as for 4 years. By 5 in the afternoon, the rain had cleared, and the city's wet surfaces were catching the low sunlight in the way of cities after rain, specific and momentarily beautiful. He was in the subgroup room. Habit. Mostly, the room had become familiar in the way of spaces where significant work happened, reviewing the final clause documentation before it went into the official record. The door opened. He looked up. Bastian stood in the doorway with his jacket over his arm and the quality of someone who has not entirely decided to come in. He was looking at the documentation on the table, which was a reasonable place to look, and then at Idris, which was less of a surprise than it might have been. "I thought you were done with the subgroup documentation," Idris said. "I am." Bastian came in, because standing in the doorway was a decision too, and apparently he had made it. He sat at the table, not across from Idris, but at the end, the corner, the configuration of people who are having a conversation that isn't quite a meeting. "There was something I wanted to check." "What?" Bastian looked at the documentation. "The interpretation annex. The Calvain reading of the Western Boundary Clause. I want to make sure it's recorded as an interpretation, not a position." Idris looked at the page. "It is. I know. I wanted to check." A pause. The documentation. The late afternoon light in the room. "That's not why you came in," Idris said. Bastian was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. Idris waited. Bastian put his jacket down on the table. He was looking at it. Not at Idris, at the jacket, the way people look at objects when they need something to do with their eyes while they do something hard. "I've been deciding things," he said. "Deciding in advance what things are, and what they can and cannot be. I do that. I've always done it." He looked up. "I've been doing it this week." "I know," Idris said. Bastian looked at him. Something moved across his face. Not quite recognition, but its immediate precursor. "I was going to let the week be what it was," he said. "The work. The professional overlap. Let that be sufficient and not," he stopped. "It's the same thing. I know it's the same thing." "Yes," Idris said. "I keep protecting you from things you didn't ask to be protected from." He said this quietly to the jacket, and then looked up. "I don't know how to stop doing it, but I know I keep doing it, which is at least a different stage than I was at 3 years ago." The room was very still. Idris looked at him. The careful face, the tired eyes, the man who had been managing himself since the reception on day 1 with the specific, visible effort of someone who was working very hard at something that cost them considerably. He looked at him and heard, in the background register, the surface of Bastian's mind. I'm not doing it this time. Then, quieter, I don't know what I'm doing instead, but it's not that. 30 hours, Idris said. Bastian looked at him. That's what's left, Idris said. The ceremony tomorrow morning. The flight's in the afternoon. 30 hours. I know. I've been deciding things in advance too, Idris said. For longer than this week. Bastian was very still. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, Idris said. I'm working on that. He looked at Bastian with the quality of attention he brought to things he was taking seriously. The specific quality that Bastian, he knew, had always found unsettling because it was so complete. But I wanted you to know I'm not holding the thing I've been holding at the same distance I was. The room, the light, the documentation. Bastian said, What does that mean? I don't know exactly, Idris said. Yet. Okay, Bastian said, quietly, not with the quality of a man who is fine with ambiguity. Bastian had never been naturally comfortable with ambiguity, had spent his career building the skills required to work inside it, but with the quality of a man who is learning to wait for the honest answer. Idris nodded once. Bastian picked up his jacket. He stood. He moved toward the door, and at the door he stopped in the way he sometimes stopped, the pause of a man with one more thing. He said, I should have, he stopped. That's the prepared version talking. Yes, Idris said. Right. He looked at his jacket. Good night, Idris. Good night, Idris said. He left. Idris sat in the empty subgroup room in the late afternoon light and looked at the documentation on the table. The clause, the interpretation annex, the clean, careful language of an agreement that had taken a week and would last for years. He had helped build it. That was real. That was its own kind of evidence about what could be accomplished in a small room over 4 days by 2 people who were willing to do the work. He sat with the thought. Then he gathered the documentation, arranged it for the morning's final review, and went to dinner. He thought, approximately 1 evening. He intended to use it. Chapter 15. Everything he told himself was protection. He found the paper at 10:47. He had not been looking for it. He had been standing at the desk in his room, jacket off, the room's only decent lamp lit against the evening, the city outside the window, doing its usual things, trying to draft a note to the summit coordinator about a minor procedural point that needed clarification before the morning ceremony, and the paper had been in the desk drawer when he opened it for a pen. He looked at it for a moment. Then he picked it up. He had folded it in thirds on day 3, the night of his room conversation with Tomas. The night he had sat at this same desk, trying to understand what the apology actually was, what the true version of it looked like when he stopped performing it. He had written it then and folded it and put it in the drawer, because putting it in the drawer was slightly more honest than throwing it away, and he had not opened the drawer since. He unfolded it. He read it. It was not good writing. He had never been a good writer in the personal register. His professional prose was precise and economical, the language of someone who understood that clarity was a form of respect, but his private language had always been messier, less controlled, the thing that happened when he stopped editing himself before the sentence arrived. The writing in the paper was that, unedited, the syntax broken in places, the sentences starting and stopping the way sentences did when they were keeping pace with a thought that was faster than the hand. I need to tell you something I should have told you 3 years ago, and what follows is not a defense. The original opening. He had tried 7 versions, and this was the least wrong. And reading it now, it still had that quality. Least wrong rather than right, the kind of sentence that was honest primarily because it was too tired to be anything else. He read further. The first section, the facts. He had been right that he could do facts, the intelligence, the operation, the broker, the decision. Reading it now, the facts felt distant from him, almost clinical, the way facts became when they had been examined too many times from too many angles. He knew them so well they had lost their charge. What remained was the shape they made, a decision in the middle of the night that had cost Idris 6 months and cost Bastian 3 years of his own particular wreckage. He read the second section. I told myself I was protecting him. I think I was protecting myself. This was the sentence he had arrived at on day 2 and had not been able to move past. He had written it and then written, I think I was afraid that if I told you I was scared, you would help me with it. And then the sentence broke. He had not been able to finish it on day 2. He read it now, with the specific distance of 3 days and Henrik's dinner and Tomas's question and the conversation in the subgroup room this evening, and understood what the end of the sentence was. And then I would have been someone who needed help, and I was afraid of being that person, and I was afraid of what you would do with that. Not because I thought you would use it against me, but because I thought you would help me, and then I would know you had seen me that clearly, and then there would be no way back for being known. He said this out loud, to the room, because the room was empty and because saying things out loud was different from thinking them. The sound of it was different from the thought of it. The sound of it was smaller and less dramatic and more real. He put the paper down. He sat at the desk. 3 years ago, in a kitchen in his flat, he had made a decision about intelligence that was also a decision about a relationship, and the decision's logic had been, if I handle this alone, I protect him from the risk. If I shield him from the exposure, he stays safe. If I never bring him into the fear cannot touch him. He had not understood, then, that bringing Idris into the fear was not the same as exposing him to the danger. That you could say I'm frightened and ask for help without handing someone your most vulnerable coordinate and waiting for them to use it. That trusting someone with your fear was not the same as trusting them with your life in a context where your life was genuinely at risk. He had thought they were the same thing. He had been raised in a household where they were treated as the same thing. He picked up the paper again. He thought about his father. He had been thinking about his father for 5 days with the specific quality of a man examining a structure he has been living inside for so long he has stopped seeing it as structure. His father was a man of profound capability and absolute control. The house had always run. The problems had always been solved before anyone in the family understood there had been a problem. His mother had, for years, described this as the gift of marrying a man who handled things. Bastian had grown up understanding this as love. He did not know if it had been love. He thought it probably had been love. He thought it had also been fear, and that the fear and the love had been so thoroughly mixed together in his father's model that separating them was probably not possible, and that his father had never seen any reason to try. He had taken this model into the relationship with Idris. He had not known he was taking it. He had thought he was simply loving someone, choosing deliberately the shape of his care. He had not understood that the shape of his care had a pattern, and the pattern was his father's, and the pattern produced, with reliable consistency, the outcomes that his father's approach had produced, a household that appeared perfectly managed, in which the person being managed had not been given the information required to make their own choices. He had managed Idris. He had called it love. He folded the paper. He thought, this is what I've been doing. In the subgroup room this evening, I came in and I said the approximate thing, the version that acknowledged the problem without completing the thought. I said I've been deciding things in advance, and I don't know how to stop. I said it to him and watch him receive it, and I did not say, I'm sorry. I did not say the true thing. I said the thing that gestured at the true thing, and then I left. Same mistake. Slightly less managed. Still not enough. He looked at the paper in his hands. He thought about what Henrik had said. The honest version is what he deserves. He thought about what Tomas had said the first night with the pastries. Most things people call complicated are mostly just frightening. He thought about what Idris had said this evening in the subgroup room in the voice he used when he was saying something he had decided to say. I haven't decided what to do with it yet. I'm working on that. He had said, I'm not holding the thing I've been holding at the same distance I was. What did that mean? He turned it over. He had been turning it over since the subgroup room, since the moment Idris had looked at him with the quality of attention that was nothing like the controlled professional register of the previous 4 days, and had said things that were both true and entirely unresolved, both opening and incomplete. What I've been holding, not holding it at the same distance. He did not know what Idris had been holding. He had some idea, not from inference, not from the 3 years of professional proximity and the history before it, but from the thing that had been true since day one, and that he had been, with increasing inadequacy, not thinking about, that Idris had been receiving his thoughts. For 3 years. The thoughts at the surface, the ones closest to speech. The Lisbon hotel room. The burned balcony. The Brussels airport. He had known this since the evening of the formal dinner. known it in the abstract way of something that has not been allowed to become specific. He had asked Tomas what he would do if someone had been listening all along, and Tomas had said, "I'd hope they'd been kind with it." He had thought about it since, and had not let himself follow the thought to where it led. The thought led here. Idris had been carrying him for 3 years. Every 2 a.m. spiral, every version of the practiced apology, every thought Bastian had in the 10-second window before sleep that was the most honest 10 seconds of any day. Idris had been receiving it. Idris had been sitting with it. With all of it, the whole 3-year record of Bastian's private wreckage, and had not said anything. Had filed it, had managed it, had continued to be exactly as professionally excellent as the work required, and had been carrying him the whole time. He sat with this. He had spent 3 years worrying about the apology he owed Idris. He had not spent 3 minutes considering what it cost Idris to have received it involuntarily. That was another version of the same mistake. The same logic. I will concern myself with what I owe and what I have done, and in my concern I will not think to ask what the other person has been carrying. I will manage my own guilt instead of asking what help looks like from the outside. He looked at the paper. He thought about what Idris had said. I haven't decided what to do with it yet. I'm working on that. He thought. So am I. He put the paper in his jacket pocket. He did not know why he did this. He had put it in his pocket on day 3's morning too, the morning after he'd written it, in the vague preparatory way of someone who is not yet ready to do something but wants the option available. This time was different. This time the putting it in the pocket was not preparation for future action. It was the acknowledgement that the action was close, that he was done deciding in advance, that he did not know what tonight or tomorrow morning held, but that he was going to stop deciding in advance what it could and couldn't be. He thought about the unprepared version. He thought, I was afraid. I should have told you I was afraid. I made a decision about your life that was mine to make in its technical elements and not in its method. And the method cost you 6 months of your career and a year of your sense of yourself, and 4 years of grief I could not measure because I was not in the room for any of it. And I'm sorry. That's it. That's the whole of it. Not the 3 sections, not the framing, not the interpretation and the defense and the rebuttal. Just, I'm sorry. I was afraid. I should have trusted you with that, and I didn't, and I'm sorry. He said this out loud to the room. The room received it. He breathed. Outside the city, the lights coming on as the evening deepened, the specific warm sequence of window lights coming on in the buildings across the way, the orderly illumination of a city settling into its night. He had been in this room for 6 days, and he had been looking at this view, and he had been in the particular way of someone who is determined to manage their own reactions, not looking at it too closely. He looked at it now. 30 hours, Idris had said. One evening, Bastian thought. He picked up his jacket. He put it on. He checked his pocket. The paper there, where he had put it, not for a specific reason, but because he was done deciding in advance. He thought about the subgroup room. He thought about coming in and sitting down and saying the approximate thing and then leaving. He thought about Idris's face, the specific quality of his attention, the composed surface, and what moved beneath it, the thing he had said. I'm not holding at the same distance I was. He had left. He had said the approximate thing, and then he had left because leaving was still, even now, slightly easier than staying, and he was working on that. He was not going to leave tonight in the same way. He did not have a plan. He had stopped, somewhere in the past 4 days, being a man with a plan for how this went. He had the paper in his pocket, and the practiced apology dissolved, and the specific, terrifying openness of a man who has finally stopped managing the outcome and is standing in the uncertainty of a thing he cannot predict. He thought about Idris in the subgroup room, looking at him with that quality of attention. He thought about, I haven't decided what to do with it yet. He thought, I haven't decided what to do with any of it. He thought, we could decide together. He sat back down on the bed. He was not going out tonight. Not to find Idris, that was not the thing, not yet. Tonight was for arriving somewhere, and he had not fully arrived. He was close. He was closer than he had been at any point in 3 years, which was information about something. He reached for the in-room phone, then stopped. He picked up his actual phone instead and sent a message to Tomas. tomorrow's ceremony documentation. Can you handle the sign-in brief at 7? The response came back in 4 minutes. Already on it. Sleep well. He looked at this for a moment. Then he set the phone down. He thought about what it meant to let another person know you needed something. To say, I can't manage this part. I need help with this piece. Here's a thing I am afraid of, and here is what it would mean to be trusted with it. He thought about Idris, who had been carrying him for 3 years and had never used it, who had received everything and had not deployed any of it, had carried the whole weight of it in silence, and had continued, every day, to be nothing except what the situation required. That was its own kind of love. Idris might not call it that. Idris might call it obligation, or management of an ability he hadn't asked for, or simply the particular discipline of a man who treated other people's interior lives as something that didn't belong to him to use. But Bastian thought it was love. The specific kind that requires the most from a person and the least from the person it's directed at. The kind that carries without being seen. He had been carried for 3 years. He had been carried, and he had not known it, and now he knew it, and the knowing had the specific weight of things that changed the shape of what came before them. Not the facts. The facts hadn't changed. What changed was the understanding of what those 3 years had felt like from the other side. He was not, he thought, going to let that be the last thing between them. He lay back on the bed, jacket still on, and looked at the ceiling. Tomorrow morning, the signing ceremony. Tomorrow afternoon, the flights. One morning, one evening between now and it. He thought about the hallway. He thought about the 10-second window before sleep that was always the most honest 10 seconds of a day. He thought about what he would actually say if he found himself in the same space as Idris tonight. Not in a session room, not in a formal capacity, just in the ordinary space of 2 people who were in the same building at the end of a long day. He thought, I was afraid, and I should have told you, and I'm sorry. He thought, that's it. That's the whole of it. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep yet. He was not trying to sleep. He was trying to arrive somewhere. And arriving somewhere required patience and the specific willingness to not rush the last part. He lay with the city's sounds below him and the paper in his jacket pocket, and a practiced apology finally, fully dissolved. Not replaced by something polished or prepared or controlled, just by the true thing in its plainest form. He had loved Idris Thorne. He loved him still. In a resigned, inconvenient way he had been noting to himself in hotels and airports for 3 years, the fact that landed like weather and then refused to leave. He had made decisions about that love that had come from his best instincts and had produced his worst outcomes. He was sorry for the outcomes and for the instincts in equal measure, because the instincts were the pattern, and the pattern was his father's, and he had been living inside it so long he had not known it was something that could be left. He was leaving it. Not tonight. Tonight was for arriving. But he was leaving it. He breathed. Outside, the city settled into its middle hours. The lights in the buildings across the way had mostly gone to the warm amber of rooms where people had retreated. For the night, the specific quality of a city at rest, all the ordinary lives happening at the ordinary scale that he had been standing outside of for longer than just this week. He thought about Idris standing at windows, the way he did it, like he was deciding whether the view was worth the trouble and finding, usually, that it was. He thought, I want him to decide I'm worth the trouble. He thought, I think he might be deciding. He held that for a long time, in the dark of his conference hotel room, with the paper in his pocket and the apology in its plainest form and the morning coming. He was not going to decide in advance what it could be. He was done doing that. The city kept its lights on. Tomorrow. Chapter 16. The accord that doesn't cover this. Day 7 had the specific quality of last days. The air in the conference rooms slightly more breathed, the delegates slightly more themselves, the professional performance thinning at its edges in the way of something nearing its end. The summit had one formal working session remaining before the signing ceremony preparation began. A full plenary procedural session to ratify the final accord language and set the record straight on 3 outstanding items that had been deferred from earlier sessions. Mechanical, mostly. The heavy lifting was done. What remained was the formal closing of the aperture, the institutional language of completion. Idris knew, walking into the session room at 8:45, that this was the last time he would sit across a table from Sebastian Lowe in a professional capacity for the foreseeable future. He sat down. He arranged his materials. He looked at the agenda. The Calvain delegation entered at 8:52. Henrik first, then the attaches, then Tomas, who appeared, as he always appeared, with something from somewhere, this morning a small paper bag that he distributed down the Calvain side of the table with the unhurried generosity of a man who considers this a professional responsibility. Then Bastian. Bastian sat. He opened his dossier. He looked at the agenda. He did not look at Idris. His thoughts, in the background register, focused, controlled. The surface of a working mind turned fully toward the task, which was what it had been on day one, which was what it had been on every day since. The management was intact. Whatever had been moving in him last night, the paper, the ceiling, the arriving somewhere, it had been gathered back into the professional register with the efficiency of a man who knew how to do that and had. Today, reason 2. The session began. The first procedural item was the climate annex final language. Idris had read it the previous evening and had one substantive note, which he delivered cleanly in the first 15 minutes. A phrasing issue in the third subsection that, as written, could be read as prescriptive rather than aspirational, and which the Aldrich delegation's position required to be aspirational. He proposed an amendment. Bastian, across the table, listened with the particular quality of attention he gave to things he was taking seriously, then said, the Calvain delegation had a similar concern, and the proposed amendment addressed it adequately. The amendment was noted. The session moved on. This was the register. This was what they were. Two professionals in the same room, doing the last piece of a week's work with the mutual competence that had been, from the beginning, the least complicated thing between them. The second item was the record correction for day 3's minutes, which contained a transcription error in the boundary marker coordinates that both delegations' technical advisors had flagged. This was administrative. It was resolved in 12 minutes. The third item was the outstanding procedural question from day 2, the review mechanism for the Accord's cultural annex, which had been deferred because the delegations had not agreed on the review body's composition. Idris had been tracking this. It was the item most likely to produce friction in the final session, and he had prepared for it accordingly. 2 position papers, 3 possible compromise configurations, and a read-on where the Calvain delegation's flexibility actually lived, which was based on 4 days of working alongside their lead negotiator, somewhat more flexible than their official position suggested. He laid this out when the item arrived on the agenda. He did it with the specific care of someone who has prepared thoroughly and is prepared to use the preparation. The Aldrich position, the points of flexibility, the configuration that gave both delegations what they actually needed rather than what they had each been publicly insisting upon. He did not look at Bastian while he said it. He was looking at the delegation heads, at Henrik, at the room. Henrik's expression shifted by approximately 2 degrees. The specific degree of shift of a man who is recalibrating his assessment and is not entirely surprised by the need to. He glanced at Bastian. Bastian was looking at the table. A pause. The pause of a room arriving at something. Bastian said, the Calvain delegation is prepared to accept the proposed review structure with one modification to the reporting timeline. He said the modification. It was a 2-month extension to the first review cycle, which was cosmetically concessive and substantively neutral, which Bastian knew and Idris knew, and which the room received as meaningful movement, which was sometimes what movement needed to be. The Aldrich delegation accepts the modification, Idris said. The review mechanism was resolved. The session recorded it. The Accord's final language was complete. The room did the thing it had done on day 5, when the northern clause had cleared. Went briefly warm, the specific relief of completion, the sound of people who had been in a sustained professional effort for 7 days and could now see the end of it. The delegation heads shook hands across the table. Tomas said something Idris did not catch that made the junior attaches laugh. Solene allowed herself a second smile in 2 days, which Idris noted because it was not her usual frequency. And Bastian thought, in the middle of it, the room warm around them, the Accord complete, the thought arriving with the quiet weight of something that had been decided rather than arrived at. I'm going to miss working with him. Idris kept his face arranged. A pause, the warmth continuing around them. Bastian looking at the completed agenda, his hand on the table, the room beginning to shift from session mode toward the informal configuration of people who have finished. Then, quieter still, underneath the professional surface in the register, the ability sometimes reached and sometimes didn't, the one closest to what a person almost said when they thought no one was listening. I'm going to miss him. Not a prelude, not a sentence with another sentence after it. Just the fact, arrived at and held, the resigned clarity of a man who has named a true thing and is sitting with what it means. Not the apology, not the fear, not the 3 years, just this, the specific grief of a week ending, of knowing that the morning flight exists, of already beginning to leave. Idris sat with his hands flat on the table. He had known this was coming. He had known since day 5's corridor, since the thought that had arrived and told him Bastian was already preparing to close the door. He had known, and he had been angry at it, and he had talked to Solene about it, and he had sat in his room at 34 hours and thought, I'm allowed to want more than a better ending. He sat with it now, the grief in it, which was real and was not his to dismiss, which was Bastian's own and which had arrived because Bastian was doing the same thing he had always done, grieving a thing he had already decided not to reach for. He had decided something last night. He had not been ready to name it last night. The bed, the dark, the almost decision, it had been close but not arrived. He had woken this morning at 6 and had lain in the quiet of the room for 20 minutes before getting up, and in those 20 minutes something had finished arriving, and when he got up he had known what he was going to do. Not the how, not the exact shape of it, the words, or the timing, or the precise configuration of a conversation that was going to have to happen in the next. He checked the clock on the session room wall, 16 hours before the morning flight departed. But the what? The what was no longer in question. He was not going to let the week be enough. He was not going to decide in advance that Bastian's grief was a fixed outcome and he was a bystander to it. He had 3 years of evidence that the man across the table had been carrying something he could not put down, and he had been treating that evidence as a reason to feel close without risking closeness, and he was done with that. The glass had been down since last night. What remained was acting like it. He looked at his hands on the table. He thought about what Priya had said 18 months ago, which had been a particular kind of sentence, the kind that sounded like observation and was actually instruction. You're using clarity as a substitute for courage. He had been using it as armor, as evidence, as a reason to feel like he understood enough that he didn't have to risk being wrong. He had been inside someone else's interior life for 3 years and had treated the access as protection, and it had never been protection. It had been intimacy without consent, which he had given himself no credit for holding carefully, and it had been an excuse to never have to take the step that closeness actually required. The step was the thing, the step that cost something. The session was formally adjourned at 10:43. The delegations would reconvene at 2 for the signing ceremony preparation, protocol run-through, position check, the specific professional theater of ensuring that tomorrow morning's signing went smoothly. The afternoon was procedural. The evening was free. The evening was 16 hours before the flight. Delegates began to gather their materials. The room shifted into the informal configuration. People moving toward conversations they had been storing, the senior advisors talking to the cultural leads, Fidelis and Liesel engaged in something that appeared to involve a shared notebook and considerable mutual amusement. Henrik crossed to the Aldrich delegation head with the easy pace of a man making a final bilateral call, leaving Bastian momentarily without a conversation. Idris closed his dossier. He looked at Bastian across the table. Bastian was gathering his materials with the practiced ease of someone who has been ending meetings for years, the specific motions of a man who knows his exit and is moving toward it. He had not looked at Idris since the resolution of the review mechanism. He was going to leave this room without looking at him, and then he was going to go to the afternoon's procedural session, and then he was going to go to whatever the Colvane delegation had organized for the evening, and then he was going to go to sleep and wake up and sign the accord and get on the morning flight. Idris said, at a volume that was not quite public and not quite private, low. Bastian looked up. It was not. It could not be in a room still containing 14 people. The moment. He knew that. Bastian knew it. The look that passed between them was not the moment. It was the acknowledgement that there was a moment coming, and both of them had located it. The review mechanism language, Idris said, in the professional register, the third paragraph. I want to confirm the Calvane interpretation before the afternoon session, which was not entirely untrue. The third paragraph did have an interpretive flexibility that he had noted during drafting and had chosen not to raise in the plenary, because the flexibility was, on balance, useful. He wanted to confirm the Calvane reading. That was true. It was not the only reason he had said it. Bastian said, agreed, and then, after a fraction of a pause, the Rasmussen room. I'll be there at 12:30. Idris nodded once. Bastian finished gathering his materials. He left with the natural ease of someone whose exit had arrived and who was not going to make the fact of it significant. The room reorganized around his absence. Solene appeared at Idris's elbow. She said nothing. She looked at him with the specific quality of attention that was less question than open door. 12:30, he said. Good, she said. Simply that. She picked up her notebook and went to speak with the Aldrich delegation head. Idris sat in the emptying room. The accord was done. The week was done. What remained was the procedural closing and the signing ceremony, and between now and then, a conversation that had been building for 4 years and would have approximately 40 minutes in a small room to be whatever it was going to be. He was not going to manage the outcome. He was going to go to the Rasmussen room at 12:30 and say the true thing in whatever form arrived, and then he was going to wait. Not manage, not calculate, not decide in advance what the reception could and couldn't be. Just wait. He breathed. He thought about what the true thing was. He knew what Bastian was carrying, had known it for 3 years with the specific, uncomfortable intimacy of a man who had been handed an inventory he never asked for. He knew the Lisbon hotel room and the burned balcony and the Brussels airport. He knew every version of the practiced apology. He knew the kitchen, the night before, the fear that had gone unnamed. He knew that Bastian loved him, had loved him in the specific, inconvenient way that showed up in the 10-second window before sleep, and in the thought, I wonder if he's cold. It's cold here. He always ran cold, which had arrived in the middle of an unrelated working dinner 2 years ago and had stayed with Idris for 3 days. He knew the guilt. He knew the grief. He knew the shape of what 3 years of carrying a decision you could not undo looked like from the inside. He also knew this was the part he had been the slowest to arrive at, the part that the architecture had been protecting. What it felt like to hear someone's worst thoughts for 3 years and find that the worst thoughts were sad and frightened and full of love, and that knowing all of it had not made him safe. It had made him responsible. He stood up. He went to lunch, which he ate with the focused efficiency of a man who needs fuel rather than food. He reviewed the afternoon's procedural notes. He did the things the afternoon required. At 12:29, he went to the Rasmussen room. The Rasmussen room was on the 2nd floor, one of the building's smaller meeting spaces, named for something or someone he had never looked up, the size of a room intended for 4 people maximum with a window that looked onto the internal courtyard. It was empty when he arrived. He sat at the table and looked at the courtyard below. The maintenance worker was there again, or a different one, moving something from one side to the other with the unhurried patience of someone who had decided this was simply the task at hand. The door opened at 12:31. Bastian came in. He was in his jacket, not the formal summit jacket, but something lighter, the one Idris had seen him in on the walk back from the restaurant on day 4, the version of him that was slightly unfinished in a way that was not unfinished at all. He sat across from Idris at the small table. They looked at each other. The review mechanism language was on the table between them, which was why they were here, which was also not why they were here. The third paragraph, Idris said. Yes, Bastian said. A pause. I didn't come about the third paragraph, Idris said. I know, Bastian said. The courtyard below. The maintenance worker. The ordinary, unhurried motion of someone doing the task at hand. Idris looked at Bastian. The careful face, the tired eyes, the otter lean of him in the lighter jacket, the man who had been managing himself since day 1 with the visible effort of someone who was working very hard at something that cost them considerably, and who had arrived at this moment looking, for the first time since the reception, like a man who had run out of the energy required for management. I know what you've been carrying, Idris said. Bastian went still. Not from this week, Idris said. From before it. He looked at him. For 3 years. A beat. The courtyard. Bastian's face doing the thing it did when something had landed that he was deciding how to receive. Not managed stillness, but the actual stillness of a person whose processing has overtaken their performance. I have an ability, Idris said. I've had it since the night after you left. Surface thoughts, the ones closest to speech. The ones people almost say. He said this the way he had said it in his head approximately 400 times over 3 years. Plainly, without emphasis, in the tone of a fact rather than a revelation. You've been in range for 3 years. Not constantly. Not everything. But enough. The room was very quiet. Bastian looked at him. I know about Lisbon, Idris said. The balcony in Bern. The Brussels airport. He paused. I know what you think about in the 10 seconds before you fall asleep. Bastian's jaw moved. A muscle, not quite a word. I know you've been carrying an apology for 3 years that keeps dissolving before you can say it. Idris said. I know you've been arguing with yourself about whether delivering it would be an act of love or an act of self-interest. I know what you decided in your kitchen the night before, and what you told yourself it was, and what you understood it actually was at 3 in the morning in a hotel room in Lisbon. He looked at Bastian directly, with the quality of attention that did not flinch and did not manage itself. I know you love me. I've known it for 3 years. I know how often you've wished you could stop. The room. Bastian exhaled. It was not a controlled sound. It was the specific sound of someone who has been holding something for a very long time and has just involuntarily set it down. How long, he said. Since the night after. A man gave it to me in a hotel bar and told me it was a gift. Idris's voice was even. I did not find it a gift for some time. You've had. Bastian stopped. Looked at the table. 3 years. Yes. A pause. The courtyard. The sound of the building around them. You never used it, Bastian said. Slowly. Arriving at the words the way someone arrives at something they already half know and are verifying. In the session. This week. You had everything and you never. It wasn't mine to use, Idris said. Bastian looked at him. Something in his face had changed. Not broken. Exactly, but changed. The specific quality of a man whose expectations of a moment have been overtaken by the actual moment in a way that requires new information to process. You've been carrying all of it, he said. He stopped. Started again. Everything I've been thinking for 3 years. You've been. Yes, Idris said. The silence that followed was different from the silence of the previous 7 days. It had texture. It was not managed or professional or the careful distance of 2 people working very hard not to be what they actually were. It was the silence of 2 people sitting with a truth that had been waiting a very long time for the room it was in. I'm angry, Idris said, into the silence. I want you to know that. I'm not telling you this because I resolved it. The betrayal was real. The 6 months of rebuilding my clearance was real. The year of rebuilding my sense of myself after that was real. He looked at Bastian with the steadiness of a man who has been practicing this version of himself for 3 years and is now, finally, using it for the thing it was built for. And the person I've been angry at for 4 years is not entirely the person you are. I know that now. I've known it for a while. He paused. I'm tired of being angry at someone who doesn't exist. Bastian's throat moved. I'm not offering absolution, Idris said. That's not what this is. I don't know yet what this is. He looked at his hands on the table, then back up. But I've been deciding in advance for 4 years that it was nothing. And I'm done deciding that. The room held this. Bastian looked at him. He looked at him the way he had always looked at him, with the paying attention that had always been, from the beginning, not performed but actual. Paying, not receiving. The look that had stopped Bastian in a room at a leather community event years ago and had not, in any version of the intervening time, stopped having that effect. I have something I've been trying to say for 3 years, Bastian said. Not the prepared version. The prepared version is gone. He looked at his own hands. The true version is, I was afraid. I should have told you I was afraid. I made a decision about your life using a model of love that I had inherited and had never examined. And the model said that protecting someone meant handling the hard parts alone, and I believe that so completely that I never asked myself whether it was true. He looked up. It wasn't true. It has never produced anything good. I'm sorry. He held eye contact. I know that doesn't cover it. No, Idris said. It doesn't. I know. It's a start, Idris said. And this was the thing. This was the thing that the 3 years had been moving toward, in the involuntary, unasked-for way of things that arrive not because you plan them, but because the conditions eventually become right, and what was always there finally has enough room to be itself. It was not resolution. It was not closure. It was not the end of the anger or the completion of the grief or the erasure of 6 months and 4 years and the specific cost of what had been lost. It was a start. It was Idris' thought enough to work with. Outside the window, the maintenance worker had finished moving whatever needed moving. The courtyard was empty now, quiet, the ordinary, unremarkable quiet of space that had been tended and was now at rest. The signing ceremony is tomorrow morning, Idris said. Yes. And then the flights. Yes. He looked at Bastian. I need the afternoon, he said. The procedural session. There are things I need to think through. He said this plainly, without apology, not management, just fact. Tonight. I need tonight. Bastian looked at him. Something in his expression settled. Not into disappointment, not into the managed blankness of someone receiving bad news, but into the specific quality of a man who has stopped deciding what things can and cannot be and is therefore able to simply hear them. Okay, he said. I'll find you this evening, Idris said. I don't know when. Late, probably. Okay, Bastian said again. Idris nodded once. They sat for another moment. Not awkwardly, not with the specific tension of unresolved things, but with the particular quality of two people who have said what needed saying and are now in the after of it, which is its own territory and requires its own time. Then Idris stood. He gathered the review mechanism document that had been the pretext, which he would actually review later because the third paragraph did have an interpretive flexibility that was worth confirming. He picked up his bag. At the door, he paused. He said, You've been carrying it alone for 3 years. You should know you haven't been. He did not wait for a response. He went. He went down the stairs and through the atrium and out the side door into the courtyard, which was empty and quiet, and the air was clean after the previous day's rain, and he stood in it for approximately 45 seconds with his hands loose at his sides. Then he went to the afternoon session. He did his job with the quiet competence that everyone expected of him, and he sat through the protocol review and the position check and the signing ceremony's administrative preparation, and he did all of this with the specific quality of a man who has said the true thing and is now doing the maintenance tasks of a life while the true thing settles into whatever shape it is going to take. The afternoon moved at the pace of afternoons in the final stretch of things. The protocol review was thorough. The ceremony preparation was detailed. He contributed where it was useful. At 5:30, the session ended. The delegations dispersed. The signing ceremony was tomorrow at 9. He went to his room. He made tea. He stood at the window. He thought tonight. He thought about what tonight was going to require and what he still needed to arrive at before it could be what it needed to be. He had said the true thing in the Rasmussen room, and he had said it without managing the outcome, and the outcome had been not what he had predicted, which was either good evidence about the value of not predicting or simply the good luck of a conversation that had been ready to happen. Probably both. What he still needed to do was arrive at the part that came after the true thing, the part where he decided what an opening actually meant. He drank his tea. Outside, the city was beginning its evening, the lights coming on in sequence, the specific, unhurried illumination of a place settling into the hours after work. He had been looking at this view for 7 days. Tomorrow he would not be looking at it. He thought about Bastian's face in the Rasmussen room when he said, You've been carrying it alone for 3 years. You should know you haven't been. He thought, I meant that. He thought, I mean all of it. He set his cup down. He had the evening. He calculated approximately 5 hours before the hour that would be late enough to find Bastian in the corridor outside conference room B, which was where the corridor was, which was where the window was, which was where Idris had been standing at windows since day one because it had a view of the city and he had, since day one, needed a place in the building's stand at windows. 5 hours. He was going to use them to arrive. Chapter 17. What 3 years of knowing cost him? He made a second cup of tea and did not drink it. It sat on the windowsill going cold while the city went through its evening, and Idris stood in the particular stillness of a man who has said the hardest thing and is now in the reckoning that comes after. The Rasmussen room had been. He needed a word for it and did not have one. Not what he had anticipated. Not worse or better than anticipated, just different, the way real things were always different from their rehearsed versions, which was what made them real. Bastian had said, "I was afraid, and I should have told you." He had said it plainly, without the scaffolding of 3 years of preparation, and it had landed with the specific weight of something that had been stripped down to what it actually was. Idris had received it in the way he received things he'd been waiting for. Very still, the hands very quiet, a single internal movement that he had not let show. He stood at the window. He had been carrying Bastian for 3 years. He had known this. He had known it in the abstract sense of knowing a fact. He received Bastian's thoughts. Bastian's thoughts were a form of intimacy. Ergo, he had been in proximity to Bastian's interior life in ways that Bastian had not consented to. He had known this and had managed it with the same careful architecture he brought to everything. Filed behind glass, not acted on, not weaponized, not done anything with except carry. He had not, until now, sat with what carrying it had actually cost. He set the cold tea down. He sat on the edge of the bed. The room around him had the anonymous quality of space that had been his for 7 days and was not his. The curtains the color of old cream, the institutional beige of the bedspread, the small desk with a lamp that he had used every evening to review briefings. Tomorrow he would pack. Tomorrow the room would return to being what it was before he occupied it. He thought about the inventory. 3 years of another man's interior life, arriving without appointment. He had thought of it mostly as something done to him, the adjudicator's imposition, the ability he had not asked for, the specific punishment of being given what you wanted and finding it was not what you thought you wanted. He had thought of it as information, as evidence, as the material he had been slowly assembling, over 3 years, into a revised understanding of a man he had believed he understood and had found he did not. He had not thought of it as something he had done with. He thought about it now. He had received Bastian's surface thoughts for 3 years, and he had used them, not as a weapon, not deliberately, not consciously, but he had used them. He had used them to feel close without being close. He had used them to maintain the grief in a particular shape, the shape that had a clear villain, a clear wrong, a clean story about what had happened and who had caused it. And when the evidence had started contradicting the shape, the Lisbon hotel room, the burned balcony, the kitchen the night before, he had filed the contradiction without acting on it for years, because acting on it would have required dismantling the story, and the story was the architecture, and the architecture was what was holding the weight. He had used another man's uninvited intimacy to keep his own grief manageable. That was not simple. That was not a clean thing. He had also, in the same 3 years, lived inside the weight of knowing things he had not chosen to know and had not been able to unknow. The 2 a.m. spirals. The versions of the practiced apology that Bastian had been most ashamed of. The thought, "I wonder if he's cold," arrive in the middle of an unrelated working dinner, which had stayed with Idris for 3 days because it was so small and so specific and so entirely like love. He had carried all of that. He had sat with it in his flat in Bermondsey on unremarkable Tuesday evenings and had felt, for a long time, like a thief. He had been using it as armor. Priya's voice, precise and unhurried, arriving in the way it arrived when he was awake at an hour he had not planned to be awake at. You're using clarity as a substitute for courage. He had argued. He had continued to argue, internally, for 18 months after that session. He had arrived at this week still arguing, and the argument had not stopped being an argument until the quarter on day 5, when a memory had arrived, and the crack had opened, and the architecture had shifted in the irreversible way of structures that have finally been asked to bear what they were actually built for. But clarity as a substitute for courage was not the full accounting. The full accounting was, he had received another person's uninvited interior life, and he had treated it as his property. Not aggressively, not deliberately, but he had made decisions about Bastian, about what Bastian felt, what Bastian intended, what Bastian was based on information Bastian had not chosen to give him. He had assembled a case over 3 years, using evidence gathered without consent, and he had called the case understanding. He had not called it what it also was, which was a violation, not the ability itself. That was the adjudicator's work, not his, and he had not asked for it and had not been given the option of returning it. But what he had done with it, the way he had settled into the knowing, the specific comfort of feeling like he understood more than he had been offered, of having the upper hand in an asymmetry that should have been corrected years ago. He had known Bastian's worst thoughts for 3 years and had held them carefully and had never used them as weapons. He had also never told Bastian. He had never said, "I have been receiving your thoughts since the night you left." He had received the 2 a.m. spirals and the practiced apologies and the "I still love him" in the Brussels airport, and he had carried all of it alone, which was, in its way, a form of the same mistake Bastian had been making, handling the hard thing on behalf of someone else, deciding alone what the other person could and couldn't know, calling it care. He had not told Bastian because telling him would have required giving up the inventory, and giving up the inventory would have required giving up the armor, and giving up the armor would have required being the person who was actually in the room with Sebastian Lowe and not the person who observed Sebastian Lowe from the safety of knowing. You can observe someone clearly from behind glass, he thought. You cannot reach them. He had been observing for 3 years. He lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The clean story had dissolved entirely now, not gradually. It had been dissolving for days, the crack in the corridor, the specific weight of the memory that had arrived without permission, the conversation with Solene, the Rasmussen room. And what was left was not the clean story and was not its opposite. What was left was harder than the clean story and more honest, and the only version of events he could inhabit now that he had seen it clearly. He was not simply the betrayed party. He was a man who had been given 3 years of another person's most private self without consent and had used those 3 years to build an armor so thorough he had almost convinced himself it was a foundation. He was a man who had been loved, badly and wrongly, by someone whose model of love had inherited its shape from a father who had called management devotion. He was a man who had been wronged in a way that had real costs and who had responded to that wrong by constructing an elaborate system for never being wronged again, which was not. The same as healing. He was a man who had been tired of the glass for months, possibly years, and had kept holding it because setting it down required him to admit what it had been. He sat up. He thought about what he had said in the Rasmussen room. "I'm tired of being angry at someone who doesn't exist. It's a start. I'll find you this evening." He had said these things without the 3-year armor and without the clean story and with nothing between himself and the truth except the truth. It had been terrifying. It had also been, and this surprised him, it was surprisingly not terrifying in the aftermath. It had been terrifying in the moment and was now something else. The specific quality of having set a heavy thing down and discovered that your hand still worked. Not relief, exactly. Not comfort. But the functional clarity of a body that has been asked to carry less weight than it has been managing and is cautiously finding out what the new load feels like. He thought about tonight. He thought about what tonight needed to be and what it needed from him and what he still had to do before it could be that. He needed to call Priya. He had known this since the Rasmussen room, the same way he had known it since day 1 of the summit. Not as a plan, but as a fact about himself that kept arriving until he acknowledged it. He had not called her in 4 months. He had been meaning to for 3. The email from August, flagged in his inbox, the message that had said simply, checking in. No pressure. Hope work is treating you well. He had not had anything to say. He thought he had something to say now. He picked up his phone. He looked at the contacts saved as Dr. Nath, professional, which he had not changed because the bracketed qualifier was by this point simply how he thought of her, the professional voice that had become an internal one, the questions that sounded simple and were not. He pressed call. It rang 3 times, which was the right number of rings for a call that was long overdue. He had not put the phone down. He waited. Chapter 18, The Honest Draft. Bastian did not go to dinner. He sent a message to Tomas, apologetic, brief, citing a document review that was not entirely fabricated, because there was always a document review. There was always something. It was a diplomatic conference, and the paperwork did not stop on the last evening. And Tomas responded in 3 minutes with, "Understood. There's food on the 3rd floor from the afternoon, if you need it." This was either genuine logistical information or Tomas expressing care through the language of logistics, which in Bastian's experience was indistinguishable from the other and equally valid. He sat in his room with the city outside the window and the paper in his jacket pocket, and the specific quality of a man who has had something happen to him and is still arriving at what it means. Idris had told him, he turned this over the way you turn over things that were too large to hold all at once. He turned it in pieces. Idris had an ability, had had it for 3 years. Surface thoughts, the ones closest to speech. Since the night Bastian had left, the hotel bar he had never known about, a man Idris had not named who had given him the ability in exchange for nothing Idris appeared to have agreed to. Bastian filed this. The god, if that was what the man had been, the trickster at the hotel bar with the drink he wasn't touching, filed it for later, because it was not the part that required attention first. The part that required attention first was, Idris had been receiving his thoughts for 3 years. The Lisbon hotel room. At 3 in the morning, the specific hotel room he could still see if he tried. The bedside lamp, the ceiling, the inventory of the thing he had done, and the growing understanding of what the thing had cost. He had been alone in that room. He had believed, entirely alone with what he was discovering about himself. He had not been alone. The burned balcony, slightly drunk on conference wine, the city below, the specific thought he had been most ashamed of, the moment he had let himself say, to what he had believed was no one, "I should have told him I love him before I did the thing that made saying it impossible." He had been most ashamed of this because it contained the specific selfishness of a man who had made another person's life worse and was mourning his own lost opportunities rather than the harm done. He had known it was selfish and had said it anyway into what he had believed was a private dark. It had not been private. The Brussels airport, standing at the departures board, connecting flight, the particular resigned quality of a thought that had stopped being surprising because it arrived too often. I still love him. He had noted it the way you noted the weather, a condition, not a choice. He had taken a flight. Someone had been there for all of it. He sat with this. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out the paper. He had been carrying it for 4 days, since the night of the pastries, the folded thirds, the desk drawer. He unfolded it. He read it. He had not read it since the previous evening, when he had retrieved it from the drawer and put it in his pocket and decided he was done deciding in advance. He read it now with the specific distance of someone who has had the Rasmussen room happen between the last reading and this one, and found that the distance had changed what the paper was. Not the words. The words were the same. The introduction, the first section with its facts, the second section that had broken in the middle with the sentence he had never been able to finish. I told myself I was protecting him. I think I was protecting myself. I think I was afraid that if I told you I was scared, you would help me with it. And then I would have been someone who needed help, and I couldn't. He had never been able to finish it. He could finish it now. Not because the completion was different. He had known the completion for days, had said it out loud to his own room on day 6, had arrived at, and then set aside, and then arrived at again. But knowing the completion and being able to finish the sentence on paper were, it turned out, slightly different things. He found a pen in the jacket's inside pocket. A habit. He always had a pen. Conference attendance required pens at unpredictable moments. And he looked at the paper for a moment. He wrote, "And then I would have been someone who needed you. And I couldn't let myself be that. Not because you would have refused. I knew you wouldn't have refused. Because you would have helped me. And then I would have known you were capable of that. And then I would have been in love with the actual person rather than the version of you I had decided was safe to love. The version that stayed at a manageable distance. The version I could want without risking." He stopped. He read it back. He thought, that's it. That's the thing I've been not able to say for 3 years. He had loved Idris in the specific way of someone who had been afraid of loving him, with one hand out and one hand ready to catch the fall. He had managed to love the way he managed everything, efficiently, alone, with the particular thoroughness of a man who does not trust himself to be cared for. He had not let Idris see the fear because seeing the fear would have made Idris real in a way that frightened him. It was safer, somewhere in his model of love, to love someone who didn't know you fully. You could not be left by someone who hadn't seen you clearly. He had been going to be left anyway. He had made the unilateral decision and walked away, and the relationship had ended, and he had spent 3 years in the specific grief of someone who had caused his own loss and could not stop understanding, at progressively greater depth, how and why he had caused it. He had lost the relationship. He had not been left by it. The distinction was cold comfort, but it was a true distinction. He set the pen down. He thought about what Idris had said in the Rasmussen room. I know what you've been carrying. And then, you've been carrying it alone for 3 years. You should know you haven't been. He sat with that. He had not been alone. He had thought himself entirely alone in the Lisbon hotel room, in Bern, in the Brussels airport, in the 100 hotel corridors and conference sessions and evening drives home that had contained the ongoing accounting of what he had done and who he had been when he did it. He had thought himself alone in the 10-second windows before sleep, the running apology, the thought that arrived too often and too unchanged. I still love him. Idris had been there. He did not know exactly how to feel about this. He had been surprised. The Rasmussen room had not been a moment for which he had been remotely prepared. He had gone in expecting a conversation about treaty language and had received instead the information that had restructured the past 3 years. And in the surprise, he had not fully arrived at what it meant. He arrived at it now. Someone had been carrying him for 3 years. Not because they agreed to, not because they chose it, because an ability had landed without consent, and the person it had landed and had been, for 3 years, the involuntary recipient of everything Bastian had been unable to say to anyone. Idris had received all of it, and he had been careful with it. He had not used it against Bastian in the summit, had not weaponized it, had not, from what Bastian could determine, done anything with it except carry it. And be angry, which was reasonable, and hold a clean story, which was also reasonable, and eventually, in this week, begin to set it down. All of that was, Bastian did not have a word for it that was not insufficient. He thought he could have deployed any of it, at any point in this week. He had Bastian's entire interior life at his disposal, and he had used none of it, in 7 days of working proximity, as anything other than context. He had been professional. He had been excellent. He had done the work, and he had been, in the subgroup room and in the plenary and in the Rasmussen room, entirely the person the situation required. And he had been carrying Bastian the whole time. Bastian looked at the paper. He thought about transformation. He thought about whether what he had done in this week, the dissolving of the practiced apology, the dinner with Henrik, the conversation in his room, the Rasmussen room, constituted a change or a revelation, and what the difference was. He had not, he thought, become a different person this week. He had arrived at a version of himself that had always been there, but had been working inside a model that couldn't accommodate it. The model: you handle things alone. You shield the people you love. You carry the fear on their behalf, because being the person who carries is less frightening than being the person who needs. He had not left the model in 1 week. That was not how models worked, and he was not in the business of believing that a week resolved what decades had built. But he had seen it, clearly from the outside, as a structure rather than as water he was swimming in. He had named what it was and what it came from and what it had cost. He had started. Henrik had said, "That's further than I was." Tomas had said, "Most things people call complicated are mostly just frightening." Idris had said, "It's a start." He folded the paper. He thought about what tonight was going to be. Idris had said, "Late, probably." He had said, "I need tonight." He had said it without apology, as a fact, in the specific way he said things he had decided to say, plainly, without management, with the full authority of someone who has earned the right to take the time they need. Bastian had said okay. He had meant it in a way he had not, until this week, been practiced at meaning it, without the calculation underneath, without the quietly running projection of what the wait was going to cost, without the managing of the interval between now and the thing itself. He had meant it as, I will wait, and I will not make the waiting into a decision about the outcome. and I will trust the person I am waiting for to know what they are doing. He did not know if this was what love felt like when it was functioning correctly. He had not had enough data on the functioning correctly version. He thought it might be. He put the paper on the desk. Not in the drawer, on the desk, in the open, where it was visible and had been said and did not need to be carried in his pocket anymore. He looked at it for a moment. Then he lay on the bed with his jacket still on, the way he had the night before, and looked at the ceiling. He thought about the morning, the signing ceremony at 9, the formal closing, the photographs, the handshakes, and the diplomatic language of conclusion. He had been to many of these. They had their own specific quality, the culmination of something that had required sustained effort, the particular moment in which an abstraction became an agreement and an agreement became a fact. He found them, usually quietly satisfying, not in the way of celebrations, but in the way of things correctly completed. He would find this one differently. He thought about what came after the ceremony, the flights. He thought about the morning flight, the one he had booked on day 2 with the specific efficiency of someone who makes plans before they know whether the plans are the right ones. He had looked it up when he arrived, the way he always did, as orientation. Departure at 2:40, airport by 12, checkout by 11. 13 hours from now. He thought about what Idris had said, "I'll find you this evening." He thought, "I'm going to be here." He did not know what tonight was going to be. He did not know what it was going to produce, resolution or rupture, or something that wasn't either, something that was simply the first step of a longer thing that neither of them had a map for. He did not know if what he felt when he thought about Idris still constituted enough, or if enough was even the right word for what was needed. He knew what he felt when he thought about Idris. He had always known that. It was the one thing in 3 years that had stayed consistent, had refused to resolve into something smaller or more manageable, had continued arriving in the 10-second window before sleep with the resigned regularity of a fact that was not interested in whether it was convenient. He loved him. He had loved him badly and wrong, with the model he had inherited from a man who handled things alone and called it devotion. He had hurt him with that love, in the specific way of someone whose best instincts had produced their worst outcomes, and the hurting was real and had costs that had not resolved. But the love was also real, and it was at this particular point in the evening the most honest thing he had access to. He lay on the bed and let the city's sounds come through the window, the evening moving toward its middle hours, the specific ambient texture of a place going about its life, and he did not rehearse anything. He had nothing to rehearse. He had the paper on the desk, written and folded and carried and now set down, and the honest version of the apology delivered in a small room that afternoon, and the word okay said without. Calculation. He had Idris's voice. It's a start. He thought, so is this. He thought about Idris standing at windows, the way he was still in a room, the quality of presence that had always, from the very first time Bastian had seen it in a leather community space in London, had the quality of something that cost nothing and meant everything. He thought, I want to be someone worth standing at a window with. He thought, I'm working on that. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep. He was not trying to sleep. He was trying to be somewhere, in the specific quality of this room, this hour, the city below, the paper on the desk, without managing what the somewhere meant. He was practicing the thing he had not been practiced at, waiting without calculating, being present without knowing the outcome. The hour moved. The city kept its lights. Somewhere above him, 2 floors up, Idris Thorne was doing whatever he was doing. Bastian breathed. He waited. Chapter 19. He stops holding the glass. She picked up on the 3rd ring. Idris. Priya's voice was the same. He had known it would be the same. It had been 4 months, not 4 years, and voices didn't change in 4 months, but the sameness of it arrived as its own kind of relief. Warm and precise, and the specific quality of someone who was fully present with whatever was in front of them. I've been thinking about you. I know, he said. I got your email. 4 months ago. Yes. A pause. Not an uncomfortable one. Priya did not use silence the way other people did, as a pressure or a gap to be filled. She used it the way she used questions, as a space in which the honest answer could arrive without being rushed. Are you somewhere you can talk? My hotel room. I have time. All right. He heard, faintly, the sound of her setting something down, A cup, probably. She had always had tea on the go during evening calls, one of the small, humanizing details that had made her easier to talk to than he had expected. Tell me, he had thought about what he was going to say on the walk from the Rasmussen room. In the 3 hours between that conversation and this one, in the 40 minutes of the evening since he had made the tea that was now cold on the windowsill. He had rehearsed approximately 7 openings in the way he rehearsed most things. Not obsessively, just the particular habit of a mind that processed by pre-running the problem and then usually discarding the result in favor of whatever the actual moment required. He discarded them. You were right, he said. A beat. Which part? He almost smiled. This was so specifically Priya. The refusal to accept the easy version, the insistence on the real answer. All of it, he said. The clarity, the courage, the thing you said about knowing being different from understanding. He paused, and the part about using it as armor. That one especially. That one took you a while, she said. 18 months. Give or take. He looked out the window. The city below, the lights, the ordinary motion of a Thursday evening, the specific indifference of a place that existed at its own scale regardless of the particular reckoning happening in the hotel room above it. I'm at a summit, he said. 7-day, multilateral. I've been in the same building as Sebastian Lowe for 7 days. A pause that was not nothing. And I told him this afternoon that I've been receiving his thoughts since the night he left. He said this plainly, without emphasis, in the same register he had used in the Rasmussen room. I told him about the ability. How did that go? Better than I planned. He looked at his hands. I hadn't planned it, which was probably why. Probably, Priya agreed. She was quiet for a moment, the thoughtful quiet, the kind that meant she was moving something around in her mind before speaking. How are you? He started. Stopped. I'm working on that. That's different from I'm fine. Yes. Good. He sat down on the edge of the bed. Outside the city. The lights going amber in the buildings across the way, the specific warm sequence of rooms becoming occupied for the evening. I owe you an apology, he said. For the 4 months? For the 4 months. And for the 14 months before that when I was arguing with you in my head and calling it thinking. He paused. You were right about the armor. I had built a very thorough one out of the ability and called it clarity and told myself the distinction was meaningful. It is meaningful, Priya said. Clarity is a real thing. The distinction is whether it's in service of understanding or in service of not having to act on understanding. Mine was the second one. For a while. Yes. She paused. Not entirely. You were also doing genuine work. The two can coexist. He looked at the window. I received a memory from him today. Not today, day 5. In a corridor. He described it briefly. The break, the too many people, the signal arriving all at once, the kitchen the night before. He did it in the sparse register of reporting something that was still close enough to feel. Not performed, not managed, just the true account. It changed something, he said. The clean story started. I could feel it going. I'd been using it. As a structure. I know, Priya said. I know you know. You needed it for a while. And then I needed to put it down, and I didn't. He breathed. I've been deciding things in advance for 4 years. Not just about him. That's how I work. It's a default. I read the situation, and I make projections, and I treat the projections as facts. It's been useful. It's also been, in this specific context, a form of cowardice. You're being hard on yourself, she said. I'm being accurate. Those aren't mutually exclusive, and I didn't say you were wrong. She paused. I said you're being hard on yourself. I want you to hold both, the accuracy and the fact that the thing you were protecting was real. The wound was real. Building a structure around it was reasonable. The structure outlasted its usefulness. Yes, that happens. That's not failure, Idris. That's what growth looks like from the inside. A pause. What did you say to him? In the Rasmussen room. He thought about it. He told her. Not the exact words. He did not have the exact words. It had not been a scripted conversation. It had been two people arriving at the truth without armor, and the truth had arrived in whatever form arrived in. But the shape of it, I know what you've been carrying. I'm not offering absolution. It's a start. When he finished, Priya was quiet for a moment. You stopped managing the outcome, she said. Yes. That's the thing, she said. That's the thing I've been waiting to hear. Not with triumph. She did not do triumph. With the specific quality of someone who has been holding a question for a long time and has just received, if not an answer, at least the beginning of one. You have always been excellent at understanding. You read situations, read people, read the room. The thing that cost you is the step after understanding, the one that requires you to act without knowing what the action produces. You've been very practiced at not taking that step. I know. And tonight, he looked at the window, the city, the hour moving toward the middle of the evening. Tonight I'm going to find him, he said. I don't know what I'm going to say. I have things to say, the ability, the accounting I did this evening, the part about what I've been doing with what I know. He paused, and I want to tell him that the story I've been carrying isn't the only story. That knowing everything about someone is not the same as knowing what comes next. He breathed, and I want to offer him something. I don't know the right word for it. An opening, Priya said. He looked at his hands. Yes. You're allowed to want that, she said. You know that, yes? You're allowed to want the person. Not just the resolution, not just the accounting. The actual person. He sat with this. It was a very simple sentence. It landed with the weight of things that are very simple and very necessary. The way Priya's sentences always landed, small, precise, with a long afterlife. He had been in her office twice a month for a year and a half, and she had not, in all that time, ever told him a single complicated thing. All the things she had told him were simple. They had simply required him to be ready to hear them. I know, he said. I'm getting there. You're there, she said. You've been there for a while. You were waiting for permission. He thought about that. From whom? From yourself. She said this the way she said all things without performance, as a fact. You had decided you didn't deserve to want him after what happened. Not because you thought you were too culpable. You were appropriately culpable, you know what you know, but because wanting him meant being someone who had rebuilt themselves on the basis of a wound and then walked back toward the person who caused it. You were waiting for your own permission to do something that looked from the outside like backsliding. He was quiet. It's not backsliding, she said. Wanting the person who hurt you, after the work, after the years, after the real accounting, that's not weakness. It's the thing that happens when healing doesn't produce indifference. Sometimes it produces this. What's this? Knowing someone clearly, she said, and choosing toward them anyway. Not because the wound is gone, because the wound isn't the only thing anymore. He stood up. He went to the window. The city below, patient and indifferent and lit. He looked at it for a moment. The specific view from the 7th floor of a conference hotel in a city he had been in for 7 days and would leave in the morning, the view that had been his window for a week and would not be his window tomorrow, and was, in this moment, the thing in front of him and therefore the thing he was looking at. I'm going to go, he said. I know. A pause. Idris. Yes. Let me know how it goes. I will. And don't manage the conversation. You know how to do that now. Let it be what it is. Yes. Good. He could hear the smile in her voice. Not warm in the performative sense, but warm in the way she was warm, precise and genuine and entirely free of drama. I'm glad you called. I'm glad you answered, he said. He ended the call. He stood at the window for a moment with his phone in his hand and the city below and the specific quality of a man who has just said, I'm going to go, and now has to go. The evening was, he checked the time, 9:47. Late enough to find Bastian in the corridor without it being, technically, unreasonable. Early enough that the building was still settling, the delegates returning from wherever their evenings had taken them, the ambient texture of a conference hotel on its final night. He set the phone on the windowsill beside the cold tea. He thought about what Priya had said, knowing someone clearly and choosing toward them anyway. He thought about what he knew. He had been making an inventory for 3 years and using it as armor, which was true, and he had also, in the same 3 years, arrived at something that the armor had been in service of protecting, the knowledge that what he felt was real. What he had felt in the relationship was real. What he felt now, standing at this window, in this hotel, in this city, at this particular hour of the evening, was real. He had been in love with Sebastian Lowe for the better part of 6 years. He had been grieving him for 4. He had spent 3 years living inside the man's interior life without consent and without disclosure, and he had, in all of that time, been trying to find the moment at which the evidence outweighed the armor, the moment at which knowing became sufficient reason to act. He understood now that there was no such moment, that waiting for sufficient reason was the same as waiting forever, that the step that cost something had to be taken before you knew whether it would hold. He took his jacket from the back of the chair. He put it on. He checked his pockets, phone, key card, nothing else needed. He thought about Priya's question. What are you going to do? He thought about the answer he had given 6 days ago in the annex with Solene, which was, I don't know yet, but I'm going to stop managing the outcome before it happens. He had not known yet. He knew now. He was going to go to the window at the end of the corridor outside Conference Room B, where Idris had been standing at windows since day one, because that was the window with a view, because Idris always found the window with a view, because Idris stood at windows the way some people stood at thresholds, like the view was worth the trouble of arriving at it. And he was going to say the thing, the true thing, the whole thing, the one he had arrived at over 7 days in the same building and 3 years in the same skull. He was going to offer the opening, not manage it, not calculate it, not decide in advance what it could produce or protect Idris from the risk of it, or make the decision on anyone's behalf. Just offer it, and then wait. He thought about the word Priya had used, choosing. Choosing toward someone, not arriving, not resolving, not completing. The ongoing verb of it, the present tense, the thing you did every day in the specific direction of a person you had decided was worth the choosing. He was going to choose toward him. He was going to keep choosing toward him. He opened the door. The corridor was quiet. The conference hotel in its late evening register. Some of the delegates already returned and settled. The lights in the lower floor function rooms off. The ambient texture of a building at rest. He walked to the lift. He went up 2 floors to the 7th, which was Idris's floor. He walked to the end of the corridor. The window at the end of it was the one he had been to once before, on day 6, when he had stood there for a moment and looked at the city and gone back down to his room. He had not been ready then. He was ready now. He stood at the window. He looked at the city below, the lights, the ordinary motion of a city in its middle evening, the specific warm weight of a place going about its life at the scale that conference hotels and diplomatic summits occupied the margins of. He looked at it and breathed and let it be what it was. The last night of a week that had asked more of him than any week he could name, and the first night of something he could not yet see the shape of. He waited. He was done deciding in advance. He waited. Chapter 20, The Hallway at 11. The call with Priya ended at 9:53. Idris knew this because he checked the time when he set the phone down, which was the kind of thing he did without deciding, to the automatic notation of intervals, the logging of when things began and ended. It was a habit from the work. It had preceded the work by long enough that he could no longer say which came first. He stood at the window for 4 minutes. He was not thinking particularly. He was in the specific state that sometimes followed the resolution of something. Not empty, not calm, not relief, just the particular quality of a space that has been occupied by sustained effort and has not yet reconfigured itself into the next thing. The call had been the last piece of the preparation. He had known this going in. He had said the thing he needed to say, which was "you were right," and he had received the thing he needed to receive, which was not validation. He did not need validation. That was not what Priya was for, but the specific precision of a person who knew exactly what he was carrying and could say it back to him in 2 or 3 sentences and have it land like a set of directions. Knowing someone clearly. Choosing toward them anyway. He put on his jacket. He had worn this jacket on the first night. The reception, the dark jacket with a shoulder that did something interesting at the cut, the ring on his right hand, the particular arrangement of a man who dresses with intention. He had put on the same jacket again tonight without deciding to, which was either coincidence or the kind of thing the body does when it knows something the mind is still arriving at. He turned off the desk lamp. He went into the corridor. The 7th floor was quiet. The building around him was settling into its late evening register. The ambient sound of a conference hotel at the end of its last working day. The delegates who were still awake doing so quietly. The specific hush of a space that had been full of noise and purpose for 7 days and was now, in these last hours before the signing ceremony, coming to rest. He walked toward the lift and then past it because he preferred the stairs and went down 1 floor. The 6th floor corridor was also quiet. He thought about where Bastian would be. He had, since day one, been tracking the general geography of Bastian's movements without meaning to, the way he tracked everything in a professional context, the automatic register of significant coordinates. Bastian's room was on the 5th floor. His habits in the evenings had been, for most of the week, predictable. The delegation's social obligations until 9 or 9:30, then up. But tonight the Calvain delegation had not done a group dinner, and Tomas had sent the message at 7:30 and Bastian had not been seen at the hotel restaurant. He was either in his room or somewhere else. Idris thought, he is not in his room. He thought this the way he thought things he knew without knowing how he knew them. Not the ability, which had been quiet for the past 2 hours, the signal thinned by the buildings settling toward night, but the specific intuition of a man who had been living at proximity to another man's frequency for 3 years and had developed, as a result, a kind of directional sense that was less than full knowledge and considerably more than a guess. He took the stairs down to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor held the formal meeting rooms, the Rasmussen room, the larger session rooms, conference room B at the end of the corridor. The corridor ran the full length of the building's eastern wing, and at its end was a window that looked out over the city's eastern quarter, which was the view Idris had been using since day one, because it had the best sight lines and the most light. He had known, since the reception, that this window existed. He had been going to it most evenings because it was there and the view was worth the trouble, and because he was a man who stood at windows, and this was for 7 days his window. He walked down the 3rd floor corridor. The corridor smelled like recycled air and the faint residual of burnt coffee from the session rooms. The particular smell of a space that had been occupied by concentrated purpose for 7 days and was carrying the evidence of it. The lights were on at reduced evening intensity, the kind of lighting that was practical without being welcoming, the building's way of being still available without being open. He walked. He was not managing the walk. He was not calculating what he was going to say or how the conversation was going to go or what the right sequence of revelations was or how to protect himself from the possible outcomes. He had stopped doing that at 9:47, standing at the window with the phone in his hand, and he was not going to start again. He had the true thing. The true thing had several parts, and he would say them in the order they arrived, because that was how the true thing worked. It did not have a prepared sequence. It arrived in the shape of what was actually happening rather than what had been planned. He reached the end of the corridor. The window was at the end of it. The city below, the lights, the amber glow of a city in its late evening, the rooftops and the streets, and the ordinary, unremarkable life of a place that had been going about its own business for the full 7 days of the summit with total indifference to what was happening in the conference hotel above it. And at the window, or rather, down the corridor, still approaching the window from the far end, the building's eastern stairwell, footsteps. He would have known them anywhere. He had been knowing them since day 2. He stood at the window and looked at the city below and waited. Bastian had been at the 7th floor window for 22 minutes when he understood that Idris was not going to come to the 7th floor. Not because he had changed his mind. He had not. Something in the frequency, the ambient signal of the building, told him that Idris was moving rather than settled, that the 7th floor was not where this was going to happen. He had been waiting at the wrong window. He thought, of course. He had always been at the window that was convenient for himself. Idris had always been at the window that had the best view. These were in this particular hotel's configuration, different windows, and the difference was the kind of thing that was both small and exactly characteristic. He took the stairs. He had spent 22 minutes at a window, and the 22 minutes had not been wasted. He had been in the specific state of a man who has committed to something and is now simply waiting for the logistics to align, which was a different state from deciding or managing or preparing. It was the state of having arrived and waiting for the rest to catch up. He had been in it long enough to feel what it felt like from the inside. Not comfortable exactly, but inhabited. The specific quality of a chosen place rather than a maintained one. He went down 4 floors to the 3rd, which he had identified from the building's layout. He had read the conference venue's floor plan on day 2, as he did with every venue, because knowing the exits was the kind of habit that started as professional survival and became simply how you moved through spaces. Conference Room B. Third floor. The corridor outside it, at its eastern end, had a window. He had noted this on day 2. He had not gone to that window, because going to it would have been a choice he was not ready to make on day 2, and the habit of knowing where exits were was not the same as the habit of using them. He was using it now. He walked the third-floor corridor. It smelled of recycled air and the specific residue of 7 days of sustained purpose, the particular quality of spaces that have been worked in and are now quiet. The lights were on at the reduced evening level, the kind of light that was enough to see by and no more. His footsteps were the only sound. He walked toward the window at the end. He thought, he is there. He thought this with the specific quality of a thing known rather than hoped. Not certainty, but the particular register of information that arrived sideways from a direction that was not quite inference and not quite instinct. He had spent 6 years learning how to read the direction Idris was standing in, even when Idris was not in the room, and that skill had not left him in 3 years of not using it. Some skills stayed whether you wanted them to or not. He thought, he is at the window. He walked toward it. He did not rehearse anything. He had nothing to rehearse. He had the honest version of the apology, the 2 sentences, the plainest form, the version without scaffolding, and he had what he had written in the margins of the paper that evening, and he had what Tomas had said and what Henrik had said, and the specific quality of having been, in the past 24 hours, more honest with himself than he had been in 3 years. He had all of it. What he did not have was a plan for the sequencing of it, or a prepared sense of how the conversation was going to go, or a managed projection of what he was going to get from it. He had, finally, none of that. He had the honest version and the willingness to say it and the instruction he had given himself. The only instruction, wait for the honest answer. The corridor went on. He thought about the first time he had seen Idris at a window. The leather community event in London, the afternoon light, the man who was still in a space full of motion and had been, that word again, the one that had arrived and not left, worth stopping for. He had crossed a room to speak to him without working the room first, which was the uncharacteristic thing, and Idris had turned from the window and looked at him with the quality of attention that had been, from that moment, consistently impossible to put out of his mind. He had thought, that afternoon, I'd like to know what he's thinking about. He had spent 3 years finding out, from the inside, that wanting to know was not the same as having the right to know, and finding out that the wanting had not, in 3 years of not knowing, resolved itself into something smaller. He still wanted to know. He walked to the end of the corridor. The window was ahead of him, and at the window, standing in the way he stood at windows, with the specific quality of man who has found the view and is deciding whether it is worth the trouble, and is finding, as he always found, that it is Idris, the city below, the lights, the ordinary amber glow of a Thursday night in a city that did not know it was the last night of anything, that had been going about its life at the ordinary scale for the full 7 days of the summit, that was going to continue going about its life in the morning and the morning after that with the comfortable indifference of a place that has seen many diplomatic summits and remembers none of them specifically. Bastian stopped. He stopped at the place where the corridor widened slightly, about 10 feet back from the window. He stopped because he was aware, in a specific way, of a man who was paying attention to himself, which was not a habit he had been practiced at and was now attempting, that what happened in the next minutes had been coming for a very long time and had not, in all that time, become less significant for the waiting. He was in the corridor. Idris was at the window. This was the moment. Not yet, he thought. Not quite yet. He was not managing. He was not deciding in advance. He was simply standing in the corridor, 10 feet from man he had loved badly and wrongly, and then grieved, and then understood and had not stopped in any of those years, loving, and he was breathing, and he was going to take the last 10 feet, and he was going to say the true thing. He was done deciding in advance. He took a step. Idris's thoughts arrived before Idris turned, or rather, the particular quality of Idris's attention shifted, the frequency changing the way it changed when he registered something significant, the signal going from ambient to directed. He was not thinking in words. He was the specific quality of man who has been waiting and has just understood that the wait is over. Bastian took another step. He was here. The corridor. The window. The city below. Two men, 10 feet apart, at 11 o'clock on the last night of a diplomatic summit, at the end of the hall outside conference room B, arriving from different rooms, different stairs, different 22 minutes at different windows at the same place. The 10 feet was still between them. The 10 feet was a choice. He walked. Chapter 21. I know. The footsteps stopped. Idris had been tracking them since the stairwell door. The specific cadence, unhurried but not slow, the step of a man who had made a decision and was living inside it rather than approaching it. He had known them since day two in the way you know things that are not quite information and not quite instinct. Some knowledge arrived through methods that were not the ability. He had stopped needing to explain the difference. He did not turn. He looked at the city below. The lights. The amber glow of a Thursday, moving toward its middle hours. The ordinary warm motion of a place that had been conducting its life at ordinary scale for the full 7 days of the summit, and would continue doing so after the signing ceremony, after the flights, after everything this week had set in motion had been carried out into the world. The footsteps had stopped about 10 feet back. He could feel the specific quality of Bastian's attention. Not the ability, not yet. The signal had been quiet since the late evening thinned out the ambient noise. But the particular register of a man, standing very still in a corridor and paying the kind of attention that cost something. He had been paying attention to that quality for 6 years. He was still paying attention to it. Then Bastian's thoughts arrived. Not loudly, not the way they arrived in crowds, or in the middle of sessions when the signal was compounded by too many other surfaces at once. Quietly, the specific quiet of a building at rest, the ambient reduced to almost nothing, and underneath it, close and clear, the frequency that had been the first sound he learned to recognize and the last he expected to still know this well. He's going to be on the morning flight. I already checked. Idris's jaw tightened. He kept his eyes on the city. That's fine. That's the right thing. There's nothing left to. God, he looks tired. He stood very still. He always stood like that. Like he was deciding whether the window was worth the trouble. The footsteps still 10 feet back. Bastian, in the particular stillness of a man who had stopped himself from something. Idris could feel the moment the stopping became conscious, the thought going from ambient to deliberate, the shift of a man paying attention to himself. Don't. Not directed at Idris. Directed inward, at whatever had been about to happen. Don't do this. You don't get to do this. You had 4 years, and you spent them building the case for why you deserved to be unforgiven, and now you want to stand in a hallway at 11 o'clock at night. And a pause. Then, quieter. He's going to leave tomorrow, and you will have said nothing. You said nothing last time, too. That's the whole problem. That has always been the whole problem. Idris turned around. Bastian had stopped about 10 feet away. He was in his shirt sleeves. The summit formality had dissolved with the last session. The jacket gone, the sleeves rolled to the forearm. And he looked, as he always looked at the end of a long day, like a man who was very carefully not doing something. Idris had spent the better part of a decade learning to read Bastian's stillness as a language. The ability had given him the text. Years had given him the grammar. The combination produced a legibility he had never been able to set aside. Bastian's stillness was not withholding. It had never been withholding. It was the weight of everything he did not trust himself to say. Idris, Bastian said. One word. His voice was level. His thoughts were not. I'm sorry. Idris stood very still. His hands, usually loose at his sides, came together once. The brief clasp, the tell, and released. I know that's not. I know it doesn't fix anything. I know I burned the whole thing down, and I stood there and watched it go, and I told myself it was the right call, that it was necessary, that you'd be better without the exposure. And I've been telling myself that story for 4 years, and I don't believe it anymore. I'm not sure I ever did. Idris's chest did something complicated. I handed them the intelligence because I thought I was protecting him. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought the right thing was keeping him far enough away from it that nothing could touch him. And instead I made him the thing that couldn't touch me. That's the part I've never been able to say out loud. That I didn't trust him. Not with the fear. Not with the actual shape of it. I trusted him with everything except the truth that I was terrified. Bastian's expression hadn't changed. He was watching Idris with the careful attention of a man who had rehearsed 100 different versions of this conversation and had finally, in the absence of all of them, run out of script. I should have told him. I should have said, I'm scared. I'm in over my head. I made a choice that was wrong, and I can't undo it, and I don't know how to ask you to stay inside that with me. I should have said, I love you and I'm handling that very badly. I should have said anything. Idris blinked. The city lights blurred slightly at the edges. He's not going to say anything back. He's going to look at me like that, like he always does, like he's already decided what I mean before I speak. And I'm going to deserve it. I deserve every second of that. I wanted him to know, even if it changes nothing, even if he gets on the morning flight and I never see him again, and this hallway is the last place we ever stand together. I wanted it to exist somewhere. I am sorry, Idris. The thought landed with the quiet weight of something finally set down after a very long time. Bastian's face went very still. Not the practiced stillness, not the performance, but the specific quality of a man who has just said the truest thing he knows how to say and is now simply waiting. I know, Idris said. The silence that followed was different from the silence of the past 7 days. The summit's silence had been professional, the managed distance of two people working very hard not to be the thing they actually were to each other. This silence was something else. It had texture. It took up space. Idris watched Bastian absorb the words, watched the careful composure of him fracture slightly at the edges, watched him try to reassemble it and find he had forgotten how. What? Bastian said. I know, Idris said again. That you're sorry. Bastian's eyes moved across his face with the particular focus of a man trying to find the trick in something. It had been one of the things Idris had loved about him early on, the way Bastian paid attention. Not performing attention, actually paying it, looking for the real thing underneath the presented thing, patient enough to wait. I didn't say anything, Bastian said slowly. Idris looked at him for a long moment. He had run this conversation in his head before. The confession, the explanation, the complicated unpacking of a trickster god found my grief amusing, and this is what I have been living inside for 3 years. He had imagined Bastian's reaction as anger or disbelief, or the particular cold withdrawal he was capable of when something frightened him. He had not imagined this. Bastian standing in a hotel corridor in his shirt sleeves at 11 at night, having just thought the most honest thing Idris had ever received from another human being. Watching him was something that looked almost like hope. I know you didn't, Idris said. He watched Bastian work through it. Watched the moment understanding arrived. Not complete understanding, but the outline of it, the shape. Bastian was perceptive in ways that had always been inconvenient. He had always caught things Idris hadn't intended to show. How long? Bastian said. Not a question. The beginning of one. 3 years, Idris said. Bastian sat down on the windowsill. It wasn't a graceful movement. It was the movement of a man whose legs had made a decision without consulting him. He looked at the floor for a moment. Not at Idris, not at the city, at the floor, at the specific patch of corridor between his shoes, and Idris waited because this was the part he had never been able to predict. The thing on the other side of the confession. He heard the thoughts arriving in pieces, slow now, more deliberate than they had been in the first shock of it. Bastian thinking in the specific register of a man who is trying to understand something that does not yet have a frame. 3 years. He heard all of it. He knows about the night's eye. He heard me the whole time. Bastian looked up. The nights at the Bern conference, he said. Yes. When I was on the balcony. Yes. Bastian stopped. A muscle moved in his jaw. I wasn't saying anything good about myself. No, Idris agreed. You weren't. He heard all of it, and he's still standing here. Idris. Bastian. That's not, he exhaled. That's not a normal thing. That's not something I consented to. You understand that. I know. You've had access to, you've known things about me for 3 years that I never chose to. He stopped again, ran a hand through his hair, which was the tell Idris had always known, the gesture that appeared when the careful composure was working hard and hadn't quite caught up. I don't even know how to categorize that. Neither do I, Idris said. I've been trying for 3 years. Bastian was quiet for a long moment. His thoughts were quieter too, or not quieter, but slower, more deliberate. Like he was thinking in a way that was closer to deciding than processing. But he didn't use it. He never, in the summit, he never leveraged it. He had 3 years of intelligence, and he carried it. He's been carrying all of that. You never used it, Bastian said. No, why not? Idris looked at him. Because it wasn't mine. The words landed. Bastian absorbed them with the particular stillness of a man who has just been given something he did not know he needed and does not yet know what to do with. Idris moved. He had not planned to move, or rather, he had not planned anything, which was the instruction he had given himself and the instruction Priya had given him and the only instruction he was going to follow tonight. He walked the 10 feet. Not quickly, not as a gesture, as a fact. The corridor had a window, and Bastian was at the window, and Idris had been standing at this window since day one, and the 10 feet was a choice, and he had made it. He leaned against the sill, 2 feet to Bastian's left, and looked at the city. I want to tell you what I know, he said. What I've been carrying. Not as an accounting. I'm not offering that. But because you said you wanted it to exist somewhere outside your own head. He paused. It does. It has for 3 years. And you should know that. Bastian was very still. Not performing stillness. The weight of it. The Lisbon hotel room, Idris said. 3 in the morning. You can't understand what you'd actually done. Not the strategic version, the real one. I heard the moment you stopped believing the clean story. A breath from Bastian. Almost inaudible. Burn. The balcony. You said, I should have told him I loved him before I did the thing that made saying it impossible. He paused. You said it into what you thought was a private dark. It wasn't. Bastian's jaw was set. Brussels airport. Departures board. I still love him. He said this plainly, as Bastian had thought it, with the resigned clarity of a man stating a fact that inconvenienced him. You noted it like weather. You took the flight. Idris. Bastian's voice was low. I know. He turned to look at him. The careful face, the tired hazel eyes, the jaw that his colleagues had described as aggressively diplomatic, and that Idris had always known as something more private than that. I know I wasn't supposed to have those. I know you didn't offer them. I've spent 3 years being a thief in a house I didn't break into and didn't know how to leave. You could have told me. When? He said this without anger, as a genuine question. At the reception, in front of 4 delegations? In the subgroup, when we were building something that actually mattered? In the Rasmussen room, before I knew whether you, he stopped. I didn't know what I was going to do with it until this week. I didn't know what I was going to do with it until tonight. And now, Idris looked at him for a moment. Now I'm standing here telling you. Bastian looked at him for a long time. The thoughts were quiet, not absent, but still the specific quality of a man who is present without narrating his own presence. Then, I'm still angry. The thought arrived plainly, without performance. Not at Idris. At himself. Not at the ability. At the years of it. The way I handed someone the whole interior of my failure, without meaning to, and made them carry it and never knew. The way the cost of that. What that cost him. He sat with it. Did not push it away. I'm still angry, Idris said. I want you to know that. I'm not standing here because I've resolved it. I'm standing here because... He stopped. Bastian waited. He was good at waiting when he wasn't running from something. Because the person I've been angry at for 4 years isn't entirely the person you are, Idris finished. And I'm tired of being angry at someone who doesn't exist anymore. Bastian was quiet for a moment. I don't know if I deserve that, he said. You don't, Idris said. That's not what this is. What is it? Idris looked at him. The careful face, the tired eyes, the otter lean of him in a rumpled shirt at the end of a 7-day summit, his hair doing the thing it did when he'd run his hand through it once too many times. He looked like a man who had spent a very long time being braced for impact, and had almost forgotten what it felt like to just stand somewhere. An opening, Idris said. If you want it. Bastian's thoughts went very still. Not the deliberate stillness of performance. The stillness of something that has been wound tight for a very long time and is finally, tentatively beginning to loosen. Idris could feel the shift. Not dramatic. Nothing about this was dramatic. It was the quietest possible version of 2 people standing at a window together, but real. The specific quality of a held thing beginning to be set down. He's offering me. After everything He heard all of it, and he's still. Then quieter, almost below the threshold Idris could reach. Don't waste it this time. Don't be so afraid of breaking it that you never touch it. He is standing in front of you, and he is offering you an opening. Say something true. Bastian looked up. I'm scared, he said, of doing it wrong again. I have a very good track record of protecting you in ways that destroy things. I know, Idris said. I don't know how to, he exhaled. I don't know how to be trusted with you and not. Bastian. Yeah, I already know your worst thoughts, Idris said quietly. I've known them for 3 years. And I'm still here. The city hummed below them. Down the corridor, someone laughed. A delegate, heading back to their room, the summit over, ready to go home. The sound faded into the building's ambient quiet. Bastian stood up. He crossed the 10 feet of corridor slowly, like a man giving himself time to change his mind and choosing not to use it. He stopped close enough that Idris could see the slight catch in his breath, the careful deliberateness of someone who had rehearsed 100 versions of a moment and was finally, simply in it. He didn't say anything. He thought, clearly and simply and without armor. Hi. Idris's mouth curved. A small movement. A real one. Hi, he said. Outside, the city kept its lights on. The Accord waited on a table in conference room B, ready for signatures in the morning. The corridor was empty now and quiet, and 2 men stood at a window at the end of it, beginning something they would have to choose every day to continue. The god, if he was watching from whatever margin he occupied, did not appear satisfied. He had given the ability to be used as a weapon. He had not accounted for it being used as a witness. Some debts, it turns out, settle themselves. Chapter 22. The morning flight he didn't take. The signing ceremony was at 9. Idris knew this because he had known the schedule since day one, the same way he knew the floor plan and the delegation seating and the order of the procedural items. Not because he had studied it with unusual care, but because knowing the structure of a thing was how he moved through it. The schedule was a fact. He had 7 hours until it was required of him. He was not thinking about the schedule. He was thinking about tea. The room was quiet in the specific way of early morning. Not silent. The city had its sounds. The building had its sounds. The ambient register of a hotel coming slowly to life at 6:47. But quiet in the way that mattered. The kind of quiet that had texture, that was not empty. He stood at the window with the kettle on the small courtesy unit and waited for it to finish and let the quiet be what it was. The ability was present. It always was in the mornings. The signal clarified as the building woke, the surface thoughts of the staff and the delegates, and the early risers arriving in their usual ambient wash, the particular texture of a conference hotel on its last day. He received it without managing it, without filing it, without turning it into information and information into armor and armor into a reason not to be in the room he was actually standing in. He let it arrive. He let it go. The kettle finished. He made tea with the unhurried precision of a man for whom the ceremony of it had always mattered. The steep, the small discipline of the interval, the particular satisfaction of a thing done correctly at a quiet hour. He had been making tea this way since his mid-20s. The habit had outlasted 2 apartments, one very significant relationship ending, a career dismantled and rebuilt, and a 3-year tenure as an involuntary confessor to the man he had loved and grieved, and then, last night in a corridor at 11 o'clock, chosen toward. He set the cup on the windowsill. In the next room, Bastian was asleep. The logistics of this, the how of it, the sequence of small decisions that had produced the fact of Bastian's jacket folded over the chair in Idris's room and Bastian himself in the bed, one arm thrown out in the way he slept when he had stopped being careful, were the sort of logistics that did not require extensive accounting. 2 people standing at a window for a long time, the corridor going quiet around them. A conversation that did not resolve everything, because nothing resolved everything, but that said enough of the true things in enough of the right order that at some point the question of the night had answered itself without either of them making a decision about it. Idris had not managed the outcome. This was, as outcomes went, the one that had arrived. He stood at the window and drank his tea and looked at the city waking up. There was a particular quality to early morning light in cities. The specific angle of it, the way it caught the upper floors of buildings before it reached the streets, the gradual warmth of a place emerging from its own dark. He had noticed this in many cities, many hotel windows, over many years of the kind of work that required a man to be in a different capital every third week and to find, in each of them, the window with the best view. He had stood at more windows than he could count and found the view worth the trouble of arriving at it. He stood at this one. The ability ran its usual ambient register. The building waking, a delegate already in the lobby, thinking about the buffet and a flight she was anxious about, the timing too close. Kitchen staff, the specific concentrated surface of people who arrived early and had things to do. The particular texture of summits on their last mornings. Relief and satisfaction, and the particular specific exhaustion of 7 days of sustained professional effort finally allowed to exhale. He did not look for Bastian's frequency. He did not need to. He could hear, in a room behind him, the slower breath of a man who had set something down last night and had slept, for the first time in some while, like a man who was not braced. He thought about Priya's question. What are you going to do? He had answered it last night, in a corridor, in the form of 2 syllables and a door left open. He had answered it in the night that followed, the quiet, accumulated evidence of 2 people deciding, without announcement, that this was where they were staying. He would answer it again this morning, when Bastian woke up and the day required them to be professional for a few more hours and then stop requiring it. He would answer it on the morning flight he was not going to take. He thought about Soline. She would raise an eyebrow at him across the signing table. She would read whatever was in his face, and something would be in his face this morning, something he did not intend to manage out of it. And she would say nothing because that was how they worked, and then she would say something because she always did when it mattered. He did not know what she would say. He found he was not trying to predict it. He found he was simply looking forward, with the specific warmth of it, to finding out. He thought about Tomas, who had sent Bastian snacks on the final evening of a difficult week and called it logistics. He thought about Henrik, who had named the thing Bastian was carrying and then had the grace to also name what he himself had done with silence. He thought about people who express care in the language of practical action and people who made space in their working lives for the human thing that sat alongside it. He thought about the leather community in London, the people who had held him while he reassembled himself, who had not asked for explanations and had not required him to perform anything except presence, who had been the container for the grief while he built the structure back up. He had not been as grateful in the years since as the thing deserved. He was going to be more grateful. He thought about the god. He thought about the hotel bar 3 years ago, the man who had not introduced himself, the drink he was not touching, the particular pleasant precision of a being who already knew how the conversation ended. He had not been grateful at the time. He was not precisely grateful now. Gratitude was not the word for what he felt about the ability. But something had shifted in the last 7 days. The thing Priya had said about wounds that did not produce indifference, about what happened when you arrived at the person on the other side of 4 years of carrying something. The ability had given him an inventory. He had used the inventory as armor, which was true, and which Priya had named accurately, and which he had argued with for 18 months before arriving at the part she had been waiting for. The understanding that the inventory was not the thing itself. That knowing everything about someone was not the same as knowing them, but that it was, as it turned out, a start. He had 3 years of start. He thought he knew what to do with it now. The city's sounds changed slightly. The particular quality of 7 o'clock, the register shifting from early morning to actual morning, the traffic finding its weight. 2 hours and 17 minutes until the signing ceremony. The accord that he and Bastian had helped in a small subgroup room with inadequate air conditioning and excellent natural light to bring to something workable. The accord that had required a third option in a binary, which was the way most of the best things got made. Behind him, a sound, the particular small restlessness of someone waking up. He didn't turn. He heard Bastian's thoughts arriving, slow, morning register, the specific quality of a mind surfacing from sleep that had been genuinely restful. Window, Bastian thought. He's at the window. Of course he is. Then, quieter, with the warmth of something observed rather than calculated. The view. He always finds the view. Idris did not say anything. He picked up his tea. He looked at the city below, the lights giving way to actual daylight now, the buildings acquiring their daytime faces, the streets filling with the ordinary motion of people who were going about their lives with total indifference to the particular significance of this particular morning in this particular hotel. He heard Bastian get up, heard him cross the room, heard him stop, close, just behind his left shoulder. Bastian didn't say anything for a moment. He looked at the city. Then, is it worth the trouble? Idris's mouth curved. The small movement, the real one. Yes, he said. It always is. He felt Bastian breathe, felt him settle, not into the window, but into the room, into the morning, into the specific quality of space that two people were occupying without managing what it meant to occupy it together. The deliberate practice of not deciding in advance. The ongoing present tense of choosing. He did not look up for the god. He was not there. He had not been there since the corridor. Or perhaps he had, at the margins, watching with the amused patience of a being who finds human outcomes interesting and had found this one worth the investment. It did not matter. The debt, whatever it had been, had settled into something Idris no longer felt the weight of in his chest. The ability was his. It had arrived without consent and stayed without apology, and he had arrived, over 3 years and 7 days and 1:11 at night, at a version of himself who could live inside it without using it as a wall. The adjudicator had said, "You've always wanted to know." He had been right, and he had been wrong, in the way of tricksters who are always one step ahead and occasionally, in being ahead, miss the thing that matters most. Idris had wanted to know. He had also, it turned out, needed to learn the difference between knowing and understanding, and the further difference between understanding and choosing. 3 distinct things. He had confused them for years in the specific way of someone who is very good at one of them. He understood them now. He finished his tea. In an hour, he would be professional. In the particular way, he was professional. Quiet authority, precise, well-regarded by people who were appropriately uncertain around him. He would shake hands across a table, and the accord would be signed, and something that had been contentious for 3 years of international dispute would become a fact in the world. He would do this well, because he was very good at his work, and because the work mattered, and because both of those things were true at the same time as everything else. Then the ceremony would be over. Then the flights. He had not canceled his flight. He had looked at it this morning at 6:47 and had made a different call. He had booked a later one instead. 2 days later. The kind of executive decision that a man of his professional standing could make without explanation, and that his professional standing existed precisely so that he could make. He had not told Bastian. He would. He thought about what Priya had said. Let me know how it goes. He thought, I will. He thought about Soline's eyebrow. He thought about the message he would eventually send her, professional in format and legible in register, that would communicate, without stating, that the clean story had been retired, and that what had replaced it was harder and more honest, and, he found, considerably lighter. She would receive this message, and she would not say, I told you, so, because she was Soline, and that was not what she did. She would say something precise and devastating and entirely true. He was looking forward to that, too. He set the cup down on the windowsill. Bastian, behind him, still at the window. His thoughts had gone quiet again. Not the performed quiet, not the managed stillness, but the specific quality of someone who is present without narrating their own presence. He was just there, watching the city, existing in the morning. Idris turned around. Bastian looked at him. The careful face, the tired eyes, the otter lean of him in the morning light. The hair doing the inevitable thing. He looked like himself. The version Idris had been carrying for 3 years in the specific interior register of an ability he had never asked for and had spent this week finally learning to live alongside. The version that was not the story. The version that was more frightened and more honest and more his than anything else. There's enough hot water for another cup, Idris said. Bastian's mouth curved. Yeah, he said. All right. He crossed to the courtesy unit. Idris watched him. The long-limbed ease of him, The slight, unfinished quality in the morning that was deeply appealing in the way that certain things are appealing because they are not performing anything, and thought about the word choosing. The ongoing verb of it. The present tense. The thing you did every day in the specific direction of a person you had decided was worth the choosing. He was going to keep doing it. The kettle began to heat. The city below continued its mourning. The Accord waited on its table in Conference Room B, ready for signatures in 2 hours, patient and indifferent and complete. Outside, the light. The window, worth the trouble of arriving at. 2 men, the morning of the first day of something, making tea. Epilogue, same time next year. 6 months later, Bastian was in Vienna. The conference was a smaller multilateral, 12 delegations, 3 working days, the kind of event that was professionally unremarkable and logistically manageable, which was the best that could be said for it. He had presented on Tuesday afternoon and chaired a session on Wednesday morning and had spent Wednesday afternoon doing the work that accumulated during the days you were not at your desk. The email queue, the draft amendments, the 2 outstanding reports that had been waiting with professional patience since before the summit. He cleared the draft amendments first, then the reports. Then he opened the email queue, which was the kind of thing he did in order. Reports before email, email before the other things, the small discipline of sequence that had been a habit long enough that he no longer noticed it except when it was disrupted. He had noticed it being disrupted in the past 6 months more than he had in the previous several years. Not badly, just the specific quality of a life that had, in some configuration he could not have predicted and had not managed into existence, acquired more texture, more variable. He had been surprised, repeatedly, by things he had not pre-run the projections for. He found he did not mind. He worked through the email queue, delegation correspondence, an inquiry from Henrik, characteristically indirect, that resolved on the third reading into a genuine question about whether Bastian was available for a long-form conversation about the upcoming trilateral. He flagged it for later and noted, with the particular warmth he was still adjusting to feeling clearly, that Henrik had started asking rather than advising. He had started doing the same. The queue continued. Third from the bottom, an email from Idris Thorne. He read it. The formatting was professional, the correct subject line, the appropriate header, the body structured in the way that Idris structured things he wanted to say with precision. The necessary context first, the relevant professional detail, the specific ask near the end. It covered 3 items. The first 2 were, as represented, professional, a question about the Lausanne framework and whether Bastian's delegation had a position on the proposed amendment, and a note about shared contacts at the Colvane counterpart office who might be useful for a project Idris's delegation was scoping. He read both items and formed responses to both items, which he would include in his reply, because the questions were genuine and the answers were relevant, and because this was how they worked now. The professional format that was legible in register, that held the human thing alongside the work without conflating them, that said what needed to be said in the language of people who were both good at their jobs and also something else to each other. The third item, near the end of the email, in the same register as the professional items, and therefore more visible, not less, for the specificity of what it contained. I've been assigned to the Bucharest Multilateral in April. I've already checked the hotel. He read it twice. Then he sat for a moment in the specific quality of a man who has received information he was not expecting and is finding it, in all of its particulars, exactly what he would have hoped for. He thought about April. He thought about Bucharest, which he had been to once, briefly, during a connecting conference 2 years ago, and which he had filed in the general category of European capitals he had passed through without adequate time to understand. He thought about a hotel in a city he did not yet know, and a window somewhere in it, and a man who always found the window with the best view. He thought, same time next year. He thought it the way he thought things that were real, not as a performance, not as a managed sentiment, but as a fact stated internally to an audience of one. He had been doing this, in the past 6 months, with increasing regularity, thinking things in the approximate direction of Idris, with the full knowledge that the ability was not a telephone and did not work that way across 6 months in a time zone, and doing it anyway, because the habit of the thing had outlasted the summit. because certain skills stayed whether you used them or not, because he was done deciding in advance what was worth doing. He did not know if Idris could hear him across the distance. He knew, with the specific quality of something he had been told in a corridor at 11 o'clock and had been carrying as facts since, that the ability had rules, surface thoughts, proximity, the ones closest to speech. He was not in proximity. He was in Vienna. Idris was in London, or in whatever city his work had taken him to this week. Bastian knew the general shape of his schedule. They communicated with enough regularity that the shape was legible, the way the shape of things becomes legible when you have decided to pay attention. He did not know if it worked across the distance. He thought it anyway. Same time next year. He would say it properly in April, when they were in the same city, in the same building, with the same particular quality of professional proximity that had been, 6 months ago, the structure that had held everything else. He would say in person. He would say it looking at Idris's face, which was the face he had been in the habit of looking at for the past 6 months, at whatever intervals the geography allowed, and which he intended to be in the habit of looking at for considerably longer. He thought about the paper. It was not in his jacket pocket anymore. He had not burned it. He was not given to dramatic gestures, and it had not seemed like the right move. He had filed it instead, with the careful indexing of a man who kept things he needed to be able to find again in a folder at the back of the second drawer of his desk at home. He had not read it again. He did not need to. He knew what it said. He knew what it meant. He knew what it had cost to write it, and what it had cost to carry it, and what it had cost, ultimately, to set it down. He knew the cost had been worth it. He had been, in the 6 months since the summit, doing the work that Henrik had named and that Priya had apparently also been naming from a different direction to Idris, the specific slow work of learning to ask instead of manage, to bring someone into the hard thing rather than shield them from it, to say I'm scared in the language of actual words to an actual person rather than running it in his head in the hotel room dark. He was not finished. He would probably not be finished for a long time. He had inherited a model from a man who had called it love and meant it, and models did not dissolve in 1 week or 6 months. They were revised, slowly, with evidence. He had evidence. He thought about the night Idris had told him what he knew. The burned balcony, the Brussels airport, the Lisbon hotel room at 3 in the morning. He had sat with the knowledge that he had not been alone in any of those places, that someone had been receiving his worst thoughts in the specific register of a man who was still in the process of understanding what he had done, and he had arrived, over several days, at something that he had not expected to arrive at. Gratitude. Not uncomplicated gratitude. Not the clean version. Gratitude mixed with the ongoing discomfort of knowing that someone had carried a weight for 3 years that he had not intended to place on them, and that had cost them something real. Gratitude mixed with the specific accountability of a man who was still arriving at the full shape of what he owed and what he had changed and what was in the process of changing. But gratitude, underneath everything else. Someone had witnessed him, in the specific way of a god's cruelty becoming something else entirely, and had not destroyed what they saw. He had been witnessed without being destroyed. He thought that was, in the end, the thing. Here he opened the email. He composed his reply, the answer about the Lausanne framework, which was specific and useful and would advance Idris's project. The note about the shared contacts, which he could arrange. A logistical observation about the Bucharest venue that he happened to have from his previous visit. The kind of practical detail that was genuinely useful and that, in the register they had established, also meant something else. Then, at the end, in the same professional format, the same tone as the rest. As it happens, the Bucharest multilateral is also on my calendar. I'll confirm my delegation's room allocation when we have it. He looked at this for a moment. He thought, that's not enough. He thought, you are done deciding in advance. You are done with the managed version. He added, below the professional close. I've already checked the hotel too. The corner room on the 3rd floor has the best view. I've reserved it for you. He read this back. He thought about what Tomas had said at a restaurant near a conference venue 6 months ago, while reading a dessert menu, that he had spent a long time confusing being useful with being known. He thought, this is both. He sent the email. He closed the laptop. He looked at the Vienna evening coming in through the window, the particular quality of late October light in a northern city, amber and horizontal, and carrying the specific melancholy of seasons about to change, which he had always found, despite himself, beautiful. He had been finding more things beautiful in the past 6 months. He was not certain this was a coincidence. His phone buzzed. A message, not an email. The channel they used for things that were not the professional register, which was its own register, its own economy of words, its own specific shorthand that had been developing for 6 months and had the texture of something that would keep developing. The message read, "The corner room. How long have you been planning that?" He smiled. He typed, "Since Tuesday, when I got the conference assignment." A pause. Then, liar. He thought, "Longer than Tuesday." He typed, "All right. Longer than Tuesday." Another pause. Then, "The view had better be worth the trouble." He thought, "It always is." He typed, "It is." He set the phone down on the desk. He looked at the Vienna evening. He thought about April and Bucharest and a window in a corner room on the 3rd floor and a man standing at it in the way he stood at windows, like the view was worth arriving at, which it had always been. He thought, same time next year. He thought it without armor, without qualification, without the managed projection of what it could produce or the calculation of what it was safe to want. He thought it in the full and simple present tense of a fact he was choosing and intended to keep choosing. Same time next year, and a year after that. And